Chapter 1. The Rebirth of Sun Wukong. At this very moment, Wang Yin was in a state of utter panic. For the scene before him, both strange yet oddly familiar, left him astounded beyond measure. Opposite him, a mere 10 meters away, stood a creature with a low center of gravity, entirely covered in a grotesque green hue. Its right hand, with the index and middle fingers poised against its forehead, gathered a terrifying amount of energy at its fingertips. It gleamed ominously, with a wicked grin curving its lips, complemented by 2 sharp fangs. The figure appeared exceptionally menacing. In Wang Yan's arms, he held a robust man with long black hair, thrashing violently. How could Wang Yan ascertain that he was not cradling a stunning beauty with long hair despite not seeing the man's face? The answer was simple. The position he held, with his hands resting just below the man's chest, revealed a hard and unyielding texture. What the hell is going on? Wasn't I just lying in my doghouse typing away all night? Wang Yin furrowed his brow, feeling utterly bewildered. He was a part-time online novelist, and after a long night spent crafting the conclusion to his story about the strongest Son Gohan in Dragon Ball, he had succumbed to fatigue and drifted off to sleep around 5:30 in the morning. And then, somehow, he found himself in this bizarre place. Had he transmigrated? This was the first thought that flashed through Wang Yan's mind as he regained his composure, piecing together the current situation with the countless tropes from novels he had read. Just as he was about to delve deeper into his recollections, the man in his arms began to struggle violently once more, accompanied by a panicked roar. "Don't be foolish, Kakarot. Let go quickly, or you'll be killed too." The terror-laden voice struck Wang Yan's ears, causing him to freeze in shock. What? Kakarot? In an instant, he snapped back to reality. Wasn't Kakarot the name of the main character, Sun Wukong, from the anime Dragon Ball? Wang Yin, a quintessential Dragon Ball enthusiast, was undoubtedly familiar with that name. In the series, the protagonist, Son Gohan, was also known as Kakarot. However, among the few characters who referred to Sun Wukong as Kakarot were merely a handful of Saiyans: Vegeta, Broly, Raditz, and Nappa. Wang Yin inhaled sharply, striving to compose himself. His gaze swept around, observing the environment once more. Piccolo. Indeed, the figure enveloped in a sea of green grass was none other than Piccolo, who once sought to conquer the world, but ultimately became the guardian of the Sun family. Not far from Wang Yin, a small figure lay on the ground, dressed in a yellow-green outfit emblazoned with a large character for rice. It appeared to be Sun Wukong's son, Son Gohan. This scene was all too familiar. It was the very moment when Raditz first arrived on Earth, only to be defeated by the combined efforts of Sun Wukong and Piccolo. Had he truly been reborn as the main character, Sun Wukong, in Dragon Ball? The individual he held in his arms was none other than Raditz, Sun Wukong's elder brother, a Saiyan warrior. Shock, excitement, and disbelief swirled within Wang Yan's mind. The click trope of transmigration had manifested in his life, leaving him momentarily unsure of how to process this reality. Just then, a sharp laugh from across the way yanked Wang Yin back from his stupor. "Ha ha, Sun Wukong, I will show no mercy. It would be a delight for me to kill both of you in one go." Piccolo's lips curled into a sinister smile as he spoke. The energy at his fingertips intensified, becoming increasingly terrifying. Combat power reading, 1480. As Raditz beheld the horrifying number displayed on the power level detector, a deep fear crept into his voice as he pleaded, "Kakarot, let me go. I promise. I will leave this planet and never return. Please, I beg you, release me." A power level exceeding 1400 was undoubtedly lethal. "Wait, Piccolo, hold on." Wang Yin, observing the imminent threat posed by Piccolo, hastily interjected. If Piccolo's special beam cannon struck him, he would surely perish, though he could potentially use the Dragon Balls to resurrect Sun Wukong. Who knew if this foreign soul could be revived? Even if, by some miracle, he could be brought back, the agony of having a hole blasted through his chest would be an unbearable price to pay. Just as Wang Yan's words fell, Piccolo's special beam cannon was already primed and ready. "Apologies for the wait. Now perish." With a fierce roar, Piccolo unleashed the energy beam from his fingertips. It hurtled towards Son Gohan and Raditz. Damn it! Seeing the oncoming energy beam, Sun Wukong cursed under his breath, quickly releasing his grip and delivering a swift kick to Raditz's rear. The two bodies instantly separated. The terrifying energy beam whizzed past them, crashing into a nearby mountain, resulting in a massive explosion. Sun Wukong, what are you doing? Piccolo, witnessing the chaos, erupted in fury, his voice booming like thunder. Chapter 2. The Battle of Wits with Raditz. That scoundrel. He had been so composed when discussing strategies with Piccolo, yet now, in this critical moment, he was quaking in fear. Fuming with rage, Piccolo's face turned a shade of green. Ha ha ha! Having narrowly escaped death, Raditz gasped for breath, laughing maniacally. In that fleeting moment, he truly believed he was on the brink of extinction on this desolate planet. To his astonishment, Kakarot had chosen to aid him in his time of need. Kakarot, you truly are commendable. It seems we share the same bloodline. Raditz raised his head high, smiling, yet his eyes gleamed with malice. Just moments ago, Kakarot had nearly allowed that green-faced monster to end his life. Such an act was utterly unforgivable. I can't believe I dodged that. Wang Yin exhaled in relief. As long as Piccolo had refrained from killing him in that perilous moment, dealing with Raditz would be considerably easier. Although Sun Wukong's combat power was vastly inferior to Raditz's, Wang Yin, well-versed in the plot of Dragon Ball, knew that outsmarting Raditz would not pose a significant challenge. Wang Yin stepped closer to Raditz, his head held high, and a charming smile gracing his lips. His expression mirrored that of Raditz, almost as if they were reflections of one another. "Brother, I apologize for my earlier foolishness," he declared, addressing Raditz with a tone of respect. Given his current combat power, confronting Raditz head-on would be tantamount to courting death. "Kakarot, have you regained your memories?" Raditz gazed at Sun Wukong in astonishment, recalling the earlier moment when Kakarot had seemed intent on mutual destruction. Yet now, in the blink of an eye, he had undergone a complete transformation. Could it be that this individual had indeed restored his memories? And judging by the ruthless glint in his eyes, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Raditz himself. Originally, the intent to kill Kakarot had somewhat diminished, as the primary purpose of his visit to Earth was to retrieve Kakarot and join forces with them to serve Frieza. Indeed, my elder brother, just a moment ago, in a fleeting instant between life and death, I regained my memories and recalled my responsibilities as a Saiyan. From this day forth, I shall steadfastly follow Prince Vegeta alongside you. Wang Yin feigned a serious expression, fully aware that Raditz was currently aligned with Vegeta, engaged in the nefarious trade of planets for Frieza. Thus, leveraging this situation could ensure Raditz's absolute trust in him. Very well, Kakarot. Though your combat prowess may be lacking, you are not without merit. Following Prince Vegeta will undoubtedly prove advantageous for you. Wang Yan's previous remarks alleviated Raditz's lingering doubts, for if Kakarot had not regained his memories, he could not possibly know of Prince Vegeta. Combat prowess lacking? In 2 days. Let me see if I can crush your skull. Wang Yan cast a sidelong glance at Raditz, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Indeed, it is my honor to follow Prince Vegeta and my elder brother. Wang Yin maintained a tone of respect. Yet within, he began to deliberate whether it would be more prudent to break Raditz's legs or simply smash his skull. Now, that is the spirit of a good younger brother. Raditz placed a hand on Wang Yan's shoulder, his horns displaying a look of satisfaction. He continued addressing Wang Yan. "Then let us annihilate all inhabitants of this planet, and then rendezvous with Prince Vegeta." Evidently, this fellow intended to eliminate everyone, even while taking him along. Wang Yin furrowed his brow momentarily. Yet it soon relaxed as he spoke. "Elder brother, exterminating the inhabitants of this planet would indeed be a trivial task, but to do so would be somewhat regrettable." "What? Regrettable? What do you mean by that?" Raditz, intrigued by Wang Yan's words, leaned in to listen. He was eager to hear what could possibly warrant regret. "Well, while the residents of this planet may lack formidable combat abilities, the cuisine they produce is exceptionally delectable. I imagine my elder brother, having fought tirelessly in battles, has not indulged in fine delicacies for quite some time. Why not seize this opportunity to savor Earth's culinary delights before eradicating its people? Wang Yin flashed a cunning smile as he spoke to Raditz. Raditz stroked his chin, contemplating. Indeed, as Kakarot suggested, the three of them had long been embroiled in conflict, with little time to relish good food. This was indeed a rare chance to enjoy themselves. Staying for 2 days should go unnoticed by Prince Vegeta. Very well, Kakarot, as you propose, we shall linger for 2 days, and after that, we will eliminate all inhabitants of this planet and then join Prince Vegeta in Nappa. After some reflection, Raditz finally nodded in agreement. The bait has been taken. 2 days would suffice. It seemed he had indeed traversed into a realm fraught with peril, the Dragon Ball world, where cosmic powers frequently intersect. Yet it was comforting to know that he had been reborn as the protagonist, Son Goku, a Saiyan endowed with remarkable combat talent. Since the transition was now a reality, there was no point in lamenting the past. Instead, he ought to embrace his new circumstances. From now on, not only must he survive in this treacherous world, but he must also thrive and live life to the fullest. Otherwise, how could he justify this protagonist's halo? From this day forth, there shall be no more Wang Yin. I am Son Goku. Chapter 3. The Transformation of Son Goku. At this moment, Piccolo looked on in utter bewilderment at the sudden display of brotherly affection between the two. What on earth is happening? Son Goku, that despicable scoundrel, dares to deceive me. Piccolo clenched his fists, the tendons on his forehead bulging as he glared at Son Goku. This fellow, who normally appeared harmless and innocent, had revealed such a vile side in a moment of life and death. How foolish he was to call himself the Demon King Piccolo. Bah! In comparison, he felt utterly insignificant. Raditz, at this point, harbored no suspicions about Son Goku. Given Son Goku's combat prowess, it was unlikely he could conjure any tricks within 2 days. He could take this opportunity to enjoy a carefree time. That fellow's combat strength is decent. Perhaps we should invite him to join Prince Vegeta's team. Son Goku pointed at the furious Piccolo and said to Raditz, Piccolo could not be allowed to perish just yet, for if he did, the Dragon Balls would vanish alongside him. Although he could use the Dragon Balls from Namek to resurrect him, that would be somewhat challenging at the moment. Raditz raised an eyebrow, pondering briefly. Indeed, while this fellow's combat capabilities were not on par with theirs, he was comparable to Kakarot, and his special technique was quite formidable. If he were to join their ranks, serving as a mere cannon fodder would not be a bad idea. After all, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. If he agrees to be our loyal dog from now on, I might consider sparing his wretched life. Raditz cast a cold glance at Piccolo, who was staring intently at him and Kakarot, and spoke with an air of haughtiness, as if he believed that Piccolo's potential inclusion in their Saiyan ranks was a supreme honor. Very well, I shall speak with him. Goku replied with a smile as he approached Piccolo. Get lost. If you think I would join forces with you lot, I would rather perish. Piccolo glared at Goku with a dark expression. His teeth clenched as he barked back. You think you're being generous. Being invited to join our warrior tribe is a privilege. Do you not understand? Goku's voice rang out loudly enough for Raditz to hear. A result he had intended. Upon hearing Goku's words, Raditz's horn instinctively lifted. It seemed his foolish brother had finally wised up. In that moment, Goku's expression turned serious as he lowered his voice to a whisper, only audible to him and Piccolo. Give me 2 days, and I will personally take care of him. Trust me. Piccolo's expression froze in astonishment upon hearing Goku's declaration. This guy keeps shifting sides. What is he up to? Goku's sudden betrayal had planted a seed of doubt in Piccolo's mind. However, his current demeanor was clearly not one of jest. Naturally, he had no reason to joke that if Goku wished to eliminate him, or even destroy all of Earth, uniting with Raditz would make it a trivial task. His brow furrowed tightly. He inhaled deeply and exhaled. I will trust you one last time. If you dare deceive me again, I will not hesitate to kill you. Piccolo's tone was chilling, yet resolute. Humph. Goku smirked at Piccolo's agreement, his horn tilting upward as he scoffed lightly. Achieving a battle power of 1500 in 2 days should be a trivial matter. Having settled matters with Raditz and Piccolo, Bulma finally arrived in her mini-helicopter, ferrying Krillin and Master Roshi. Given their speed, it was no wonder they only caught a glimpse of Goku in the original storyline. What on earth is happening? Upon landing, Krillin and Bulma stared at the harmonious scene before them. Utterly bewildered, weren't they here to fight? Why, aside from the signs of past destruction on the ground, was there no trace of a battle atmosphere? Why was Goku standing with those two? Krillin's expression darkened. As Goku's close friend, he sensed a subtle change in him. Yet that feeling was akin to a fishbone lodged in his throat. He could feel it, but he couldn't articulate it. "Hey, Goku, why are you standing with that guy?" Bulma, ever straightforward, crossed her arms and confronted Goku with a look of indignation upon seeing him with Raditz. Clearly, Master Roshi and Krillin were equally eager to understand what had transpired in such a brief period. "Oomph." Goku's horn curled slightly as he approached Bulma and the others with a charmingly mischievous expression. "He is my elder brother. Yes, it's so strange to stand with him." He could confide in Piccolo, knowing that with Piccolo's composed nature, there would be no mishaps. However, he could not guarantee that the intelligence of the three heroes before him would not lead to some outrageous actions upon learning the truth. "Bulma, Krillin, you should take my brother to savor the delights of Earth," Goku said with a serious demeanor directed at the two. "Your brother? Goku, what are you talking about?" Krillin and Bulma were once again taken aback. They had never seen Goku so serious before, and it left them feeling somewhat out of sorts. Could it be true, as that fellow Raditz claimed, that Goku was some battle-loving Saiyan? Chapter 4. The Hyperbolic Time Chamber. "Hey, you three, did you not understand his words? Do you want me to kill you?" At that moment, Piccolo stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Krillin and Bulma, baring his sharp fangs and glaring menacingly. He roared. Piccolo's sudden intimidation had frightened the two considerably. Who was Piccolo? He was the infamous Demon King who sought to conquer the world. To threaten their lives was as effortless as squashing an ant. Their apprehension of Piccolo far surpassed that of Raditz. The two, pale and trembling, nodded dumbly. Behind them, Master Roshi's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of insight. It seemed that Goku had genuinely changed. Yet he could see in Goku's eyes that he was entirely different from that Saiyan named Raditz. "Kakarot, are you not coming with me?" Upon hearing Goku's words, Raditz narrowed his eyes, his brow furrowed. "Well, brother, having spent so long on this planet, there are some matters I must attend to personally. Please grant me 2 days." Goku replied with a wicked grin, addressing Raditz. In his mind, a plan was already taking shape. All he needed was to rid himself of Raditz in these 2 days. After that, it would be the end for him. Although he did not wish to kill, in this world where strength dictated everything, lacking sufficient power while being merciful would only lead to one's demise. Observing Goku's wicked grin, Raditz dismissed his earlier concerns. Kakarot had undergone a significant transformation since their last encounter, likely a result of awakening his Saiyan bloodline. Moreover, it was merely a matter of 2 days. Surely, he could not conjure anything too remarkable in such a short time. If he dared to pull any tricks behind Raditz's back, even if he were his own brother, Raditz would not hesitate to strike him down. "Very well. However, Kakarot, I must caution you to refrain from any foolishness. You know that we Saiyans do not indulge in the trivialities of familial bonds." Raditz flashed a wicked smile at Goku, a blatant threat laced in his words. "Of course, with my current battle power, I wouldn't dare show off in front of my elder brother." Sun Wukong remained visibly awestruck, hesitantly uttering his words. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's statement, Raditz turned away with satisfaction, following Bulma and Krillin as they departed. At that moment, only Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and the 4-year-old Son Gohan were left behind. "Sun Wukong, you must realize that attempting to defeat that monster in just 2 days is nothing short of a fool's dream," Piccolo said grimly. Although Sun Wukong's potential was undeniable, it was utterly impossible to surpass Raditz within such a short span of time. The delay of these 2 days held no significance for him. He was eager to discern what Sun Wukong was truly plotting. "Rest assured, I have my own plans," Sun Wukong replied solemnly after Raditz and the others had left. He cradled the unconscious Son Gohan in his arms and addressed Piccolo. "I need to visit the sacred temple. Would you care to accompany me?" "No way am I going to that guy's place," Piccolo retorted coldly, before swiftly turning and soaring away like a streak of white light into the distance. Once Piccolo had departed, Sun Wukong slowly closed his eyes, silently praying, "Lord Kami, I require your assistance." Deep down, he could not guarantee whether Kami would hear him. However, in the narrative of Dragon Ball, it was Kami who had taken his lifeless body after Sun Wukong's demise, indicating that Kami must have been observing their battle with Raditz all along. Indeed, Sun Wukong soon felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself in the sacred temple. Having seen the temple countless times in the animation, he felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Before him stood two figures, one radiating a green glow, the other dark as if soaked in ink. "Lord Kami, Mr. Popo," Sun Wukong exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement. The abruptness of his arrival had left him little time for contemplation, but now, seeing Kami and Mr. Popo, he could no longer suppress his exhilaration. He never imagined he would one day encounter these two-dimensional characters. "Wukong, do you truly believe you can contend with that fellow in just 2 days?" Kami asked, his expression grave as he scrutinized Sun Wukong. As Earth's guardian, he was reluctant to witness such calamity befall the planet. Yet he found himself powerless to thwart the Saiyan. Thus, all hope now rested upon Sun Wukong's shoulders. "Yes," Sun Wukong affirmed resolutely with a nod, then added, "However, I wish to make use of the hyperbolic time chamber." "What? You mean you intend to train in there?" Kami exclaimed in astonishment, unable to believe his ears, while the time flow within the chamber was an astonishing 365 times faster than that of the outside world, allowing 1 year inside to equate to merely a day on Earth, making an ideal training ground. The harsh environment was not something just anyone could withstand. The tenfold gravity alone deterred many aspiring warriors. It is important to note that a person weighing 100 pounds would instantly feel as if they weighed 1,000 pounds in the chamber, placing an immense strain on their body. A single misstep could lead to being crushed by that terrifying gravity. Observing the incredulous expression on Kami's face, Sun Wukong spoke with unwavering determination. "There is no alternative." Chapter 5. The commencement of training, given that the gravity on planet Vegeta was already 10 times that of Earth. Saiyan bodies were inherently much stronger than those of ordinary Earthlings, especially considering Sun Wukong's years of rigorous training. While he would not claim that his body was harder than steel, it was undoubtedly as solid as a rock. Although the tenfold gravity was daunting, it should still be within his limits. Seeing the steadfast gaze of Sun Wukong, Kami refrained from further objections. Indeed, at this juncture, there existed no other means to confront Raditz. "Very well. Since you are so resolute, I shall not dissuade you further. You may train freely within, and I shall take care of this child during your absence," Kami remarked, glancing at Sun Wukong's arms where Son Gohan lay. "No, I intend to bring him along," Sun Wukong declared. Although Gohan was a half-breed, Saiyan blood coursed through his veins, and the potential he had displayed surpassed that of pure Saiyans like Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Since he had been reborn as Sun Wukong, it would be a grave mistake to let Gohan's extraordinary talent go to waste. In the future, the potential of Gohan could exceed even that of Super Saiyan 3. If he could train like Sun Wukong and Vegeta, his future would be limitless. However, he was merely a 4-year-old child. Kami stared at Sun Wukong in shock once more. While Sun Wukong might be capable of enduring the tenfold gravity, to subject a 4-year-old child to such conditions was utterly reckless. Rest assured, Gohan is also a Saiyan. With his physique, he will be just fine, Sun Wukong reassured Kami, even at the tender age of 4. Gohan's battle power far exceeded that of both Sun Wukong and Piccolo when enraged. As long as he did not engage in intense training, the tenfold gravity should pose no significant threat to him. Moreover, in the future, Earth could not rely solely on Sun Wukong for protection. Witnessing Sun Wukong's unwavering determination, Kami opted not to argue further. After all, the child was his own. Having secured Kami's consent, Sun Wukong made a brief visit to Kirin Tower to procure some senza beans from Kirin. He was acutely aware that Saiyans could experience significant power boosts each time they recovered from severe injuries or the brink of death. Thus, these beans would prove invaluable within the hyperbolic time chamber. After bidding farewell to Kami and Mr. Popo, Sun Wukong entered the chamber with Gohan in his arms. The moment his right foot crossed the threshold, an overwhelming force caused Sun Wukong's body to sag under the weight. Son Gohan instinctively furrowed his brow. The tenfold gravity was indeed quite an adjustment. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. His entire body felt as heavy as if it were encased in lead. He trudged step by step toward the small house not far away. Son Gohan had not yet awakened, so it would be best to let him rest for a while longer. Good grief. To think he would have to endure over a year in such a place. Surely he would go mad. After laying Son Gohan on the bed, Son Wukong gazed into the vast, white expanse, his tone laden with gravity. Silence enveloped him, a silence so profound it threatened to drive one to madness. In the past, he could not have lasted even a single day in such an environment. No, not even an hour. Yet now he found himself faced with only two choices: to train desperately or to perish at that moment. He seemed to understand why characters from novels often possessed an indomitable will upon traversing to another world. It was not merely willpower but a deep-seated yearning for life itself. Taking a deep breath, he encouraged himself, hoping that once he commenced his training, the oppressive feeling would dissipate. Kamehameha! Son Wukong positioned his hands above his right hip, forming a blossom-like shape. As blue energy coalesced in his palms, he then thrust it forward. Boom! The energy waves struck the ground, resulting in a violent explosion, billowing clouds of smoke into the air. Goodness, such power! Son Wukong marveled at his hands, and then at the sight of the explosion, his face alight with excitement. Previously, he had only witnessed the might of the Kamehameha in animated form. To wield it himself felt entirely different. Moreover, the movements felt incredibly fluid, as though he had performed them countless times before. That, of course, it could be attributed to the muscle memory of his body. As the smoke cleared, there were no traces of the explosion on the ground. The silence of the space returned, yet Son Wukong felt far less burdened than before. The recent energy wave had invigorated him. Raditz, take the opportunity to relish Earth's delicacies while you can. There will be no more chances after this. Son Wukong clenched his fists tightly, a fierce light gleaming in his eyes. Vegeta, Frieza, Cell, Majin Buu, Beerus the Destroyer, and that little brat Zeno. I shall surpass each of you one by one, standing at the pinnacle of this universe. He cherished a saying, since heaven has allowed me to survive in dire straits, I shall not live in vain. This moment, he bid farewell to his past life. Son Wukong, the sole protagonist of Dragon Ball. Chapter 6, Half a Day's Time. The half-day passed swiftly, yet within the hyperbolic time chamber, there was no distinction between day and night, only a large clock marking the time. Even Son Wukong's formidable physique was besieged by profound fatigue, as training under tenfold pressure was tremendously taxing. Additionally, hunger gnawed at him, his stomach voicing its rebellion. Perhaps it would be wise to rest for a while. Son Wukong ambled towards the small room, for he had ample time, over a year ahead of him. Balancing work and rest would yield greater results in his training. Moreover, after half a day's time, Son Gohan should be waking soon. Dad, upon entering the small house, Son Wukong discovered Son Gohan, his eyes blinking awake, kneeling on the bed, scanning the unfamiliar surroundings in bewilderment. Upon seeing Son Wukong, a look of excitement spread across his face, and no matter how strange and foreign the environment seemed, he felt no fear as long as his father was by his side. That you're awake, Gohan. Son Wukong approached and sat at the foot of the bed, ruffling Son Gohan's spiky hair with a smile, his face radiating paternal affection. Despite the changes in Son Wukong, the bond of blood between father and son was not easily severed. Dad, where are we? What happened to that bad guy? Son Gohan inquired, his innocent voice tinged with curiosity as he surveyed the strange surroundings. The bad guy is still wreaking havoc on Earth. You want to train with me to defeat him? Son Wukong removed his hand from Son Gohan's head, his gaze steady as he addressed his son. Now that he had assumed the mantle of Son Wukong, he would not allow Son Gohan to fade away, to become merely a shadow of his former self. That would be a dreadful waste of his prodigious potential. After all, while becoming a great scholar was indeed important, if Earth were to be destroyed and lives lost, then all would be for naught. Son Gohan's eyes gleamed with determination as he clenched his chubby fists and nodded emphatically. Yet in an instant he deflated like a deflated balloon, his expression drooping as he lamented, "But that bad guy is too strong. I can't possibly defeat him. Gohan, do you not remember how you injured him before you lost consciousness? Trust your father. You possess immense potential that if you train diligently during this time, you will surely be able to overcome him." Sun Wukong placed a reassuring hand on Son Gohan's shoulder, his tone gentle and encouraging as Son Gohan slowly raised his head, doubt still lingering in his eyes. Son Wukong continued, "Tell me, do you want to defeat that bad guy? Protect Mom, protect me, and safeguard all the people of Earth." Upon hearing Son Wukong's words, the uncertainty in Son Gohan's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a resolute expression. He declared with conviction, "Yes, I want to protect Dad and Mom. I will definitely defeat that bad guy. Excellent. Such a good boy. Now let us have something to eat first. After we eat, we will begin our serious training." Having gone half a day without food, both Son Wukong and Son Gohan's stomachs growled in protest. After all, Saiyans possessed an astonishing appetite, and due to their rigorous training, their energy expenditure was equally rapid. Son Wukong's son, Son Wufan, nodded with delight. As long as his father was by his side, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness no matter what they were doing. The food and water in the hyperbolic time chamber, even for the father-son duo of Son Wukong, could sustain them for 2 years. Although somewhat unpalatable, under these circumstances, having anything to eat was a blessing. Meanwhile, on Earth, Raditz was indulging in a life of opulence and excess. That rascal Kakarot was indeed not misleading me. The delicacies of Earth are truly unparalleled by any other planet. Raditz stuffed his mouth with seafood sushi and assorted tempura, secretly pondering to himself, "If it weren't for the mission at hand, I would almost feel regretful about eliminating these gourmets. Hey, little bald head, where's that guy Kakarot right now?" Despite relishing the exquisite cuisine, Raditz felt a persistent unease in not having seen Kakarot. He turned to Krillin, who was attending to him, and inquired. Wukong said he needed to bid farewell to Chi-Chi, and he would be back by tomorrow afternoon. Krillin replied, trembling with apprehension. This had been the directive given by Son Wukong before his departure. If Raditz inquired, he was to relay this message. "Wukong, do you truly intend to follow this guy and eliminate us? We have been together for so long. I cannot believe you would have the heart to kill us. You must be stalling for time, searching for a way to defeat this fellow, right?" Krillin, gazing vacantly ahead, spoke to Raditz. Even if Son Wukong had transformed into a bloodthirsty Saiyan, he could not fathom that Wukong would genuinely be capable of taking their lives, those who had grown up alongside him. He felt certain that Wukong was devising a means to save them, to vanquish Raditz. "Who is Chi-Chi?" Upon hearing Krillin's words, Raditz paused his actions and asked, "Though, she is Wukong's wife." Krillin's thoughts were snapped back to reality by Raditz's voice. "TCH, Kakarot actually chose a human from Earth as his wife. What a disgrace to the warrior race of the Saiyans." Raditz scoffed, for in their beliefs, the fierce warrior race of Saiyans could only be matched by formidable women from across the cosmos. It was astonishing that Kakarot had chosen a human from Earth, knowing that Earthlings generally possessed a paltry battle power of merely 5. Chapter 7. Training Son Wufan. Let us put everything aside and bid farewell properly. After all, in 2 days the inhabitants of this planet will meet their demise. A cold smirk crept across Raditz's lips as he spoke. Once he had banished his unease, he resumed indulging in the culinary delights. After all, in 2 days, these delicacies would be out of reach. Hearing Raditz's words, Krillin began to pray fervently. "Wukong, please return quickly. Right now, you are the only one who can stop this guy." As time slowly passed, the sun began its descent. "Wufan, rise." In the hyperbolic time chamber, Son Wukong, clad in a tattered training outfit and panting heavily, admonished his son, who was lying 10 meters ahead. Although he felt that he had been excessively harsh on Wufan during the past 6 months, considering Wufan was still just over 4 years old, it was difficult to bear. Yet, without such intensity, there would be no way to draw out the potential within him. "Dad, I really can't get up." Son Wufan lay on the ground, exhausted, unable to lift his head, his voice barely a whisper. "Wufan, Think of the moment when that villain nearly killed your father. Think of the anger you felt then. If you just lie down like this, everyone on Earth, Chi-Chi, Bulma, Krillin, and the others, will be slaughtered. Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly, contemplating one last attempt. If Wufan could not awaken that power and stand up, he would have to concede defeat that no, I don't want Dad to be killed. I don't want him to harm anyone on Earth. Sun Wufan's fists clenched tightly as his voice suddenly took on an unwavering determination. In that instant, he stood up. A terrifying white aura surged around him, violently swirling. His black hair stood on end with the energy, and his eyes, devoid of any fear, became piercingly fierce. Dad, our training is only just beginning, Sun Wufan declared with resolute clarity, his body suddenly darting forward, launching an attack at Sun Wukong. This kid, his speed is astonishing. Sun Wukong was taken aback. The speed Wufan exhibited was almost on par with his own. The rage had propelled his battle power to terrifying heights. He too stepped back, lowering his center of gravity to meet Wufan's punch. Bang! The two fists collided, producing a deep thud. Both Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan staggered back 2 steps. Rubbing his numbed fist, Sun Wukong's heart was tumultuous. This little rascal possesses such strength. Although he had not exerted his full power, Wufan was still only a little over 4 years old. If left unchecked, Wufan's future abilities would be boundless. After being pushed back, Wufan did not pause, ready to launch another assault. Yet in that fleeting moment, his body suddenly weakened and the white aura around him dissipated. His body crumpled to the ground, utterly spent. Despite possessing immense power within, Wufan's frail physique at the tender age of 4 could not sustain such force. Thus, once he reached his physical limits, he would faint. Sun Wukong hurried over and fed Wufan a sensibine. After the recent battle, he too felt sore all over and yearned for a restful slumber. Time moved slowly within the hyperbolic time chamber, testing one's patience. While on Earth, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Damn those ants, daring to unite and deceive me. Telling me where that rascal Kakarot is, before the came house. Raditz' face was contorted with rage, his forehead glistening with fury as he bellowed at the few individuals before him. That little bald-headed one had informed him that Kakarot had gone to bid farewell to his wife. However, when Raditz sought him out and found Kakarot absent, he realized he had been deceived. It was utterly unforgivable to be toyed with by a group of insignificant creatures. Meanwhile, Krillin, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Master Roshi trembled in fear before Raditz. They felt a profound sense of injustice, especially Krillin, who had been explicitly told by Goku himself. Now, it seemed he was doomed. What kind of trouble had Goku stirred up to attract such a monster? To be honest, Chi-Chi was still in a state of bewilderment. Goku had clearly taken Goten with him to their gathering, and now this creature was demanding her son. How could she possibly know where Son Goku was now, especially when her Goten had also vanished? With this thought, Chi-Chi found herself unable to hold back her tears. If you refuse to speak, rest assured, you will soon find your voices. Raditz's cold voice echoed ominously, his expression chillingly severe. He then raised his hand, summoning an energy orb that materialized from his palm, aimed squarely at Chi-Chi, Krillin, and the others. I'm giving you one last chance. Do not test my patience. With a sinister smirk, Raditz's tone turned even more frigid. Should these individuals continue to act so obliviously, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. After which, he would eradicate every last human on Earth, confident that Kakarot would remain a cowardly turtle. Chapter 8. I have decided to end you. We truly do not know. Cold sweat poured down their foreheads as Krillin and Chi-Chi trembled uncontrollably. They were utterly convinced that the being before them would not hesitate to kill them. Not even a moment's hesitation. Son Goku, you wretched fiend, you have led us to our doom. Krillin and the others cursed inwardly that it's all right. I believe that even if we are killed, as long as Goku is alive, he will surely gather the Dragon Balls to resurrect us. Compared to Krillin, Bulma remained remarkably composed. She firmly believed that Goku's current absence was for a reason. As long as Goku survived, he would find a way to bring them back to life. Dragon Balls, capable of resurrecting the dead? Raditz's gaze darkened momentarily, but then returned to normal. He suspected these fools were merely trying to buy time with their words. He had traversed countless planets, many of which were far superior to Earth, and had never encountered such a miraculous artifact capable of resurrection, especially not on such a desolate trash of a planet. Since you are unaware of Kakarot's whereabouts, then you shall perish. Rest assured. I will ensure that Kakarot and that little brat join you soon. His sinister words fell, and the energy ball in his hand was unleashed at such a close range. The speed of the energy orb was astounding. Even Krillin and Master Roshi could not evade it, let alone Chi-Chi and Bulma, who were nearby. They could only watch helplessly as the energy orb loomed larger in their sight. That it was over. They were doomed. The four of them trembled, having nearly resigned to their fate, believing there was no escape from Raditz. However, at that very moment, in a desperate turn of events, Krillin and Master Roshi's eyes suddenly lit up, glimmering with excitement, for they sensed two very familiar energies. Goku. It's Goku's energy. The two exclaimed simultaneously, their excited gazes instantly fixated in the same direction. They beheld a beam of light hurtling towards them. Boom! The two terrifying energy spheres collided, producing a deafening explosion. Instantly, smoke filled the air, and a deep crater formed in the ground. Krillin and the others were hurled away by the force of the blast. Crashing heavily onto the ground, Raditz gasped in shock. Just moments ago, a formidable power had registered on his scouter, one that even surpassed his own. How could this be? How could such a lowly planet harbor a being stronger than himself? Brother, please tell me, how do you wish to die? A familiar voice, laced with mockery, emerged from the swirling smoke. As the haze gradually dissipated, two very familiar figures came into view. Goku! Goku! Gohan! Raditz stared, stunned, as he gazed upon the individuals before him, his pupils instinctively contracting. Kakarot had undergone a remarkable transformation in just 2 days. 2 days ago, he had been chubby and soft, but now, none of that pudginess remained. His tattered clothing revealed astonishing muscle definition, exuding an overwhelming sense of power. His gaze was a mix of mockery and resolute determination, and when had he even arrived, Raditz hadn't even noticed. And that little brat. Raditz's eyes followed Goku's line of sight to see Gohan standing beside him. His furry tail swayed playfully behind him. That moment, Gohan was significantly taller than he had been just 2 days prior, his muscles sharply defined. His gaze was steadfast, mirroring that of his father. Even more astonishing was the fact that the child's power level had soared to over 1100, surpassing Kakarot himself. Shock. Unparalleled shock. What on earth was happening? Raditz was utterly baffled. In just 2 days. How had that father-son duo transformed as if years had passed? Gee, Gohan, is that really my Gohan? Chi-Chi, witnessing the sudden appearance of the two, bit her lip, tears brimming in her eyes. 3 seconds later, she broke down in tears. I knew my Gohan couldn't leave me. In just 2 days, he has turned into a little vagabond. Indeed, at this moment, Sun Wufan's attire resembled that of Sun Wukong, tattered and ragged, with disheveled black hair cascading behind him. He appeared unmistakably like a small beggar. Wukong, oh Wukong, how much you have changed! Bulma gazed intently at Sun Wukong, murmuring softly, in her autumn-like eyes, a peculiar light flickered. When her gaze fixed upon Wukong's robust physique, her face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Although Wukong had deliberately suppressed his aura, I could sense that he was now entirely different from 2 days prior. Perhaps this time, we might be saved. Krillin nodded in agreement, avoiding Bulma's gaze. Little did he know, the change Bulma referred to was an entirely different matter for what he envisioned. Kakarot, I thought you would continue to be a coward, indifferent to their demise. After a brief moment of astonishment, Raditz's lips curled into a bloodthirsty grin as he scoffed. Even though both had undergone transformations, Kakarot's battle power was still just over 900, while that little brat had a mere 1001. Though their combined strength might pose a slight challenge, it was nothing more than that. Coward, just for that remark, I've decided to end your life. Sun Wukong raised his chin, revealing a wicked smile. Chapter 9. The Astonished Raditz. Kakarot, it seems your mind has truly been scrambled. Kill me. Just you. Raditz sneered, perplexed by Kakarot's audacity to utter such nonsensical words. With his battle power at 1,500 and Kakarot's barely over 900. Killing him would be akin to slaughtering a mere chicken, if not for his apparent insanity. How could he dare to make such boastful claims? Whether my mind is sound or not is uncertain. But yours is surely about to break. Use those ears of yours to witness my current battle power. However, I must advise you to brace your jaw. Sun Wukong smirked, a wicked gleam in his eyes as he addressed Raditz with disdain. Then his expression turned serious. He clenched his fists tightly, bracing his arms against his waist, and thrust his body forward. A deep growl erupted from Sun Wukong's throat as his brow furrowed. Instantly, a terrifying white aura surged from beneath his feet, swirling around him as clouds of dust spread outward. Sun Wukong's hair stood on end beneath the swirling energy. Krillin and the others instinctively recoiled, raising their hands defensively, their faces a blend of shock and elation. Beep, beep, beep. The sharp, urgent mechanical sounds echoed in Raditz's ears, causing the grin on his face to freeze, then vanish, replaced by profound terror. 1000, 1500, 2500. Kakarot's battle power is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Staring at the numbers displayed on the power detector, Raditz was left utterly bewildered. Shaking his head in disbelief, he gazed at Sun Wukong, whose aura continued to rise exponentially, his face a tumultuous mix of astonishment and fear. It must be a malfunction. It has to be. Raditz reassured himself incessantly. Kakarot had vanished from his sight for merely 2 days. Even if he were a prodigy in training, there was no way he could elevate his battle power from over 400 to over 2,500 in such a short span. Moreover, he was merely a weakling born with a battle power of 2. Yes, it must be a machine error, self-deceiving trash. Are you truly so afraid? Just watch. My battle power is far beyond this, with a sinister curve to his lips. Sun Wukong's voice resonated ominously. Another low growl followed, and the gusts of energy swirling at his feet expanded wildly, now more than double their previous size. And in the next moment, boom! An explosion rang out as Raditz's battle power detector suddenly burst. After all, his power detector was of a lower grade, with a limited capacity. This overwhelming sensation of power was undeniably exhilarating. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, gazing at them with excitement, a look of sheer ecstasy on his face. A wave of surging strength surged through his body, making him feel as though a single punch could shatter a mountain. This really Wukong? Such formidable energy, Krillin exclaimed in astonishment, staring at Sun Wukong in disbelief. In just 2 days, how could he have grown so powerful? What kind of training had he and Sun Wufan undergone during this time? Wukong's current strength is beyond my comprehension. However, one thing is certain, Raditz will not be a match for him now. In contrast to Krillin, the turtle hermit, leaning on his cane, remained remarkably composed, sensing the unfathomable aura emanating from Sun Wukong. He furrowed his brow and spoke. Hooray! I knew Wukong would return to rescue us. I was right, wasn't I? With her refined blue hair and sapphire-like eyes brimming with admiration, Bulma exclaimed excitedly, her deep blue strapless dress failing to conceal her ample curves, accentuating her shapely legs. At this moment, her excitement surpassed even that of Chi-Chi. Hey, Bulma, do you have feelings for our Wukong? Noticing Bulma's enthusiasm and the sparkle in her eyes, Chi-Chi squinted, turning to question her. How could that be possible? Why would I ever like Sun Quan? Bulma's cheeks flushed pink, quickly averting her gaze, unable to meet Chi-Chi's eyes. You're just putting on a show. I refuse to believe that your battle power could have increased so dramatically in just 2 days. Raditz gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept the evident truth before him, still in disbelief that Kakarot could elevate his battle power to over 2,500 within such a brief period. Even Prince Vegeta could not possibly possess such terrifying talent, let alone Kakarot, a lowly warrior of the Saiyan race. What he fails to realize is that Goku's combat power has long surpassed the mere 2,500 he once boasted. As these words lingered in the air, Raditz raised his right hand high, palm open, as a fearsome energy sphere materialized from his grasp. Kakarot, in the face of true power, your petty tricks are utterly inconsequential. Prepare to meet your demise. The maniacal laughter erupted from Raditz. For this was his decisive strike, one that would surely reduce Kakarot and those bothersome companions of his to nothing but dust. Chapter 10. The savage beatdown of Raditz. Witnessing the horrifying energy sphere in Raditz's palm, Krillin and the others turned pale. Their bodies trembled instinctively. Raditz's attack was evidently more potent than the last. Could Goku withstand it? If he could not, their lives would be forfeit. Yet, Goku's expression remained unchanged. His lips curled in a confident arc, arms crossed over his chest, his demeanor as tranquil as a summer breeze. His playful gaze fixated on Raditz and the energy sphere he held, only to shake his head in disappointment. So weak, truly too weak. Such a foe fails to ignite even a spark of battle desire within me. Beside Goku, Gohan wore a serious expression, his sharp gaze locked on Raditz, devoid of any trace of fear. Just 2 days prior, Raditz had seemed monstrous, yet now he appeared trivial, akin to an ant. Die! Raditz's shrill roar pierced the air as the energy sphere burst forth, hurtling towards Goku and his companions. Kiki and Bulma gasped in horror. Huddling together, Krillin's eyes flared with determination as he readied himself for defense. Just as the energy sphere was about to collide with them, Goku moved with the swiftness of lightning. Delivering a powerful slap to the fearsome sphere, it distorted under the immense force and was sent flying away, causing massive waves to surge across the sea. In that instant, Goku's form vanished from sight. What? Kakarot! An indescribable dread washed over Raditz as he was struck with astonishment. Kakarot had seemingly disappeared into thin air. Even he could not comprehend what had just transpired. How could Kakarot's speed surpass his own by such a margin? Brother, your strength truly disappoints me. The mocking tone echoed from behind Raditz as Goku appeared, having silently positioned himself at Raditz's back. And one had witnessed how Goku achieved this feat. Perhaps Gohan had. Raditz felt an overwhelming sense of doom envelop him. Before he could even turn his head, Goku transformed his hand into a blade and struck forcefully at Raditz's neck and shoulder. His body was sent flying uncontrollably, his face a mask of sheer terror and disbelief. With a resounding thud, Raditz crashed to the ground at Gohan's feet, creating a shallow crater and sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Krillin and the others gazed at the abruptly altered situation, their mouths agape, momentarily rendered speechless. In no way. Kakarot cannot defeat me. Raditz propped himself on the ground, agony coursing through his neck, shaking his head in disbelief. His eyes glazed over, yet he could not accept that Kakarot had surpassed him in just 2 days. Yet the pain in his neck forced him to acknowledge the truth. Kakarot's strength was now far beyond his own. Get away! As Raditz struggled to rise, Gohan narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold ferocity flashing within them. He bore no resemblance to the timid child he had been 2 days ago. He was transformed. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed as Gohan, without hesitation, delivered a powerful kick to Raditz's chin, sending him flying backward once more, crashing heavily at Goku's feet. I see truly my Gohan. Kiki murmured, a mixture of confusion and horror in her gaze as she watched her son, who seemed to have morphed into a bloodthirsty beast, entirely unlike the obedient child she knew. I never imagined Gohan could experience such a significant increase in power. Krillin clenched his fists, realizing from Gohan's casual kick that his strength had indeed surpassed Raditz. What on earth had transpired in just 2 days? What a disgrace for a proud warrior race like the Saiyans. Where has your former bravado gone? Goku taunted, his foot firmly planted on Raditz's head. Dripping with disdain, 2 days ago felt like 2 years. Had he not been clever enough, he might have already become Raditz's victim. Thus, this scoundrel could not be spared. Raditz attempted to resist, yet Goku's foot bore down with the weight of a mountain, rendering any movement nearly impossible. Kakarot, you would do well to release me. Otherwise, when Prince Vegeta arrives, you will all meet a gruesome end. Raditz's half-buried head in the sand made his word a struggle to articulate. Yet he persisted in threatening Goku. Vegeta, you think he would care about the life or death of a worthless being like you? If he doesn't come, that would be fortunate for him. If he dares to challenge fate, Earth will become his grave. Goku smirked, knowing that the Vegeta of a year from now would hardly be more than an insignificant insect. Chapter 11. After the storm at this moment, despite the myriad of thoughts Raditz wished to deny, he understood that Kakarot's strength had far surpassed his own, that if things continued down this path, his demise was all but certain. It appears that threatening Kakarot with Vegeta has proven utterly futile. Thus, there exists but one recourse: the method of emotional infiltration. After all, he's Kakarot's elder brother, and blood is thicker than water, although the Saiyans do not place much significance on such matters. Kakarot is an exception, judging by his previous conduct. He now exhibits the same emotional volatility as these inferior beings on Earth. He shows none of the Saiyan ferocity or bloodlust that be why exploiting this vulnerability. Perhaps I can save my own life, as long as the green hills remain. There is no fear of firewood running out. Once I escape this predicament, I will undoubtedly join Prince Vegeta in eradicating these detestable lowly creatures and personally snap Kakarot's neck to satiate my vengeance. With this thought in mind, Raditz lowered his stance and spoke with a tone of earnest supplication. Kakarot, I am your elder brother. Bound by blood, I implore you to spare me this time. I swear I shall never return to Earth. Raditz's tone was profoundly sincere, nearly bringing him to tears. In response, Son Goku did indeed release his foot from Raditz's chest, lifting him up with a beaming smile. Do not trust that scoundrel, Krillin exclaimed, sensing Son Goku's actions. Even a fool knows that a dog cannot change its nature. The brutality and savagery of these fiends are innate, ingrained by years of invasion and slaughter. How can one expect them to change? Son, do not let him go. If he has once acted treacherously, he will certainly do so again. Bulma chimed in urgently. Son Goku, having always been soft-hearted and emotional, often lacked a certain resolve in his actions. They were all apprehensive that he might unwittingly release this villain. Allowing a tiger to return to the mountain could lead to endless troubles. Yet, Son Goku disregarded Krillin and the others' warnings. He placed his left hand upon Raditz's shoulder, his face adorned with an innocent smile, and asked, Brother, do I look like a 3-year-old child? At the sight of Son Goku's harmless grin, Raditz instinctively replied, Not at all. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he felt a strange heat pressing against his chest. Looking down, he realized that Son Goku's right hand was poised with an energy sphere directly against his heart. Kakarot, hear me out. Raditz was suddenly filled with dread, his face paling in an instant. Should he be struck down now, he would have no chance of survival. Since you do not think I resemble a 3-year-old, why then attempt to deceive me as one? Are you truly foolish? As Son Goku's words fell, his right hand thrust forth with tremendous force. Raditz's body flew backward like a kite severed from its string. A gaping hole now in his chest. Blood gushed forth as his pupils dilated, terror, despair, and regret swirling within him. How much better it would have been had he never come to Earth, if only. But it was too late. There is no remedy for regret in this world. With a resounding thud, Raditz's body crashed to the ground, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Life extinguished as they gazed upon Raditz's lifeless form. Krillin and the others exhaled deeply, wiping the cold sweat from their brows. They had just feared that Goku might, in a moment of impulsiveness, let Raditz escape. Thankfully, he did not. However, Goku's icy demeanor and the decisiveness with which he acted seemed markedly different from before. It appeared that Goku had undergone a transformation that extended beyond mere strength. Go-Ten. My Go-Ten. At that moment, Chi-Chi rushed over and enveloped Son Goten in her arms, weeping uncontrollably. You have finally slain this villain. Goku, you have saved us once again. Krillin approached Son Goku, awkwardly scratching his bald head. It's rather embarrassing that I cannot fight alongside you. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner not far away, Piccolo concealed himself, exhaling a sigh of relief. However, he pondered how Goku could have experienced such a terrifying surge in power in merely 2 days. It was truly bewildering. Raditz had been effortlessly dispatched, yet the foes that lay ahead were even more formidable. Frieza, Cell, Majin Buu, the evil dragons, and even greater unknown threats. The road he must traverse would only grow longer and more arduous. Moreover, on this treacherous path, he could not afford a moment's respite, for if he faltered, death might very well await him. 3 days swiftly passed. Having trained for 2 full years within the hyperbolic time chamber, Son Goku finally had a moment to relax. He could not deny that his current physique was exceptionally robust. An impressive feat indeed. However, the primary issue lay in the abysmal quality of their meals, truly unpalatable. From lizards to frogs, dinosaurs to insects, there was no shortage of bizarre and grotesque dishes. One could only lament that Chi-Chi, too, suffered alongside him. Thus, the most pressing task at hand was to borrow some money from Bulma to improve their material circumstances. Chapter 12. Borrowing money for Bulma. As the saying goes, comparison breeds contempt. This was undoubtedly true. The disparity between Bulma's home and his own was as vast as heaven and earth. This realization sparked a bold thought within Son Goku's mind. This beautiful, wealthy little lady, she shall be my ally. Ever since he began watching the Dragon Ball anime, he had always believed that Son Goku and Bulma ought to be a couple. After all, they had faced life and death together, bathed together, shared a bed, and sought the Dragon Balls while battling foes. Furthermore, Bulma had frequently expressed affection and concern that surpassed mere friendship. That it was only that the earlier Son Goku, lacking awareness, had failed to notice. However, the sudden appearance of Chi-Chi, inexplicably becoming Son Goku's wife, was unexpected yet acceptable, given that Chi-Chi was also quite beautiful. Some things were beyond alteration, yet others still had time for change in the past. While watching the Dragon Ball anime, he had always felt that it was a pity that Son Goku and Bulma never became an item. However, now that he had been reborn into the role of Son Goku, he was determined to ensure that this regret would no longer remain a regret. Bulma today donned the same deep blue, strapless dress, with her ample bosom prominently on display, evoking a sense of desire. Observing this, Sun Wukong felt his blood surge, prompting him to marvel at the advantages of wealth. Indeed, the nourishment of affluent families is remarkable. Wukong, what brings you here today? Bulma inquired, blushing as she caught Sun Wukong's lingering gaze upon her chest. Breaking the awkward silence, "Oh, Bulma, I have two matters for which I require your assistance." Upon hearing her words, Sun Wukong shifted his gaze upward to meet Bulma's eyes. "Could you lend me some money?" he asked, a hint of embarrassment in his voice, as it is indeed somewhat awkward for a man to ask a woman for financial aid. "I thought it was something significant. Is it merely this trivial matter?" Bulma replied nonchalantly, having initially anticipated a weightier concern. "How much do you need?" she continued, unfazed, for she currently had no shortage of funds. "Just 10 million. Rest assured, I shall repay you promptly," Sun Wukong boldly declared, unabashedly requesting a substantial sum. His audacity was further compounded by the casual, "just," he appended. Yet, acquiring money in this world is not an insurmountable task. One merely needs to gather the 7 Dragon Balls and summon Shenron to wish for 1,000,000,000. And all would be well. "Who would care if you repay me?" Bulma shot Sun Wukong an indignant glare, seemingly displeased with his lack of familiarity. Turning away, she produced a locked briefcase and placed it before him, as if she had prepared for this moment in advance. 10 million. Sun Wukong exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him as he accepted the briefcase, for in his previous life, he had never encountered such wealth. The weight of the case was exhilarating. "Now, what is the second matter?" Bulma cast a disdainful glance at Sun Wukong, viewing him as a quintessential bumpkin, overly thrilled by mere 10 million. "The second matter involves repairing a spaceship." Repairing a spaceship was a task only Bulma and her father, Briefs, could likely manage. He could not remain on Earth indefinitely, as such stagnation would hinder his growth. While he could likely handle Vegeta, he would be woefully outmatched against foes like Frieza. To enhance his strength, he could either visit King Kai's planet or seek the Elder on Namek to unlock his potential. However, given the current circumstances, the former options were impractical. As for King Kai, he was still a living person, and traversing Snake Way was not feasible for him at present, especially without having mastered instant transmission. The Elder on King Kai's planet was even more distant, beyond his current reach. Thus, the only viable course was to travel to Namek and enlist the Elder's assistance, while also seeking the Dragon Balls before Frieza arrived. Repairing a spaceship? Bulma's sapphire eyes sparkled with excitement, her tone brimming with enthusiasm. She was particularly fascinated by alien technology. "Where is it located?" she eagerly inquired. Noticing Bulma's palpable excitement, Sun Wukong subtly raised an eyebrow and grasped her delicate hand, observing the flustered expression on her face as he smiled and said, "Come, I will take you to find it." Bulma trembled slightly, utterly taken aback, and followed Sun Wukong in a daze, her heart racing audibly. Thump, thump. After a fleeting moment of shock, she regained her composure, her face flushed with a vibrant hue. She could scarcely recall the last time she and Sun Wukong shared such intimate proximity. Was it 3 years, 5 years, or even longer? The electric sensation coursing through her veins felt entirely different from before. What is happening? He is Wukong. We are merely good friends. Why do I feel this inexplicable sensation? Bulma gazed dreamily at the chiseled profile of Sun Wukong, her cheeks reddening further, in a moment of distraction. They had unknowingly wandered into the courtyard. "Wukong, let us take my helicopter instead," Bulma suggested, her face awash with shyness, attempting to withdraw her hand from his grasp. Yet, despite her efforts to break free, Sun Wukong's grip held firm. "Akin to iron. How slow it is," Sun Wukong remarked with a playful smirk, and his next move sent a jolt through Bulma, rendering her body weak and pliant. As Sun Wukong released Bulma's hand, he instinctively wrapped an arm around her waist, the silky texture and softness of her form sending him into a reverie. The sensation was heavenly, indescribably blissful. Meanwhile, Bulma, resembling a startled fawn, completely forgot to resist. "All right, hold on tight. We are departing," Sun Wukong declared, and as his words fell, a white whirlwind enveloped them, propelling him skyward. Bulma instinctively clutched his neck, their bodies pressed closely together. She tilted her head slightly. Their proximity was striking, allowing them to hear each other's heartbeats and heavy breaths distinctly. "Wukong, let us slow down," Bulma stammered, trembling with trepidation. Whether it was Sun Wukong's rapid flight or the tumult of emotions within her, she could not quite discern. "Very well," Sun Wukong readily agreed, sensing that he had achieved the desired effect, and he subsequently slowed his pace. After all, Bulma's physical constitution differs significantly from that of these martial artists. Such elevation and speed can easily induce symptoms of hypoxia in her. The two of them remained closely intertwined in flight for approximately 10 minutes. At this juncture, their velocity seemed less about haste and more akin to a leisurely sojourn through the skies. Bulma, ever the astute observer, realized that Goku's earlier actions had indeed startled her profoundly, and now that she had calmed down, she could discern his intentions. "Goku, our current speed appears to be slower than my helicopter," Bulma remarked, looking up to see Goku's resolute visage mere inches away. "Well, I was concerned you might not adapt, well, to flying in the air," Goku replied gently, his chin nearly brushing against Bulma's forehead. Bulma was momentarily taken aback. She had never heard Goku speak to her in such a tender manner, especially considering he was contemplating her welfare. The usually oblivious and emotionally inept Goku seemed transformed, evoking in her a surreal sense of enchantment. With a striking appearance, formidable strength, and soft tone, he was precisely the Prince Charming she had always envisioned. Yet, she quickly chastised herself. "No, Bulma. Goku is already married to Chi-Chi. You are all good friends. How could you entertain such thoughts?" She vigorously shook her head, attempting to banish those notions from her mind. However, the more she resisted, the more pronounced those feelings became, deeply rooted and unshakable. After another 10 minutes, Goku finally descended with Bulma to the ground, reluctantly withdrawing his hand from her waist. This place looks so familiar," Bulma observed, her eyes wide with recognition. "Yes, this is where we first met," Goku confirmed with a nod. Their initial encounter had taken place in this very spot, when Bulma was still a blossoming young girl, and Goku was merely a naive boy, utterly oblivious to the existence of women and barely capable of arithmetic. Bulma's thoughts drifted back to that moment, reminiscing about their first meeting. Time had passed swiftly, and people had changed. How time flies. Back then, Goku was just a child, and now he has his own family. That innocent boy has grown into a remarkably powerful young man before me, she reflected, feeling the pangs of solitude. "What's wrong? Are you regretting something?" Goku inquired, noticing Bulma's pensive expression. a subtle smile gracing his lips. From Bulma's demeanor today, it was evident that she harbored feelings for Goku, and they were far from trivial. Yet due to various factors, she had buried those emotions deep within herself to know, I have nothing to regret. Bulma responded, a hint of guilt in her denial. Let us go. The spaceship is just ahead. Observing Bulma's flustered expression, Goku felt increasingly confident in his suspicions. However, matters of the heart should be approached gradually. Rushing could yield unintended consequences. The art of seduction lies in the delicate balance of pursuit and retreat, waiting for Bulma to fully acknowledge her feelings. After a brief period of silence, they traversed a path that led them to a moss-covered pit. At the bottom of the pit, a vaguely spherical object was visible, shrouded in a verdant layer of moss, rendering its original color indiscernible. Is that the spaceship you mentioned? Bulma asked, her eyes twitching in disbelief. The object's size seemed barely sufficient to accommodate a single person, starkly contrasting with her expectations of a spacecraft. Yes, that is why I need your and Dr. Brief's assistance to modify it. Goku replied, scratching his head awkwardly at Bulma's astonished yet slightly disappointed expression. Repairing this contraption was evidently no small feat if my father and I work together. It should take about half a month. Bulma assessed seriously, pacing around the ship. Hee, I appreciate your help. Bulma. Goku chuckled, flashing her a grin. Tisish, why are you being so formal with me? Bulma retorted, rolling her eyes at Goku, who seemed increasingly peculiar lately to you're right. After all, we did share a bed when we were kids, Goku began, only to be met with Bulma's fiery glare. It was a long ago incident, but now the context felt entirely different, seeing Bulma fuming. Goku quickly retreated, calling back, Bulma, you have a slender waist. It feels nice. Bulma, infuriated, stomped her foot in frustration, realizing he had been teasing her from the very start. Yet, it seemed he had genuinely changed, clutching the 1 million cash he had borrowed from Bulma. Goku hurried home, aware that he had been away for quite some time and would face Chi-Chi's nagging upon his return. Reflecting on Chi-Chi, he realized that while she had initially appeared a challenging character to like in the Dragon Ball series, selfish, fiery, and lacking a broad perspective, he was beginning to understand her better as a woman. It was no small feat to maintain unwavering loyalty to a husband who often vanished for long stretches. Consumed by his training, neglecting familial duties in light of this, her dedication to keeping their household in order was commendable, revealing her as a truly remarkable woman. In less than 10 minutes, Sun Wukong returned home at an astonishing speed. Dad, you're back. Upon seeing Sun Wukong enter through the door, Son Gohan, who had been leaning over the table doing his homework, joyfully ran towards him. His demeanor was completely transformed, radiating the innocence and exuberance characteristic of childhood. A stark contrast to when he had kicked Raditz. Sun Wukong affectionately ruffled Gohan's hair as he stepped inside. Wukong, why were you out for so long? The food has gone cold, Chi-Chi murmured from the kitchen, busy with her tasks and subtly expressing her discontent. Indeed, upon entering, Sun Wukong was greeted by an extravagant feast laid out before him. There were lizards, colorful frogs, dinosaur meat, and various peculiar fish whose names he could scarcely recall, a veritable banquet of mountain delicacies and ocean delights. However, these culinary wonders were rather unpalatable to him. Merely gazing upon them induced a sense of unease. What's the matter, Wukong? Why aren't you eating? Are you feeling unwell? Chi-Chi emerged from the kitchen, noticing Sun Wukong's pallid complexion and expressing her concern. Typically, Wukong had an insatiable appetite, and it seemed that he had lost all desire to eat in the face of such a lavish spread. No, Sun Wukong replied, forcing a shake of his head as he took a seat and randomly selected a piece of meat that appeared somewhat acceptable to place into his mouth. Chewing, he spoke to Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, I was thinking of having Gohan start training. Before he could finish, a chill ran down his spine as he sensed Chi-Chi's fierce gaze upon him. She had snapped her chopsticks in anger. Her stance on Gohan's training was unmistakably clear. Listen to me first. I assure you that having Gohan train will not affect his academic performance. Sun Wukong hastily attempted to explain. Wukong, don't even think about it. I will never agree to Gohan training that if he becomes a training fanatic like you, he won't be able to find a wife. Chi-Chi's resolve was unwavering. She desired Gohan to lead a normal life as an Earthling, excelling in his studies to become a scholar who could support a family and bring honor to their home. Moreover, she believed that now that Earth had returned to peace, there was no need for further training. Observing Chi-Chi's steadfast demeanor, Sun Wukong realized that discussing lofty ideals about protecting Earth would be futile. He needed a new approach. Chi-Chi, tell me, what are the drawbacks of being a training fanatic? Sun Wukong concocted a plan, placing his chopsticks down and looking earnestly at Chi-Chi. What drawbacks? Chi-Chi was momentarily at a loss, struggling to recall the complaints she had made previously. Not a single reason came to mind well, look at other people's husbands. They're all working hard to earn money that we've been married for so long, and you haven't brought home a single cent. After a moment of reflection, Chi-Chi had come up with this compelling argument. At this point, Wukong should have been disheartened, but to her disappointment, there was no sign of defeat on his face. Not even a hint. Instead, he slightly lifted the corners of his mouth and replied with a grin. Who says I haven't earned any money? Chi-Chi was suddenly taken aback, gazing at Sun Wukong's cheerful expression, which exuded an air of cunning strategy. Could it be that he had earned money over the years? Impossible. Since their marriage, Sun Wukong had never contributed a single penny to their household. Under Chi-Chi's astonished gaze, Sun Wukong, with a gentle smile, placed a locked briefcase on the table. What is this? Chi-Chi asked incredulously. Could this briefcase be filled with money? Despite her disbelief, it wasn't until Sun Wukong unlocked the case that she witnessed stacks of genuine cash, confirming her suspicions. What lay before her was indeed money, and not a trivial amount at that. She wasn't greedy. It was just that their savings had nearly been depleted over the years, and their household had little financial inflow. After all, the costs of daily living were substantial, especially when raising two Saiyans, which was far from typical family expenses. Furthermore, Gohan was approaching school age, and attending good schools would entail significant costs. Wukong, where did this money come from? You didn't rob a bank, did you? Chi-Chi asked, her expression frozen in disbelief, tinged with concern. This sum must be in the millions. How could he possibly acquire such wealth so suddenly? The only explanation that came to her mind was bank robbery. Oh my, rob a bank. Sun Wukong, prompted by Chi-Chi's words, suddenly had a light bulb moment. Yes, why had he not thought of simply withdrawing money from a bank? Why had he considered borrowing from Bulma? It was a grave oversight. This money was earned through my own hard work. Sun Wukong genuinely wished to amend that statement to reflect his cleverness instead. After all, his previous attempt to borrow money from Bulma had yielded little aid from his own hands. Wukong, you really did earn money. Chi-Chi gazed at the stacks of crisp bills. Undeniably, it was real money. Tears of joy welled in her eyes. After years of struggle, Wukong had finally taken the initiative to contribute financially to their household. She felt a profound sense of relief and joy. With this money, they could provide Gohan with the best study materials and hire the finest tutors available. Overwhelmed with emotion, Chi-Chi enveloped Sun Wukong in a warm embrace. Feeling the softness of Chi-Chi's embrace, Sun Wukong experienced a delightful sensation within. Chi-Chi, about what I mentioned earlier regarding Gohan's training. Can we discuss it further? Taking advantage of Chi-Chi's excitement, Sun Wukong inquired as long as it doesn't affect Gohan's studies. I can't agree. However, you must also get Gohan's consent. Chi-Chi was surprisingly more agreeable this time, her stance softening. Though she did not fully acquiesce, her resistance was lessened compared to before. Sun Wukong is well aware that Sun Wufan is more inclined to follow the scholarly path laid out by Chi-Chi. From the very beginning, he has never been one to revel in combat. This is evident both before Vegeta's arrival on Earth and during the confrontation with Cell. It is merely his steadfast belief in protecting others and safeguarding the Earth that drives him to continually advance and strengthen himself. Many individuals are unable to live according to their own desires from the moment they are born. However, Sun Wufan possesses an extraordinary talent, with the blood of the warrior race, the Saiyans, coursing through his veins. Thus he is destined to be unlike the average child in the hyperbolic time chamber. Sun Wukong has already instilled a sense of purpose in Sun Wufan. It stands to reason that even if he does not have a penchant for fighting, he would not shy away from training in order to protect his loved ones and the planet. Mom, I want to train with Dad. I want to become strong like him and protect everyone." Sun Wukong declared with unwavering determination, gazing at Chi-Chi with a childlike innocence. Sighing, Chi-Chi looked at Sun Wukong, realizing that she could no longer deter the resolute father and son duo. "Wukong, if Wukong falls behind in his studies because of training, I shall not let you off lightly." Time flew by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Wukong, well done, atop the peak of Baozi Mountain as the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the heavens with hues of orange and pink. Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan engaged in their daily sparring sessions for 2 hours. Both sat on a mountaintop, panting heavily, evidently having just emerged from an intense battle. Sun Wukong affectionately ruffled Sun Wufan's hair and praised him. Sun Wufan's potential is indeed remarkable. After merely half a month of training, his strength has noticeably increased. It is likely that Wufan's current combat power would easily surpass that of Nappa. His battle prowess should be nearing 10,000. Vegeta and Nappa must have already learned through their power scouters that Raditz was defeated on Earth. If the storyline of Dragon Ball unfolds as anticipated, they will arrive on Earth in a year. Vegeta's battle power should be around 18,000, while Nappa's maximum is only 7,000. Provided that Wufan diligently trains during this year, it is conceivable that he could catch up to or even surpass Vegeta. As for myself, I must urgently devise a strategy to enhance my own combat abilities. After all, defeating Vegeta is merely the beginning. The most pressing objective at present is to transform into a Super Saiyan, as that would afford us a fighting chance against Frieza and his cosmic ilk. All right, Wufan, let us return. Sun Wukong clapped Sun Wufan on the shoulder. If we tarry too long, Chi-Chi will surely start her nagging. Just as they were about to rise and head back, a colossal, unidentified flying object suddenly appeared in the sky above them. That'd be why the looks of it. The landing site was near their home. Chapter 16. Training in the gravity room. After exchanging glances, the two of them soared towards the location where the unidentified flying object was descending. Upon sighting the massive craft, Sun Wukong relaxed his guard. He recognized it well, having become quite familiar with its form. That it appeared as a gigantic sphere adorned in black and white. Once they landed, a door on the sphere suddenly opened, and Bulma stepped out. Indeed, this impressive craft was the result of Bulma's modifications to Sun Wukong's spaceship, which she had completed in just half a month. "Hey, Bulma, you truly outdid yourself. I never imagined you would finish the modifications so quickly," Sun Wukong exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he beheld the transformed vessel, which bore no resemblance to its former self. Bulma had evidently invested considerable effort into this overhaul. So, what do you think? Are you satisfied? Bulma, clad in a deep blue fitted dress with a white sash accentuating her curves, confidently awaited Sun Wukong's praise. "I am immensely satisfied," Sun Wukong replied earnestly, though his gaze lingered on Bulma's alluring figure. Given Bulma's meticulous nature, it was certain that she had not only revamped its exterior, but had also made thoughtful alterations to the interior of the spaceship, considering the month-long journey to Namek. Enduring the confines of the previous cramped space would have been unbearable. "Come, let me show you around." Bulma, brimming with confidence in her creation, took hold of Sun Wukong's arm and led him into the spaceship. As expected, after Bulma's renovations, the interior was spacious and well-equipped with all the essentials, including a restroom and sleeping quarters. "Wow, Bulma, this is absolutely perfect," Sun Wukong marveled at the ship's homely amenities. Of course. Bulma tilted her head with a hint of pride, clearly pleased with Sun Wukong's compliment. "Now, let me show you another area that I guarantee you will love." With that, she pulled open another door, revealing a large space containing a sizable machine adorned with buttons that Sun Wukong was not entirely familiar with. However, he recognized the Arabic numerals 1100 displayed prominently on the machine. "What is this?" Before Sun Wukong could finish his query, Bulma gleefully announced, "It's a gravity chamber. Do you like it?" If anyone understood Sun Wukong at that moment, it was undoubtedly Bulma. She had ingeniously designed a gravity chamber within the spaceship, knowing full well that Sun Wukong was a training enthusiast. "Thank you so much, Bulma. I am at a loss for how to repay you. How about I offer myself in return? Would you consider it?" Sun Wukong jested, though with a hint of sincerity. Hearing his words, Bulma's cheeks flushed. She was taken aback by his smooth-talking demeanor. When had he become so charming? Yet, despite Sun Wukong being a married man, she found herself inexplicably drawn to his playful banter. Could it be that her heart was betraying her? Humph, smooth talker. Bulma let out a huff, turning her head away to avoid gazing at Sun Wukong's face. Fearful that this fellow might inadvertently utter something that would leave her speechless, unable to respond. Hey, I'm serious. You should give it some thought. Sun Wukong chuckled foolishly and remarked it was evident that he was determined to win her over. Her bashful reaction suggested that the matter was as good as settled, merely a question of when she would overcome her own internal barriers. Eventually, Bulma would undoubtedly become his woman. It would require some time for her to confront her true feelings. Let's step outside for a moment. It's a bit warm in here, Bulma said, her face flushed, hastily fleeing the spacecraft as if escaping. Observing Bulma's endearing and somewhat shy demeanor, Sun Wukong subconsciously curled the corners of his mouth and murmured, "Is it hot?" In order to welcome the distant Bulma, Chi-Chi had prepared an exquisite feast, yet it was apparent that Bulma found it somewhat overwhelming. After all, indulging in such culinary delights required a fair amount of courage. Upon returning home, Bulma's emotions remained tumultuous, her mind unable to shake off the memory of Sun Wukong's voice and laughter, along with his recent words. Bulma, you need to wake up. Sun Wukong is already married to Chi-Chi. Stop clinging to such fantasies. She admonished herself, shaking her head vigorously. Meanwhile, the unwitting cause of her turmoil, Sun Wukong, after finishing his evening meal, retreated to the gravity chamber. With unwavering focus, he commenced his training in the days to come. Adversaries would multiply and grow stronger, necessitating an increase in his training intensity to survive in this perilous world. Chapter 17. The Dare's Legion time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had quietly passed. During this interval, Sun Wukong had spent nearly every moment in the gravity chamber, apart from eating. His training intensity had escalated from 30 times gravity to a staggering 100 times, with his current strength. He could fully endure this level of gravity. However, this was the upper limit here, leaving him unable to challenge even higher levels. What troubled Sun Wukong was that despite feeling immensely powerful, there were no signs of him transforming into a Super Saiyan. Clearly, achieving that transformation was not as simple as depicted in the Dragon Balls. It required an indispensable opportunity. Dad, Uncle Krillin, and Aunt Bulma are going camping. Do you want to join us? The door of the spacecraft swung open, and Goten's cheerful voice rang out, "I'll pass. You take Chi-Chi and enjoy yourselves," he replied, lacking interest in such communal activities, especially since he had developed a deep obsession with breaking through to Super Saiyan. He did not wish to squander precious time on frivolous pastimes. With half a year remaining before Frieza and his cohorts appeared, he needed to train relentlessly to surpass the Super Saiyan threshold. After all, to defeat Frieza, he must push beyond his limits and transform into a Super Saiyan at all right, Goten replied, slightly disappointed, before turning to leave. Meanwhile, in the vastness of space, a spacecraft sped toward its destination, which seemed to be Earth. Whether by chance or design, a burly man clad in a space uniform addressed the figure standing at the spacecraft's window. "Lord Dares, there are life signs on Earth." Upon finishing, he pressed his lips together, revealing a bloodthirsty grin. "How can this be?" The man at the window feigned astonishment and continued, "Earth should have been rendered barren since Kakarot was assigned there. Logically, it should have perished. Nonetheless, it truly is a beautiful planet." He gazed at the azure glow before him, his voice low and his face obscured, yet his voice was eerily familiar. "Lord Dares, good news. The soil on Earth is extremely suitable for planting spirit trees." The burly man in the space uniform spoke with a hint of excitement. "Oh, is that so? That is indeed splendid news." Dares smirked, his excitement palpable. Subsequently, the spacecraft's course was fully locked in, targeting Earth. As dawn broke, the languid sun rose slowly on Earth. Goten, Krillin, Bulma, and their companions reveled in the leisurely joys of camping. Yamcha had also received an invitation from Krillin and the others and was currently piloting his flying car, accompanied by his young and beautiful girlfriend, heading towards their direction. Amidst their enjoyment of this tranquil time, they remained unaware of the imminent danger silently descending upon Earth. 5 individuals clad in space uniforms had mysteriously appeared atop a high cliff, including the burly man from the spacecraft. "This should be the spot," he murmured, extending one hand forward. With a deep, thunderous shout, the ground below the cliff split open, revealing a massive fissure. He then produced what resembled a seed and dropped it into the chasm. Behind the 5, a man in a space uniform stood with his back turned, his voice cold as he remarked, "This Earth is indeed perfect for planting spirit trees. We should be thankful Kakarot didn't destroy it." The man revealed only a profile, his lips curved into a sinister smile, showcasing a row of gleaming white teeth. "Once we successfully plant the spirit trees on Earth, Lord Dares will undoubtedly become the strongest emperor in the universe. At that point, Frieza and the likes will stand no chance against our Dares Legion." In a tone imbued with flattery and a hint of yearning, the burly man remarked with a grin. Just as he cast the seed of the spirit tree into the fissure of the earth, it instantaneously took root, with tree roots as robust as small mountains swiftly enveloping the entire mountain range. Subsequently, it began to extend towards the direction of the town at a breathtaking pace, leaving onlookers astonished. Meanwhile, far away on the North Boundary planet, the North Boundary King furrowed his brow, sensing the changes on Earth. The situation on Earth had become exceedingly perilous. After a night of rest, Sun Wukong and his companions rose early to prepare breakfast. Suddenly, a multitude of animals surged out of the dense forest in a panic, seemingly struck by immense fright. "What on earth is happening with these animals?" Bulma and Chi-Chi exclaimed, bewildered by the unusual phenomenon before them. Krillin, with a furrowed brow, turned to Sun Wukong and said, "Wukong, you feel it too, don't you?" "Yes," Sun Wukong nodded solemnly, his expression grave. "Several malevolent presences have suddenly appeared, and they are not far from us." Chapter 18. The spirit tree takes root on Earth. Wukong. These malevolent auras likely indicate ill intentions. Should we inform Goku? Krillin, clearly unsettled, could sense that these newly emerged presences were far stronger than himself, radiating an extraordinary evil that no, we can sense their presence, and Dad has surely felt it too. Uncle Krillin. "Let us first investigate what is happening," Sun Wukong replied, his face set in seriousness as he gazed towards the direction for which the animals were fleeing, and if they could perceive these malevolent auras. Goku, whose strength far surpassed theirs, would undoubtedly be aware of them as well. Despite their ominous nature, Wukong assessed that they were not overly powerful. During the past 6 months of daily training with Goku in the gravity room, his strength had reached a terrifying level. All right then. Krillin's eyes twitched, but upon reflection, he realized that Wukong's abilities had improved dramatically. Given Wukong's determined demeanor, he should be capable of handling those malevolent beings. "Wukong, what do you intend to do? I cannot allow you to go." Chi-Chi interjected, having grasped from the conversation between Wukong and Krillin that formidable adversaries were indeed on the horizon. Naturally, she was unwilling to let Sun Wukong take such risks. "I am sorry, Mom, but I cannot stand by while Earth is in peril," Sun Wukong declared resolutely, casting a glance at Chi-Chi before addressing Oolong and Yamcha, who were already enjoying tea. "Uncle Yamcha, please escort my mother and Aunt Bulma back." With that, he launched himself into the air, enveloped by a white aura, heading towards the source of the malevolent energy. Krillin, his expression serious, gritted his teeth and followed suit. I could see this moment. The roots of the spirit tree had spread across the entirety of Earth like colossal vines, voraciously absorbing the elemental energy of the land's flora and fauna. Meanwhile, the seed of the spirit tree, nourished by the abundant elemental energy, broke through the soil at an astonishing rate, growing, blooming, and bearing fruit. In the gravity room, Goku had already sensed the presence of the malevolent auras. Who could they be? He mused, furrowing his brow. While these auras were not particularly strong, at least not in comparison to his current might, there was one that felt somewhat familiar. Saiyans? Indeed, this aura is strikingly similar to Raditz. There must be a Saiyan. However, their appearance now cannot possibly be Vegeta and Nappa, as those two only came to Earth together. Yet now, there are 6 distinct presences. With Wukong and Krillin approaching them, along with Piccolo, Goku contemplated, well, it seems I'll find out soon enough who they are. With that thought, he exited the gravity room, enveloped in a white aura, and vanished into the sky. At that moment, the towering spirit tree on Earth had reached heights that pierced the heavens, its trunk stretching skyward. Dales and his 5 companions stood atop the trunk of the spirit tree. Before long, the spirit tree will bear fruit. The fruits, nourished by Earth's rich elemental energy, will exponentially increase our powers. Dales, adorned with earrings and a necklace, exclaimed, unable to conceal his excitement. The Dales Legion, the strongest in the universe, will be unstoppable. Even Frieza will be but a trivial challenge. Dales, the true emperor of this vast universe, was flanked by Rez and Rakasai, both of whom donned expressions of obsequious admiration. Indeed, all of this is thanks to the spirit tree. Meanwhile, the silent, dreadlocked giant Amon smirked slightly, adding, "No, it is the folly of that cockroach." Dales, standing at the forefront, allowed a slight smirk to grace his lips, speaking in a tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "It seems a few ants have come to pay us a visit. You should take care of them." Upon hearing Dales's words, the others adjusted their power detectors, confirming the presence of several faint power levels nearby. So weak they were hardly worth noting. The prospect of exterminating such insignificant creatures and witnessing their expressions of despair and suffering was thrilling. With that, the 5 leapt down from the trunk. "Wufan, what is that thing?" Krillin stammered, trembling as he gazed at the colossal, shadow-casting entity before them. I'm not quite sure. It seems to be a tree." Sun Wufan wore a look of utter bewilderment, having never encountered anything like this before. Naturally, he was at a loss to answer Krillin's inquiries. However, the peculiar vines they had seen along the way were undoubtedly connected to this phenomenon. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wufan spoke earnestly at tea that moment. Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, and others unexpectedly arrived one after another. Upon seeing the newcomers, Sun Wufan inquired, "Uncle Yamcha, weren't you supposed to be protecting Mom and Aunt Bulma?" "Ah, I had Oolong escort Chi-Chi and Bulma back. In times of peril like this on Earth, I felt it was my duty to lend a hand," Yamcha declared, clenching his fist and nodding resolutely at Sun Wufan and the others. "Dumpling and I happened to be training nearby and sensed that malevolent energy, so we came rushing over," Tianjin Fan explained. "But what exactly is this strange entity?" Yamcha and Tianjin Fan gazed upwards, only able to see the massive trunk resembling a giant mountain, with wisps of fog swirling above. The group exchanged perplexed glances. None of them had ever encountered anything akin to this tree-like form. That entity is known as the Tree of Might. Just as everyone was engulfed in confusion, a very familiar voice rang out from behind them. Chapter 19. Reaping the Fruits of Victory. "Father! Goku!" Goku, upon hearing that familiar voice, joy illuminated their faces, and they instinctively called out, quickly turning around to their surprise. Son Goku, clad in an orange training outfit, had appeared behind them unbeknownst to them. Throughout their journey, Goku had also observed the drastic changes. The foliage withering, rivers running dry, and the Earth's life force rapidly depleting. Moreover, those immense vines seemed to have encircled the entire planet. Glancing at the bizarre tree before him, he deduced that it was indeed the Tree of Might. This meant that the Saiyan who had recently appeared on Earth was the lowly warrior named Dales, who bore a striking resemblance to him. This individual, who had long relied on plundering other planets to cultivate the Tree of Might and utilize its fruits to augment his power, was well known to Goku, who was well versed in the Dragon Ball narrative. Dales's combat prowess exceeded even that of Vegeta, and after consuming the fruits from the Earth-grown Tree of Might, his strength could nearly rival that of Frieza in his first form. He was undeniably a formidable lower-class Saiyan warrior. "Goku, how do you know about this thing?" After the initial excitement, Krillin and Tianjin Fan looked at Goku with confusion. Logically, it shouldn't be the case. They had no familiarity with it. Merely observing it, they could guess it wasn't native to Earth. Yet Goku recognized it immediately, leaving them somewhat astonished. "I encountered something similar during my travels, but it wasn't nearly this large." Goku casually deflected their inquiries. Trusting Goku implicitly, Krillin and the others refrained from pressing further. "Piccolo, now that you're here, why hide in the shadows?" Goku turned to look behind a withered tree. From the moment he arrived, he sensed Piccolo's presence. It seemed the latter had genuinely turned over a new leaf. Or perhaps he simply cared for Earth as Goku finished speaking, the green-skinned Piccolo emerged from behind the dead tree. Casting a surprised glance at Goku, he had suppressed his energy significantly, yet Goku had still managed to detect him. Internally, he was astonished. This Goku had experienced a terrifying surge in strength within merely 6 months. In fact, Piccolo had been present when Goku defeated Raditz 6 months prior, lurking in the shadows. At that time, while Goku's strength was impressive, it had not reached a level that shocked him. Now, however, he couldn't sense where Goku's limits lay. This individual was indeed terrifying. Piccolo, Krillin, and Tianjin Fan furrowed their brows. Harboring an innate fear of the Demon King Piccolo, who had once sought to dominate the world, it's fine. The Piccolo of today is no longer the Demon King who sought world domination. Goku glanced at the wary expressions on Krillin and Tianjin Fan's faces, smiling as he spoke. I have not abandoned my ambitions of world domination. I merely cannot stand those extraterrestrial beings, Piccolo retorted with a scoff. Feigning bravado, unfazed by Piccolo's defiance, Goku addressed the group. Now that everyone is gathered, let us confront these extraterrestrial beings. Gazing at the towering tree above, Goku could sense Dale's and his companion's energy emanating from it. However, at this moment, Goku's primary interest was not in Dale's, a mere minor character, but rather in the fruits of the Tree of Might that could exponentially enhance one's combat abilities. After hearing Goku's words, the group nodded in agreement, propelling themselves upward with a swift leap. Within half a minute, they found themselves amidst the swirling clouds and mist. Humph, you finally arrived. Suddenly, 5 figures appeared perched atop the tree trunk, leisurely playing with stones, seemingly awaiting Goku and the others' arrival. What an overwhelming aura! As they sensed the malevolent energy up close, Tianjin Fan and Krillin's expressions tightened, beads of sweat forming on their shining, bald heads as they spoke in hushed tones. Even Piccolo wore a grave expression. It was no wonder. The combat power of Dale's forces reached 4,000 to 5,000, while Piccolo, who had trained relentlessly for half a year, barely exceeded 3,000. As for Krillin and Tianjin Fan, despite their diligent training, their bloodline limitations hindered their progress, leaving them with only around 800 or 900 combat power. Father, they are so weak. With a cherubic gaze, Sun Wukong looked up at Sun Wukong and, in a sweet, childlike voice, remarked. The moment these words escaped his lips, Tin and the others nearly lost consciousness. The beings they perceived as monstrous were so lightly dismissed by Sun Wukong as weak. Moreover, he was merely a 4.5-year-old child. Where on earth could one find reason in this? Oh, little brat, those who dare to speak to us like that have already met their demise. Dietz initially stood in shock, but soon a bloodthirsty smirk crept across his lips as he toyed with the stone in his hand, speaking with a condescending tone. That's so. I have a feeling that today you all shall perish on this planet. Observing the relaxed and arrogant demeanor of the Darius Legion, Sun Wukong let out a cold chuckle and replied mockingly. Eliminating these few foes would be but a fleeting moment. However, the opportunity was rare, so he would leave these foes for Wufan and Piccolo to hone their combat skills. Now, it was time for him to confront the Darius, who bore a striking resemblance to himself. Moreover, to claim the fruits of impending victory. Chapter 20. A battle power of 3,000? These few will be entrusted to you. I shall seek out that Saiyan. Sun Wukong glanced at Piccolo and Sun Wufan, declaring, Wukong, that Krillin, sweating profusely and trembling, spoke hesitantly, clearly aware that their current adversary was far too formidable. If Sun Wukong were to leave, they might very well be slaughtered. Sensing Krillin's and Tien's concerns, Sun Wukong reassured them with a casual demeanor. Do not worry. With Wufan's current strength, dealing with these few foes will be a walk in the park. Indeed, 6 months prior, Sun Wufan's battle power had already surpassed 10,000, having trained daily with himself in the gravity chamber over this half year. He should now possess at least 30,000 to 40,000 battle power. Even Darius would likely not be a match for Wufan, assuming he had not consumed the spirit tree fruit. However, despite Wufan's impressive battle power, his practical combat experience was lacking, making this an opportune moment for him to gain some training. Seeing the carefree expressions on Sun Wufan and Sun Wukong's faces, Krillin and the others finally relaxed their anxieties. Since Wukong had said so, Wu Fan should be fine. After speaking to them, Sun Wukong leaped onward at that moment. Amon observed Sun Wukong's actions and let out a cold chuckle. This ignorant fool dared to seek out Lord Darius. It was akin to an old man hanging himself, seeking his own demise. However, they could not allow this fool to disturb Lord Darius. Otherwise, they would bear the brunt of his wrath. In a flash, he moved to intercept Sun Wukong. Tisich, the fool knows not his own mortality. Sun Wukong glanced back at Amon with a disdainful snort, then abruptly halted, pivoting and executing a sweeping kick in one fluid motion. Sun Wukong's speed was beyond what a character like Amon could evade, and Amon, taken aback by Sun Wukong's astonishing speed and power, could only stand helplessly as Sun Wukong's foot connected with his cheek. With a dull thud, Amon's massive form was sent hurtling downward at a speed exceeding that of his approach, crashing heavily back to the ground, blood spewing forth. Half of his face nearly caved in. No, this cannot be. Both Amon and Dietz wore expressions of disbelief, as though they had seen a ghost, their mouths agape. How could that guy's battle power suddenly soar to over 20,000? Dietz stammered in terror. He had previously observed the battle power detector indicating that the guy's strength was around 3,000. How could it have surged so dramatically? It was bizarre, utterly bizarre. Enough, since that guy could injure Amon with a single kick. He is certainly not someone we can contend with. Let us leave this to Lord Darius. We will handle these remaining lackeys. Was that truly Wukong just now? Krillin rubbed his eyes, unable to believe it. The terrifying aura of the giant before them had been sent flying by a single kick from Sun Wukong, and it appeared he had sustained significant injuries. That guy Wukong has surpassed us by such a margin. Tien and Yamcha furrowed their brows, speaking slowly. Their eyes reflected admiration and envy. Once upon a time, they stood on the same level, but now they felt as if they were worlds apart. Wukong, what kind of training have you undergone in these past 6 months? Piccolo clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth as he pondered. Just 6 months ago, when Raditz first arrived on Earth, their battle powers were almost equal. Yet in merely half a year, he found himself utterly unable to fathom Wukong's strength. How infuriating it was to be left so far behind. Once Sun Wukong had completely vanished, Dietz and his compatriots swiftly charged towards Sun Wufan and Piccolo. Come on, having just been galvanized by Sun Wukong's overwhelming power. Krillin and the others gritted their teeth and surged forward. Sun Wufan was the first to launch an attack, confronting Dietz, for he sensed that among the five, Amon was injured, leaving Dietz as the strongest among them. A 6-on-5 battle was about to erupt. Meanwhile, from his elevated vantage point, Darius observed the recent defeat of Amon through a holographic projection. Kakarot possesses such formidable strength. Darius furrowed his brow, clenching his fists. Both he and Kakarot were low-class Saiyans, dispatched to this lowly planet with inferior battle powers since childhood, through relentless battles, plundering other planets, cultivating the spirit tree, and consuming the spirit fruits. He had finally achieved a battle power of 28,000. Yet he discovered that Kakarot had also surpassed 20,000 battle power. The stark contrast was indeed infuriating. The thrill of looking down upon others, is it not? Suddenly, a faint voice, laced with a hint of coldness, echoed from behind Darius. He quickly turned to see another who bore an almost identical appearance to him. Gritting his teeth as he spoke, Kakarot. He had not even realized when Kakarot had appeared behind him. Moreover, the power detector exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Beep, beep, beep. Dales pressed the power detector, astonished by the reading displayed. 3,000 combat power. What on earth is happening? Dales gazed in disbelief at the numbers on the detector. Just moments ago, Kakarot's combat power had clearly surged beyond 20,000. How could it have plummeted now? Chapter 21. Toasts and punishments unwanted. Are you surprised? The real astonishment lies ahead. A faint smile graced the corner of Sun Wukong's mouth as he spoke slowly, taking deliberate steps towards Dales. Oh, Kakarot, a fellow lowly Saiyan warrior, your growth indeed leaves me somewhat astounded, Dales remarked with a cold grin. Raising his horn slightly, he was well aware that his power detector was functioning correctly. Kakarot must have employed some means to conceal the majority of his combat power. It was utterly baffling that Kakarot, at such a young age, could possess a combat power exceeding 20,000. After all, through years of relentless battles across countless planets, cultivating the spirit tree and consuming its fruits, Dales had only managed to attain a combat power of 28,000, yet here was Kakarot, training on such a primitive planet, achieving over 20,000 combat power on his own. His innate combat talent was evident. With this thought, a sudden spark of cunning crossed Dale's eyes as he abandoned his initial plans prior to arriving on Earth. Originally, he intended to cultivate the spirit tree on Earth, then annihilate the planet and eliminate Kakarot. However, witnessing Kakarot's remarkable talent made him reconsider, igniting a desire to recruit him. Kakarot's combat power of over 20,000, while inferior to his own, far surpassed that of others in the Dale's Legion. That if he could bring Kakarot under his command, it would significantly bolster the strength of the Dale's Legion. Kakarot, I present you with an opportunity for survival. Join the Dale's Legion. As for your position, you would be the highest leader of the Legion, second only to me. What do you say? Dales declared proudly, believing that the honor of joining the Dale's Legion would be an irresistible temptation for a lowly warrior like Kakarot. Being the highest leader is indeed quite tempting. Sun Wukong stroked his chin, seemingly deep in thought, yet his eyes sparkled with mischief. He then turned to Dales, speaking with a teasing tone, but being the leader of a soon-to-be extinct legion seems rather pointless. Don't you think? Upon hearing the first half of Sun Wukong's words, Dales felt a glimmer of hope surge within him, his eyes brightening. After all, if Kakarot with a combat power of 20,000 joined them, they could act with greater impunity in the cosmos. Of course, what he valued most was Sun Wukong's combat talent. However, upon hearing the latter half of Sun Wukong's statement, Dale's expression turned frigid as ice. How could he not discern the mockery and playfulness in Sun Wukong's words? This fellow was clearly toying with him. Damned fool. It seems you prefer punishment over a toast. Dales clenched his fist tightly, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes that if he could not recruit Kakarot, he must annihilate him. He could not allow Kakarot to become a stumbling block in the future. Upon hearing Dale's words, the smile on Sun Wukong's face gradually stiffened, his tone icy as he replied, I apologize, but I have no taste for toasts or punishments. No matter what, Dales had to die today. This outcome had been sealed the moment he set foot on Earth. Ignorant fool. Do you truly believe that your combat power of 20,000 grants you the audacity to act so arrogantly before me? Dales laughed bitterly in rage, unable to believe that Kakarot was so obstinate and unyielding. His combat power had reached 28,000, while Kakarot was barely above 20,000. Destroying him would be a trivial matter. Do you have a means? Why not test it and see? Sun Wukong retorted coldly, his tone laced with provocation. 20,000 combat power? What a joke. After 2 years of training under 10 times the gravity in the hyperbolic time chamber and experimenting with various gravity levels in the gravity room, how can my combat power be merely 20,000? Dales was indeed incensed by Sun Wukong's playful gaze and taunting tone. His eyes glinted with cold fury, his brow furrowing in agitation. He recalled how, after years of conquest, it had been a long time since anyone dared to be so arrogant before him. Damned fool. If you wish to die, I shall grant you that wish. At this moment, Dales understood that recruiting Sun Wukong was no longer an option. Even if Sun Wukong were to repent and beg for his forgiveness, he would still not be spared. With a push from his toes, he launched himself forward, his fist as large as a bowl, hurtling straight towards Sun Wukong's cheek. Dale's fist rapidly enlarged in Sun Wukong's vision. Sun Wukong neither dodged nor evaded, his horns slightly raised. Just as the fist approached within a meter of him, his right palm shot out like lightning. Bang! A deep sound echoed as the scene froze in an instant. In no way, Dales exclaimed in shock. The scene unfolding before him was entirely different from what he had envisioned. He had expected that his full-powered punch would be sufficient to send Kakarot flying, injuring him severely. Yet now his fist was firmly grasped in Kakarot's palm, unable to advance an inch. Meanwhile, Kakarot remained completely motionless. How could this be? Dales could not comprehend. Kakarot's combat power was clearly only a little over 20,000. There was no way he could withstand a full force strike from him. Tisich, worthless fool, perhaps you should take a good look at my combat power. With a frigid tone, Sun Wukong addressed Dales, his eyes shimmering with a cold glint. Subsequently, he forcefully yanked back his right palm, pulling Dale's body toward him. And in that fleeting moment, Sun Wukong's right knee struck heavily against Dale's abdomen. A sharp gasp escaped Dale's as he expelled a mouthful of bile. Chapter 22. The one who is conceited is you clutching his abdomen. Dale's instantly curled into a shape reminiscent of a thoroughly cooked shrimp. The agonizing pain surged from his belly, contorting his features into a grimace. Rendering his expression quite ghastly, he staggered backward, unable to control his body. Now, open your eyes wide and behold the extent of my combat prowess. But I must caution you, do ensure you support your chin. The corners of Sun Wukong's mouth curled into a wicked smirk. His tone imbued with unparalleled arrogance, he then clenched his hands tightly, pressing his arms against his waist, and thrust his body forward with vigor that a deep, resonant roar erupted from Sun Wukong's throat in an instant. A tempest unleashed itself, a terrifying white vortex swirling around him like a blade. His inky black hair stood on end, dancing in the wind. How is this possible? Dales, gazing at Sun Wukong, could barely articulate his shock. He had initially presumed that Kakarot's combat power would not exceed 20,000, yet the magnitude of Kakarot's strength now far surpassed his imagination. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the power level scouter before Dales emitted a frantic alarm. Boom! With a final explosive sound, it shattered, for the scouter's detection capacity had been surpassed. Sun Wukong's combat power had long exceeded its limits. Dale stared blankly at Sun Wukong, suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming sensation, the grim realization that he might perish on this desolate planet. Absolutely not! Frantically, Dale shouted within his mind. He still desired to dominate this universe, to become its emperor. He could not afford to die in such a wretched place. His mind raced, contemplating how he could swiftly escape this dreadful locale. As he surveyed his surroundings, a glimmer of hope flickered into his view. Indeed, a ripe spirit tree fruit lay 50 meters to his right. The spirit tree fruit cultivated in earth soil would undoubtedly amplify his strength tenfold upon consumption. In that moment, he envisioned 1,000 ways to torment Kakarot. A sudden inspiration struck Dales. He must not let Kakarot in on his intentions. Should Kakarot discover his plan, the current disparity in their strengths would render his subsequent endeavors futile. With this thought, Dales, as if possessed, disregarded his bodily pain and lunged towards Sun Wukong. Midway, he altered his trajectory, veering slightly to the right, seeking death. Observing Dale's audacious decision to attack, Sun Wukong snorted disdainfully and unleashed a lightning-fast punch. Bang! A dull thud resonated as Sun Wukong's fist collided unerringly with Dale's cheek. The immense force caused half of Dale's face to cave in. With a spurt of crimson blood, Dale's body was propelled backward like a cannonball. Yet as he flew through the air, a triumphant smile crept across his lips. It seemed he could already envision victory beckoning him. Picturing Kakarot beneath his heel, subjected to torment. "Teach, insufferable trash," Sun Wukong remarked contemptuously. Observing the smirk on Dale's face, he was well aware of Dale's petty schemes. To eliminate someone of Dale's ilk would be child's play. However, at this moment he was far more intrigued by the extent to which the spirit tree fruit could enhance his combat power. He yearned to ascertain the level of his current strength. As Dale soared through the air, he suddenly reached out to pluck a red fruit resembling an oversized lychee. Bang! He landed heavily on the ground, yet paid no heed to the impact. He took a decisive bite of the spirit tree fruit in his hand. The moment he swallowed, his body underwent a remarkable transformation. Dale's injuries healed instantaneously, and his muscles swelled to twice their size. Sun Wukong could distinctly sense that upon consuming the spirit tree fruit, Dale's energy surged exponentially, likely reaching 30,000 or even higher. Indeed, the spirit tree fruit was an irresistibly potent treasure. Sun Wukong bit his lip, glancing up at the once vibrant red fruit above him. Consuming one could amplify one's energy several-fold. He pondered the effects of consuming multiple fruits. Would it lead to a tremendous power increase or a catastrophic explosion of his own body? Rejuvenated and emboldened, Dales advanced towards Sun Wukong step by step. His visage twisted into a sinister, menacing expression. He seemed eager to flay Sun Wukong alive and drink his blood. Kakarot, your strength has indeed surpassed my expectations of lower-tier warriors, even instilling a sense of fear within me. Just moments ago, I thought my demise was imminent. Yet, your arrogance and overconfidence will soon lead you to your own demise, Dales declared, his face darkening with rage as he recalled nearly being slain by Kakarot. Such a transgression was unforgivable. Is that so? A mere hint of power, and you begin to prance about, thinking yourself invincible. Perhaps it is you who is truly conceited. Sun Wukong coldly regarded Dales, his tone laced with provocation. What are the spirit tree fruit? What are the tenfold increase in power? Chapter 23. The spirit tree fruit is a fine treasure, unyielding fool. Prepare to witness my ultimate strength. Darius flashed a grin, revealing a set of pristine white teeth, an expression that appeared rather menacing. With clenched fists, he darted forward, his body a blur as he charged towards Sun Wukong with astonishing speed. Sun Wukong could distinctly sense that Darius had undergone a qualitative enhancement in both speed and strength compared to before, making them incomparable. However, that was the extent of it. Watching the figure in his vision rapidly expand, Sun Wukong propelled himself off the ground with the tip of his right foot, causing the earth to crack beneath him. He shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, fists clenched, ready to meet Darius head-on. Bang! The collision of fists produced a thunderous sound, a terrifying shockwave that seemed to threaten to tear the very fabric of space apart. A powerful shockwave stirred up fierce gusts of wind. The two fighters' fists almost separated the instant they made contact. They both staggered backward, Sun Wukong retreating 7 or 8 steps before his right foot stomped down, embedding into the solid trunk of a tree to halt his backward motion. Shaking his slightly numb arms, a wicked smile curved his lips, and with an exhilarated tone, he murmured, "You certainly pack a punch." It was evident that in this clash, Sun Wukong held a slight advantage. Darius, caught off guard, stumbled back a dozen steps, his face once again shrouded in disbelief. How could this be? After consuming the fruit of the spirit tree, his strength had increased tenfold or more. How could he possibly lose in a direct confrontation with Kakarot? Could it be that this guy's combat power exceeded 300,000? Absolutely impossible. A lowly Saiyan warrior could not possibly achieve such a level through sheer effort. Yet the reality before him told him that Kakarot's combat power had indeed reached an unimaginable height. After their fists collided, Sun Wukong was overcome with an exhilarating sensation he had never felt before. A surge of combat prowess surged through him like a tidal wave. Since arriving in this place, he had never experienced such a thrill as he did during that punch exchanged out of course. This excitement might stem solely from the subconscious of this body. After all, during his battle with Raditz, the disparity in their strengths was too great for Raditz to pose a challenge, and every sparring session with Gohan had been conducted with a degree of restraint, never allowing him to unleash his full power. But that recent punch ignited a fierce desire to fight within him. Delightful. Let us do it again. Sun Wukong bellowed, his body launching forward once more. His fist aimed directly at Darius. The wind howled as his fist cut through the air, his form resembling a sharp sword aimed at Darius. That damn fool merely happened to withstand one of my punches. Does he truly believe he is my equal? Darius thought, gritting his teeth as he prepared to deceive himself into believing he could still contend with Sun Wukong. Deep down, he knew that Sun Wukong's previous victory over him was not a matter of chance. However, the moment had come, and he had no choice but to respond. With his own body hurtling forward, he retaliated with a punch aimed at Sun Wukong. The distance between them was minimal, and in an instant, they were locked in another fierce exchange. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding thuds echoed, each impact resonating with an invigorating intensity. That moment, every limb of Sun Wukong and Darius became a weapon, targeting each other's vital points with ferocity. Bang! With another thunderous impact, Darius seized an opening and landed a punch on Sun Wukong's right chest. As Sun Wukong's body was propelled backward, he leveraged the momentum to leap up, driving his knee forcefully into Darius's chin. Crack! A sharp sound of bone fracturing emanated from Darius's jaw, blood gushing forth as he was sent flying. Thud! Sun Wukong's feet left clear imprints on the tree trunk as he ultimately came to a steady stop. Meanwhile, Darius crashed heavily to the ground, his expression grim. His face, a shade of iron, was marked by a heavy weight of realization. After 2 exchanges, he distinctly felt that despite consuming the fruit of the spirit tree, he was still no match for Sun Wukong. Continuing this way, he feared he would truly meet his end here, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with saliva and 2 broken teeth. Darius found himself unwilling to continue the battle with Sun Wukong, but he was acutely aware that if this persisted, his death was all but certain. His mind raced, calculating how he could escape this planet and evade the terrifying Kakarot. A gentleman waits a decade for revenge. As long as I leave this earth and plant some spirit trees on another planet, my power will undoubtedly surge once more in a short time. Then I shall return to eliminate that Kakarot. He mused. Destroy this wretched planet. It seems this truly is a remarkable thing. Suddenly, a crimson spirit tree fruit appeared in Sun Wukong's hand, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking smile as he stepped towards Darius. Kakarot, when did you? Darius's expression shifted dramatically, realizing that Kakarot had somehow acquired the spirit tree fruit, and he had been entirely oblivious to it. When he was merely 2 meters away from Darius, Sun Wukong beamed a radiant smile and casually remarked, I wonder what will happen if I eat this. Chapter 24. Darius's collapse. No, Kakarot, that sort of thing can only be consumed by gods. It's dangerous for you to eat it. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Darius broke into a cold sweat, his voice trembling with fear as he spoke urgently. That moment, Kakarot's combat power had already surpassed his own. If this guy consumed the spirit fruit, his strength would multiply tenfold, or even more. The thought was terrifying, and Darius could hardly bear to imagine it. One thing was certain. If Kakarot truly consumed the fruit in his hand, there would be no chance of survival for him, that he had no doubt about that. Only gods can eat? What is a god, anyway? Sun Wukong's eyes glinted with a sinister light as he coldly regarded Darius, his tone dripping with mockery. A god. In this world, it has become as worthless as a common cabbage. My own strength has far surpassed the so-called gods mentioned by Dales. I pay no heed to the mixture of terror and despair reflected in Dale's eyes. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong seized the spirit tree fruit in his hand and took a bite, tasting a blend of sweetness with a hint of sourness, accompanied by a touch of bitterness. However, once it settled in his stomach, a refreshing wave surged through him. Without a moment's doubt, in just a couple of breaths, he had consumed the entire spirit fruit. In an instant, Sun Wukong felt an intense warmth coursing through his body, a terrifying power blossoming within him like a flood breaking through a dam, flowing through his meridians and every inch of his being. In a heartbeat, all of Sun Wukong's muscles swelled dramatically, his physique now brimming with an overwhelming sense of strength. This newfound power was so formidable that it left him in disbelief. Clenching his fists, excitement and joy flooded his face. He could distinctly feel his strength had surged tenfold. If not more, an unending stream of power surged wildly within him, a sensation that was almost indescribably delightful, akin to decades of arduous training. Dale's pupils constricted, tightening further. The terror in his gaze expanded infinitely. He could clearly sense that Kakarot stood before him like an unfathomable abyss, one that he could not penetrate. An unparalleled, invisible pressure bore down on Dale's, plunging him into near despair. That I must survive. Dale's bit down hard on his lip, forcefully banishing the fear and hopelessness gnawing at him. In his right hand, hidden behind his back, an energy sphere began to coalesce quietly. Die. He roared suddenly, unleashing the energy sphere towards Sun Wukong with a thunderous bellow. Sun Wukong had long anticipated Dale's underhanded move. After all, the surge of energy was evident when Dale's was gathering the sphere. It was merely that he was still oblivious to this fact, observing Dale's frenzied expression. Sun Wukong snorted disdainfully, offering no resistance as the energy sphere struck him directly. He intended to make Dale's acutely aware of the chasm that lay between them, to let him feel true despair. Boom! The energy sphere struck squarely at Sun Wukong's chest, exploding in a fiery blaze and enveloping him in thick smoke. Ha ha, Kakarot. While your strength terrifies me, you are still too young, Dales exclaimed, rising to his feet. Laughter erupting from him as he relished his perceived survival. He had not anticipated that such a crude ambush would succeed. Kakarot had proven to be quite the fool that it was utterly astounding. Has no one ever told you that you look rather foolish when you laugh? As Dales cackled, a cold, mocking voice emerged from the smoke. Dale's laughter was abruptly cut off, as if a hand had seized his throat. No, it can't be. Shock, unparalleled shock. Despair, a deep-seated despair. Dale shook his head in disbelief, his body retreating involuntarily. How could this be possible? Kakarot had taken the full brunt of his strongest attack, even if he had miraculously survived. He should have been gravely injured. Yet, judging by his taunting tone, it was clear he had been completely unaffected. Was Kakarot some sort of monster? Suddenly, with a fierce shout, Sun Wukong dispelled the flames and smoke surrounding him. Appearing right before Dale's, utterly unscathed, a smirk played on his lips, as if the earlier ambush had merely been a game to him. His full-force strike had not even torn Kakarot's clothing. Now, there was truly no hope left. Kakarot, please don't kill me. We are both Saiyans, sharing the same blood. Dales instantly capitulated, resorting to emotional manipulation to elicit sympathy from Sun Wukong. That if you spare my life, I will obey you completely, even if it means traversing mountains of knives or seas of fire. Chapter 25. The Annihilation of Dale's Legion. Will you truly do anything? Sun Wukong chuckled, gazing at the pitifully cowardly Dales. What battle-hardened Saiyan would kneel before a stronger foe in a moment of life and death? Begging for mercy, Raditz was the same, and so is Dales. Indeed, as long as Lord Kakarot speaks, I will comply. Dales nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a chick pecking for grain. Even the way he addressed Sun Wukong underwent a staggering transformation. His demeanor was one of utter cowardice. In that case, take your own life, Sun Wukong said, tilting his chin and speaking with a flippant tone. Dales was destined to die today, from the very beginning. Sun Wukong had no intention of sparing him. It was said that one's nature is hard to change. Sun Wukong held no hopes or patience for Dales to reform. Moreover, he was well aware that compelling this man to take his own life was an impossibility. Indeed, Dale's expression suddenly darkened, only to be replaced by a flicker of rage. Kakarot, do you truly wish to bring about mutual destruction? Having been toyed with by Sun Wukong, Dales realized that he was merely a plaything in Kakarot's eyes. With no intention of letting him go, if he was to die regardless, he might as well take the plunge and fight back with everything he had, even if it meant his demise. He would ensure that Kakarot would not emerge unscathed. With his current combat power, a self-detonation could obliterate the entire planet. And no matter how strong Kakarot was, he would stand no chance against such a catastrophic explosion. Although this was the worst-case scenario, it was evident that he had no other options left. Mutual destruction, you think far too highly of yourself. With a disdainful shake of his head, Sun Wukong coldly chuckled. He understood that the mutual destruction spoken of by Darius was merely a desperate act of self-detonation. However, the notion of attempting to self-destruct in his presence was nothing short of naive. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing before Darius. His right hand shot out with lightning speed, gripping Darius by the throat. With a slight exertion of force, Darius's face turned crimson, struggling for breath. Before me. You lack even the qualification for self-destruction. Accept your fate. As Sun Wukong gradually tightened his grip, Darius's complexion turned ashen. His eyes burned with a seething hatred, as if he wished to pierce Sun Wukong with 1,000 daggers through his gaze. Unfazed by Darius's resentful glare, Sun Wukong continued, I must express my gratitude for the spiritual fruits you've so generously delivered from afar. With his throat seized, Darius found himself utterly unable to respond. His heart seething with indignation. The idiom of losing the chicken while failing to retrieve the rice seemed to encapsulate his predicament perfectly, having lost both the fruits and his life. Farewell, Sun Wukong remarked. Observing Darius's furious visage, he smiled momentarily, before his expression turned icy. With a sudden, forceful grip, a sharp crack echoed through the still air. The sound of shattering bones was jarringly loud. Darius's flailing fists slowly fell to his sides. His pupils fading to a dull gray, Yet the mingled emotions of resentment, despair, and regret remained evident. Casting Darius's lifeless body into the air, Sun Wukong unleashed a powerful energy wave that consumed the corpse. In a fleeting moment, it was as if Darius had never set foot on Earth. He vanished without a trace, leaving not even a hair behind. Sun Wukong dusted off his hands. This was not his first act of killing, and he felt no remorse for eliminating such a wretch. In fact, there was even a hint of exhilaration within him, despite Darius sharing an almost identical visage. Without the slightest hesitation, he had acted decisively. After dispatching Darius, Sun Wukong leaped downward, intent on checking on Gohan and the others. However, the scene below was rather grim. Krillin, Yamcha, and Ten had succumbed to the ground, evidently gravely injured and barely clinging to life. Piccolo still fought on, but countless wounds adorned his body, purple blood dripping steadily onto the ground. Though his consciousness remained intact, he had lost the capacity to continue fighting. Gohan found himself besieged by Amon and his four companions. The energy signatures of Amon's group were notably disordered, while Gohan, despite his superior power, was at a disadvantage due to his lack of combat experience. Surrounded by 5 foes who exhibited extraordinary teamwork, he struggled to keep up. "Dad has won," Gohan exclaimed suddenly, joy illuminating his face. He had distinctly sensed a tremendous surge in Sun Wukong's energy. Shortly thereafter, another formidable presence dissipated entirely, just as Gohan's words fell. Sun Wukong's figure materialized beside him like a specter. "What's the matter, Gohan? Can't you handle these few opponents?" Sun Wukong patted Gohan on the shoulder, smiling. Yet Gohan's combat experience was indeed lacking, although his 5 adversaries were not exceptionally powerful. They were seasoned fighters accustomed to the heat of battle. It was entirely reasonable that Gohan struggled against them. "Dad." Gohan lowered his head, guilt washing over him. Had he been able to defeat these foes, Uncle Krillin and the others would not have been injured. "It's all right, Gohan," Sun Wukong reassured him, giving his shoulder a gentle squeeze. "Now, watch closely. This is how you dispose of trash." As he spoke, Sun Wukong propelled himself forward with great speed. In an instant, the members of Darius's legion had not the time to react. A shadow flashed, and Sun Wukong appeared before Amon. Amon's horror, Sun Wukong unleashed a devastating punch that plunged directly into his chest. "No, it's impossible." Amon's pupils constricted. He had not even comprehended how the figure had appeared beside him, or how the strike was delivered. An agonizing pain radiated from his chest, coursing through every cell of his body. Life force ebbed away, and Amon could hardly fathom that, on such a wretched planet, someone could obliterate him in an instant without him even realizing it. As Sun Wukong's fist penetrated Amon's chest, he tightened his grip, energy radiating from his fingers. With a powerful jolt, beams of energy surged forth from Amon's body. With a resounding explosion, Amon's body detonated, scattering his remains. The radiant aura enveloped Sun Wukong, shielding him from the debris of the explosion. Shock. Unparalleled shock. Both Darius's legion and the barely surviving Krillin and Ten were left utterly astounded. The same Amon who had easily toyed with them had been obliterated by Sun Wukong in a heartbeat. Reduced to mere fragments, the remaining 4 members of Darius's group felt an overwhelming sense of dread wash over them, paralyzed by fear and despair as their bodies trembled uncontrollably. While they were frozen in shock, Sun Wukong's movements remained unimpeded. After executing Amon, he vanished from sight once more, reappearing behind Days, adorned with a necklace and earrings, and delivered a devastating kick to his midsection. Still in a daze, Days found himself sliced in half by Sun Wukong's brutal strike. The terror in his eyes transformed swiftly into regret and despair, and in a fleeting moment, all life was extinguished, the remaining 3. Witnessing the swift demise of Amon and Days, finally snapped out of their stupor, turning to flee towards their spaceship, they understood all too well that lingering even a moment longer would ensure their fate mirrored that of Amon and Days. But now, could they escape? With a cold flick of his jaw, Sun Wukong surged forward once more, appearing above Kakao with astonishing speed. Clasping his hands together, he struck down upon the robot's head. The sheer force of the blow drove Kakao's head deep into its body. With a resounding crash, it was propelled into the ground like a cannonball, creating a massive crater and stirring up clouds of dust. After effortlessly dispatching Kakao, Sun Wukong's gaze shifted to the diminutive figures of Lazy and Lakasai, who were desperately fleeing. Raising his palms, he focused a terrifying energy wave towards them, unleashing a powerful blast. Boom! Boom! The dull thuds echoed as both figures were obliterated by the energy wave, crimson droplets cascading downwards. Remarkably, this entire spectacle lasted merely 10 seconds. The once mighty Daly's Legion, which had instilled fear across the galaxy, was utterly annihilated. Son Gohan and Piccolo stared in awe at Sun Wukong, who stood majestically in midair. Mouths agape. Soon, the shock on Son Gohan's face transformed into unrestrained joy. They had finally vanquished the invaders, and Earth was safe once more. After swiftly eliminating the four foes, Sun Wukong leapt to the pinnacle of the spirit tree. Plucking several of its fruits before gently descending beside Son Gohan and Piccolo. "Dad," Son Gohan exclaimed, his eyes filled with reverence as he gazed at Sun Wukong, his expression brimming with excitement. "Here, Gohan, eat this." Sun Wukong offered a spirit tree fruit to him. With Gohan's strength and physique, he was more than capable of harnessing the fruit's energy. Without hesitation, Son Gohan accepted the fruit from Sun Wukong and began to devour it. The flavor was sweet with a hint of tartness, yet quite delectable. As the fruit settled in his stomach, Son Gohan felt his power surge dramatically, without any discomfort whatsoever. His body was filled with an invigorating energy. He then cast an excited glance at Sun Wukong. Piccolo witnessed the transformation in Son Gohan after consuming the red fruit, noting an instantaneous tenfold increase in his energy. He looked incredulously at the red fruit in Sun Wukong's hand. Pondering its origin and the immense energy it contained, it was no wonder he had sent Sun Wukong and another Saiyans energy spike earlier. It was all due to this fruit. "Piccolo, you should have one as well." Sun Wukong tossed a spirit tree fruit to Piccolo before approaching the motionless forms of Krillin and Ten. He helped them to their feet, feeding each of them a senza bean. Upon consuming the beans, their injuries healed instantly. Sun Wukong then distributed the remaining 3 spirit tree fruits among Krillin, Ten, and Yamcha. Their strengths would enable them to manage the energy of the fruits, though he deemed Yamcha too inexperienced to handle such power, thus refraining from giving him one with their newfound strength. Even if Vegeta were to arrive on Earth, Gohan and Piccolo would likely be able to cope. This would grant him the opportunity to train on other planets for the next 6 months. Chapter 27. The crisis averted, each departing in their own direction. Wukong, what is this extraordinary fruit? Tin and the others gazed in astonishment at the vibrant spirit tree fruit in their hands, sensing the terrifying energy it contained. The spirit tree fruit. Consuming it will lead to a tremendous surge in strength. Sun Wukong replied succinctly, "It's no wonder your energy spiked so dramatically. You ate this, didn't you?" Krillin asked, his eyes wide with disbelief as he recalled the moment they had sent Sun Wukong's power skyrocketing during the battle against the Daly's Legion. Indeed, to some extent, Sun Wukong nodded. While the benefits of the spirit tree fruit were remarkable, his rapid ascension in strength was also attributed to his relentless training. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's confirmation, Krillin and Ten wasted no time. They each took a bite of the spirit tree fruit. In mere moments, the 3 red fruits were devoured. Instantly, they felt a profound transformation within, as a wave of intense and overwhelming energy surged through their bodies. The excess energy created a sensation of expansion, and their muscles swelled, accompanied by a sharp pang of discomfort. However, once the pain subsided, their bodies returned to normal, leaving behind a reservoir of formidable energy. "Wow, this power is incredible." Krillin marveled at his fists. Feeling the potent energy coursing within him, he realized his strength had multiplied several-fold. Truly, an extraordinary substance. Tien's face radiated with joy as he clenched his fist. Confident that had he consumed this fruit earlier, he could have single-handedly confronted the 5 extraterrestrial foes of the Daly's Legion. Sun Wukong, since their transformations, estimating their battle prowess had increased by 6 or 7 times. with Tien experiencing an even greater enhancement. Nonetheless, their bodies had limitations, and such a remarkable elevation in power was commendable. Wukong, having consumed this fruit, our strength has soared to such terrifying heights. Imagine if we were to eat several more. Yamcha exclaimed, unable to suppress his excitement. Having gained more strength from a single unassuming fruit than years of arduous training, he wondered what might happen if they consumed multiple fruits. The Saiyans would surely fall in mere moments. Yet before Yamcha could finish his thought, son Wukong interrupted. If you wish to perish, go ahead and eat more. At your current physique, the abundant energy from the spirit tree fruit would overwhelm your body, resulting in a fatal explosion. With a serious gaze, son Wukong fixed his eyes on Yamcha. His tone somewhat frosty and laced with admonition. To be candid, he held a rather unfavorable opinion of Yamcha. In the early days of Dragon Ball, when Yamcha first appeared, his strength was commendable, far surpassing Krillin. His Wolfang fist was also quite formidable, making quite an impression. However, over time, due to his incessant pursuit of romantic conquests, he neglected his training, resulting in being outpaced by Krillin and others. Especially in the latter stages of Dragon Ball Z, he had become utterly ineffectual. Under the weight of son Wukong's reprimand, Yamcha felt a flush of embarrassment creep across his face, awkwardly scratching his head. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The unexpected enhancement of his abilities today was already a delightful surprise, and he ought not to be so ungrateful. Krillin and Tien also nodded in agreement, fully aware of the counterproductive nature of greed. Just a single fruit from the Tree of Might had already inflicted a tearing pain upon their bodies. If they were to indulge further, they might truly meet the fate that son Wukong warned of, death by overextension. Yet Wukong, the earth has already been ravaged to such an extent. Krillin looked down, surveying the barren landscape below. In merely half an hour, the earth had transformed into a desolate wasteland. The once lush mountains and waters were now replaced with withered branches and desiccated earth, devoid of any semblance of life. This was of little consequence. Krillin, Gohan, you two should return immediately and borrow the dragon radar from Bulma. Son Wukong remarked as he glanced at Gohan and Krillin, with the dragon radar in their possession. They should be able to locate the 7 Dragon Balls swiftly. Once they do, they could summon Shenron to restore the Earth to its former glory, although the Earth had suffered grievous damage. Shenron's power should be sufficient for restoration. Indeed, Gohan and Krillin nodded in agreement. The urgency of the situation left no room for delay, and the two transformed into a flash of white light. Vanishing from sight, since the danger had largely dissipated, Tien bid farewell to son Wukong. After exchanging pleasantries with Wukong, Yamcha had no choice but to take a small pet poire and depart, for reasons unknown. He always felt that Wukong had changed, that he was no longer as welcoming, especially with Piccolo present. It would be wise to take his leave. Chapter 28. Peril and opportunity. Only son Wukong and Piccolo remained in the vicinity. Are you still contemplating that fruit? Piccolo's gaze was intense as he scrutinized son Wukong, knowing full well that this individual would not forego such a splendid opportunity for power enhancement. Son Wukong slowly lifted his head, casting a glance at the fruit of the Tree of Might above, and inquired, "Would you not care to try another? Teach, you strange creature, why not indulge yourself?" Piccolo shot a cold glare at son Wukong and retorted. The energy of the Tree of Might was terrifyingly potent. After consuming just one, he felt his body nearing its breaking point. Were he to consume more, even with his regenerative abilities, he would surely be unable to withstand it. With that, he turned sharply and leaped down from the Tree of Might, disappearing from view. After watching Piccolo depart, son Wukong, with a slight push from his toes, reappeared high above the Tree of Might. He plucked 2 fruits from its branches. To be honest, he was acutely aware that his actions were perilous. Eating 3 of these exceedingly powerful fruits within a single day was a treacherous endeavor. Even with his robust physique, a momentary lapse could lead to catastrophic energy backlash and possibly death. However, as the saying goes, opportunity always coexists with danger. You cannot catch wolves without parting with your children. By consuming the 2 fruits before him, he might well break through the bottleneck of Super Saiyan. Though fraught with risk, he was unwilling to let slip this once-in-a-lifetime chance. Resolute, Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and began to devour the two energy spheres in his hands. In a mere matter of seconds, the fruits were consumed with the ferocity of a tempest. With a resounding belch, Sun Wukong felt an immediate surge of heat coursing through his body, a torrent of wild energy rampaging like unbridled stallions within him, wreaking havoc. Simultaneously, his physique began to swell rapidly. In no time, he appeared as if he were an inflated balloon, on the brink of bursting at any moment. Every inch of his skin was besieged by a sensation akin to tearing pain. Oh no, I may have overdone it. Sun Wukong's brow furrowed deeply, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead as he felt his body teetering on the edge of being torn apart by the overwhelming energy. The excruciating pressure was unbearable. Subsequently, he concentrated and summoned formidable energy spheres in his palms, unleashing them in a frenzied barrage all around. The trunk of the Tree of Might and the ground were instantly marred by countless explosive impacts. After a chaotic display of energy bombardment, Sun Wukong felt the tearing sensation begin to subside slightly. He hastened the gathering of energy spheres, and as he did so, his inflated form gradually began to shrink. After half an hour, his body finally returned to its original state. Huffing and puffing, Sun Wukong leaned heavily on his knees, gasping for breath. The frenzied assault had drained not only his energy, but had also taken a considerable toll on his stamina. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming soreness throughout his body. Even lifting his arms became a challenge. Yet there was a silver lining. Despite enduring 30 minutes of excruciating pain, he could distinctly sense a significant enhancement in his strength. Regrettably, even with his combat prowess markedly elevated, there were still no signs of breaking through the Super Saiyan bottleneck. Not even a hint. Enough. It seems the time is not yet ripe. With a wry smile, Sun Wukong acknowledged that becoming a Super Saiyan was not an endeavor to be achieved overnight. Fortunately, there were no formidable foes demanding his transformation into a Super Saiyan at present, although he had not utilized the Spirit Tree's fruit to achieve his breakthrough. Sun Wukong remained unduly disheartened. After all, a Super Saiyan was a rarity among 1,000 Saiyans, and with half a year remaining before Frieza's arrival, he deemed it ample time. Let us return home. Sun Wukong glanced back at the bountiful Spirit Tree, feeling a twinge of reluctance. These precious resources were indeed valuable, yet in his current state, he could not partake of them. He then turned and soared back toward Bun's Mountain. Within a mere half-day, Goten and Krillin swiftly gathered the 7 Dragon Balls and summoned the Eternal Dragon, using its power to restore Earth to its former glory. The Spirit Tree vanished entirely, leaving behind only the spaceship of the Dorius Legion. A fortnight swiftly passed. The events surrounding Dorius gradually faded from everyone's memory. Sun Wukong continued his daily training within the gravity chamber, frequently sparring with Goten. Although Goten possessed formidable strength, his combat skills were lacking, making him susceptible to defeat against equally matched opponents. Krillin and Tien Shinhan also took lessons from the Dorius incident, training with remarkable diligence. Chi-Chi, I've been contemplating a journey lately. As the sun dipped below the horizon. During dinner, Sun Wukong devoured the feast with fervor while casually mentioning his intentions to Chi-Chi. Where to? Chi-Chi inquired with an unexpectedly calm demeanor, not reacting with the sharp retort Sun Wukong had anticipated. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback by Chi-Chi's attitude, but quickly regained his composure and responded. I plan to train at King Kai's place. King Kai? Chi-Chi paused, clearly unfamiliar with this figure, but then waved her hand dismissively, saying, Fine, if it pleases you, then go. However, as if suddenly realizing something, she put down her chopsticks and, with a serious expression, added, You may go, but do not entertain any thoughts regarding Goten. Sun Wukong was once again bewildered. Chi-Chi certainly took Goten's well-being to heart. Chapter 29. Journey to King Kai's Planet. Rest assured, I shall go alone this time. Sun Wukong chuckled, nodding reassuringly at Chi-Chi. His journey to King Kai's planet would take him past the Hall of Judgment, although he felt confident in his current strength. Having Goten accompany him would be somewhat inappropriate. Just be cautious while you are out there, Chi-Chi said, her concern evident in her gaze. She understood that she could not dissuade Sun Wukong, as she was well aware of his unwavering dedication to training over the years. Therefore, it was better to allow him to pursue what he loved. Moreover, The 10 million he had brought home 6 months ago still remained, ample enough for her and Goten's expenses for a year or two. Sun Wukong nodded earnestly at Chi-Chi, feeling grateful for her support, and then resumed his voracious consumption of the meal spread before them. The following morning, Sun Wukong set out for the Heavenly Temple, for he needed the guidance of the Supreme Kai to reach the Hall of Judgment. You intend to go to King Kai's planet. The Supreme Kai looked at Sun Wukong with astonishment, confirming his words. This young man should not have been privy to King Kai's existence, and yet he appeared remarkably well-informed. In truth, after the Saiyan Raditz had appeared on Earth, he had considered sending Sun Wukong to King Kai for training. However, given the remarkable surge in Sun Wukong's power over the past 6 months, he had refrained from mentioning it. After all, considering Sun Wukong's training progress, there seemed little need for him to visit King Kai's planet, especially since the other 2 Saiyans had arrived on Earth, easily manageable with their current strength. Yet now, Sun Wukong had taken the initiative to bring it up, which caught the Supreme Kai off guard. Yes, I would appreciate your assistance, dear Kai. Sun Wukong nodded earnestly in response. While training at King Kai's planet was secondary, since the gravity chamber offered a comparable training experience. His primary purpose was to learn the techniques of the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb, 2 of King Kai's ultimate skills. Although King Kai was relatively weak, the potency of these techniques was formidable. It was well known that Sun Wukong had repeatedly triumphed over powerful adversaries using the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb in Dragon Ball. Furthermore, in Dragon Ball Super, Sun Wukong had seamlessly fused the Kaioken with the Super Saiyan Blue form, elevating his power to unprecedented heights. Thus, it was imperative that he learn the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb during this period. The Supreme Kai furrowed his brow slightly before nodding. Very well. I shall first take you to the Hall of Judgment to see if King Enma approves. With that, the Supreme Kai led Sun Wukong, and in an instant, they arrived before the Hall of Judgment. A vast courtyard, perched above the swirling mists of the underworld, was adorned with buildings of blue bricks and green tiles, the centerpiece being a 2-story structure. Strikingly, the entrance bore a sign that read "Welcome," leaving Sun Wukong momentarily speechless, pondering which illustrious figure would design such a welcome for a place like this. Wukong, when you meet King Enma, do not speak. I shall handle it. Upon landing in the courtyard, the Supreme Kai nervously instructed. Sun Wukong cast a disdainful glance at the Supreme Kai. After all, he was the deity of Earth, yet he appeared as timid as a child before King Enma. Nevertheless, he nodded in a perfunctory manner. As they entered, they found themselves in a cramped room, where a desk sat at the center. Behind the desk was a red-faced man in a suit, sporting a bushy beard and 2 horns atop his head, a figure instantly recognizable to Sun Wukong as King Enma, the ruler of the realm of the dead. What brings you, the Earth's deity and a living being, to my Hall of Judgment? King Enma inquired, his voice deep and commanding. Yama, the king of hell, wore an expression of displeasure, his deep voice questioning the situation. The Yama Palace had explicit regulations forbidding the entry of living beings. Your Majesty, it is as follows. This humble deity wishes to seek training under Lord King of the realm. After approximately 10 minutes, the celestial being respectfully recounted the entirety of events leading up to this moment. So it is. Yama nodded thoughtfully, gazing at Sun Wukong, pondering for several more seconds before addressing him. You may proceed. However, I must caution you that the serpentine path to the King of the Realm's planet is fraught with peril. Should you happen to fall, I shall bear no responsibility. Sun Wukong exchanged a glance with the celestial being, both astonished at Yama's unexpected willingness. Rest assured, Sun Wukong exclaimed, raising his chin and nodding. With his own strength, he feared little of plummeting from the serpentine path. After all, even if he were to descend into the depths of hell, it would merely be a repeat of the experience. Moreover, he calculated that traversing the entire length of the serpentine path, measuring 100,000 kilometers, would take no more than 2 days at most. Observing the confident demeanor of Sun Wukong, Yama gestured towards a nearby exit. Wukong, do your best, the celestial being encouraged him. Indeed, Sun Wukong nodded in acknowledgement, then burst forth into a brilliant flash of white light. Vanishing from the Yama Palace, leaving behind two bewildered little gatekeepers and a dazed Yama. Is that fellow a human from Earth? Yama muttered, his gaze fixed on the spot where Sun Wukong had disappeared. Chapter 30. The Serpent Princess, a day fleetingly passed. However, in the Serpentine Path, while time flowed normally, there was no distinction between day and night. After a day of flight, Sun Wukong began to feel a sense of fatigue, particularly as his stomach protested with rumbling sounds. Alas, I completely forgot to bring some provisions. Sun Wukong slowed his pace slightly, patting his flat stomach as he sighed. He was uncertain how many days it would take to reach the North King of the Realms planet. If it took too long, he feared he might starve to death before even arriving. With that thought, Sun Wukong found himself nostalgically yearning for the sumptuous feast prepared by Chi-Chi. However, at this moment, he could only indulge in such thoughts. To reach the North King of the Realms planet as swiftly as possible, he had to accelerate once more. After another 2 to 3 hours, suddenly, a structure resembling the Yama Palace appeared before him. What is this? Sun Wukong hesitated, seemingly recalling something. However, at that very moment when he halted, the 3-story building transformed into a massive serpent's head. A terrifying suction emanated from the serpent's gaping mouth, pulling Sun Wukong inside. Naturally, this was also the reason he did not resist. Otherwise, such a trivial force would have been no more than a gentle breeze against his cheek. Once inside the serpent's mouth, Sun Wukong was drawn through a long dark passage and landed steadily on the ground. Before him stood a young girl with pale green skin and black hair, attired in a deep purple patterned qipao, her red pupils a blend of innocence and allure in her right hand. She held a hammer, while her left raised a gong, striking it and calling out, "Guests have arrived, come out to greet them." Sun Wukong surveyed the building and then the girl with red pupils, confirming his earlier suspicions. Indeed, this was the domain of the Serpent Princess within the Serpentine Path. If his calculations were correct, he was currently inside the belly of the Serpent Princess. However, this also meant that his hunger would likely be temporarily alleviated. Indeed, scarcely a minute after the girl with red pupils struck the gong, the door before him swung open. The Serpent Princess has arrived. With her announcement, 3 figures emerged. The woman at the center was draped in luxurious mink, her skin a light blue, with the same red eyes, cascading orange curls, and a curvaceous figure that complemented her exquisite features. The moment she laid eyes on Sun Wukong, her eyes sparkled with interest. The 2 little girls beside her each bore their unique charms. What a shame. Sun Wukong silently shook his head. If only they were not serpents, their appearances would undoubtedly qualify them as goddesses. Wow, this man is simply magnificent, exactly my type. Upon seeing Sun Wukong, the Serpent Princess fell into a love-struck daze, her heart fluttering with excitement. This was the first man she had shown such interest in. Aside from Yama, the 2 little girls beside the Serpent Princess whispered to each other. Speaking of Yama, he is truly unforgettable. Upon hearing their conversation, the Serpent Princess's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she replied coyly, "Are they out of their minds?" Sun Wukong was at a loss for words. How could Yama's rugged appearance be compared to his own? Were these 3 serpents certain they did not need an eye examination? "Esteemed Serpent Princess, I find myself somewhat famished. Might you provide me with something to eat?" Sun Wukong stepped closer, smiling as he spoke. The Serpent Princess paused, her heart soaring upon hearing herself referred to as the beautiful Serpent Princess, and quickly replied, "Of course, it would be my pleasure." She then signaled to the 2 little girls behind her, who nodded in understanding before hastily departing. Meanwhile, the Serpent Princess resolved to keep this handsome man here at all costs. Before long, approximately 10 minutes later, the 2 little girls returned with a lavish spread of food that was indeed a grand feast. As for how such delicacies as bear paws and large chicken drumsticks ended up on the road to the underworld, he was utterly bewildered. However, at that moment, with his stomach growling, he had little time to ponder such matters. He eagerly devoured the spread before him. And upon witnessing Sun Wukong relish the food, the Serpent Princess and the other little girls exchanged knowing smiles. Only after Sun Wukong had polished off every last dish and let out a satisfied burp did their smiles begin to fade, replaced by expressions of uncertainty. "Did you actually put any sedative in the food?" Princess Sheiji furrowed her brows and quietly questioned the 2 little girls behind her. "You released it, and in substantial quantities as well." How can there be no reaction at all? Is this person a monster? The two little girls looked equally bewildered, at a loss for what to do. Did you not feel the urge to sleep at all? After observing Sun Wukong appear even more spirited after his meal, Princess Shaiji fixed her gaze on him and inquired. Seeing the several confused individuals, Sun Wukong stood up, a mischievous smirk gracing his lips, and casually stated, "Of course, such things as hypnotic drugs have no effect on me." Chapter 31. May I ask where the humor lies? What? You actually know? Princess Shaiji and the little girls behind her were taken aback. How could this man possibly know that they had put hypnotic drugs in the food? Furthermore, he had consumed it all despite being aware. Was he lacking in common sense? Or did he simply not fear the effects of the drugs? Well then, I shall take my leave. Thank you for your generous hospitality. Ladies, Sun Wukong smiled at the astonished Princess Shaiji and her companions before attempting to depart. Were these genuine maidens, he might have considered staying to engage in a profound discussion on human anatomy and the dynamics between the sexes. However, the thought of a serpent made him hesitate. After all, not everyone possessed the mental fortitude of the valiant Su Xian. Are you truly not considering staying? Princess Shaiji, sensing the determination in Sun Wukong's gaze, suddenly spoke with a cold tone. This man, she had resolved to possess. If she could not have him entirely, taking a piece of him would suffice. That, oh, are you angry? Sun Wukong turned around to see the transformation in Princess Shaiji and the four little girls behind her. They no longer bore the playful and adorable demeanor, their elongated eyes glowing a sinister crimson, sharp fangs protruding, and their tongues flickering like serpents. They resembled true monsters. I shall grant you one more chance. Either stay, or I shall consume you. Princess Shaiji hissed, her tone laced with fury. After 500 years, finally capturing a man, how could she let him slip away so easily? Hiss, eat me. Were it not for your generous hospitality, I would have long since turned you into a snake stew. Sun Wukong smacked his lips, gazing at Princess Shaiji and her companions with playful mockery. His words evidently incited Princess Shaiji's wrath. You shall not leave here. Following her cold declaration, the figures transformed into wisps of shadows, swiftly vanishing. The surroundings morphed into a mass of soft pink substances, oozing with a nauseating green slime. Truly repulsive. Sun Wukong shook his head in disgust. He could have easily punched through Princess Shaiji's abdomen and exited, yet considering that she had treated him to a meal and had not committed any heinous acts, he decided to spare her this time. With that thought, a halo of white light enveloped Sun Wukong as he soared through Princess Shaiji's form and out into the open air. With a soft whoosh, a white entity burst forth from his mouth, disappearing from Princess Shaiji's view in mere moments. Until we meet again, beautiful Princess Shaiji. Sun Wukong's teasing voice echoed behind him. That insufferable brat. I cannot accept this. Soon after, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the realm of the underworld. Having dined well, Sun Wukong felt rejuvenated, and after spending the better part of the day, he finally arrived at the end of the serpent path. At last, I have arrived. Sun Wukong gazed at the small green planet before him, smiling as he spoke, reflecting on his first journey to King Kai's planet in the Dragon Ball series, which had taken him 6 months. He realized he had accomplished this in just 2 days. With that, he leaped and landed directly on King Kai's planet. Thud. Upon landing, his feet left deep impressions in the ground. The gravity on King Kai's planet was 10 times that of Earth, causing his weight to surge to over 1,000 pounds instantly. However, the increased weight posed little challenge for him now. Once on King Kai's planet, Sun Wukong surveyed his surroundings. A few trees, a car, a house, and a large black gorilla squatting in front of the house. This was the extent of the planet's possessions. Fixating on the humble abode, Sun Wukong suddenly shouted, "King Kai, come out and greet your guest." Startled by the voice, King Kai, who was busy preparing lunch, dropped his work and stepped outside, wearing an unhappy expression. "Hey, who are you?" he asked sternly. Before Sun Wukong could respond, King Kai continued, mumbling to himself, "Who are you?" "You are water." Suddenly, he burst into laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing joke, his face turning crimson. "Pray tell, where lies the humor?" Sun Wukong observed the short, stout figure of King Kai, clad in a long black vest, and seriously inquired, Surely, he must have gone a bit mad from solitude on this planet. Nanny, you don't understand humor. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, King Kai abruptly halted his laughter, his expression darkening as he glowered at Sun Wukong, solemnly asking, "What brings you here?" Did he misunderstand the essence of humor? Nevertheless, Sun Wukong replied earnestly, "I am here to learn." Before he could finish, King Kai interjected, "You may leave. I do not welcome those bereft of a sense of humor." Chapter 32. The Comical King Kai. Who told you I lack a sense of humor? With a knowing smile, Sun Wukong addressed King Kai. This fellow has such a low threshold for laughter. It would be a mere matter of moments to amuse him. King Kai looked at Sun Wukong with skepticism, for in his opinion, his sense of humor was quite elevated. It was not an easy feat to elicit laughter from him. After a brief pause, he spoke, "If you can make me laugh, I will agree to let you learn. What was it you wished to study again?" "I'm perplexed." Sun Wukong, feeling a bit dazed, quickly replied, "Kaioken and Spirit Bomb. Regardless of what I learn, as long as your joke can make me laugh, I'm open to anything." King Kai waved his hand dismissively and said grandly, "Your antenna resembles a celestial being, cold. Very cold." Chilling breeze swept by, and Sun Wukong felt foolish upon hearing it. He couldn't even comprehend what he was saying. Antenna. Celestial being. King Kai's expression suddenly froze, and after a gasp, he hastily covered his mouth. Sun Wukong could clearly see that this character was stifling a laugh. Is this truly a joke? Has his sense of humor descended into the depths of absurdity, observing King Kai struggle to suppress his laughter? Sun Wukong launched another wave of comedic attacks. A mute speaks, a blind man sees, a deaf man hears, in a relentless barrage. Sun Wukong himself was unsure of what he was saying, yet with each line he delivered, King Kai trembled more violently, his face turning crimson as he valiantly held back his laughter. "All right, this is the final round. I shall finish you," Sun Wukong declared, his gaze sharp as he prepared to deliver his ultimate blow. However, as soon as his words fell, King Kai erupted into uncontrollable laughter, collapsing to the ground in a fit of mirth. "What on earth? This is truly an unfathomable sense of humor." Sun Wukong shook his head, inwardly lamenting the plight of the lonely elder. After rolling on the ground for several minutes, King Kai finally regained his composure. "You must be a professional joker. I believe your talent is remarkable. So, I have decided to teach you Kaioken and Spirit Bomb." Once King Kai stood up, he shed his playful demeanor and addressed Sun Wukong with utmost seriousness. "However, before that, you must first complete a challenge." "What challenge?" Sun Wukong inquired. "First, you must overcome the gravity here and capture Bubbles." King Kai pointed to the large monkey that was bounding towards them. "Capture it." Sun Wukong observed the frolicking Bubbles with a hint of mockery in his tone. Even if the gravity were 100 times stronger, it wouldn't be that he felt utterly unchallenged. Moving freely was still quite effortless for him. This planet's tenfold gravity posed no challenge for him at all. "Exactly." King Kai nodded in agreement. So can we begin? Sun Wukong was eager to conclude these tedious games and start training in Kaioken. "Yes." King Kai nodded at Sun Wukong before calling out to Bubbles. "Run, Bubbles." Upon hearing King Kai's command, Bubbles turned and attempted to sprint away. However, just as Bubbles turned, Sun Wukong appeared before him at lightning speed, seizing Bubbles' arm effortlessly. Both King Kai and Bubbles wore bewildered expressions. What just happened? They had barely seen Sun Wukong's movement. How had he appeared in front of Bubbles? Was the tenfold gravity ineffective against him? Yet, it was no surprise. King Kai's strength paled in comparison to Vegeta's battle power of 18,000. So it was expected that he couldn't comprehend Sun Wukong's speed. "King Kai, can you now teach me Kaioken and Spirit Bomb?" Sun Wukong set Bubbles aside and playfully addressed King Kai. "There is another challenge you must complete before I can teach you." King Kai initially appeared startled, then smiled mysteriously. He bellowed at Sun Wukong. While this fellow could easily catch Bubbles, he would surely struggle against the speed of Gregory. As King Kai's roar echoed, a blue aura surged towards Sun Wukong at incredible speed. To the untrained eye, it appeared as merely a blue light, but Sun Wukong could clearly see it was a small insect resembling a bee. King Kai's other pet, Gregory, just as Gregory sped towards Sun Wukong to assert dominance. Sun Wukong suddenly smiled and flicked his finger forward. Gregory barely had time to react before he was sent flying by Sun Wukong's flick. King Kai was once again left in a state of shock. All right, I will now teach you Kaioken and Spirit Bomb. Chapter 33. Son Gohan versus Piccolo. Indeed, Sun Wukong's potential is immense. Having defeated the formidable Raditz and Nappa only underscores this fact. Earth, a planet fraught with calamities and misfortune, desperately needs a true guardian. Sun Wukong, bearing the intention to protect Earth and possessing a heart of righteousness, is precisely the individual for this task. Thus, King Kai can unreservedly impart the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb to him. Thank you, King Kai, Sun Wukong said with a respectful bow, a smile gracing his lips, as he understood well that despite King Kai's seemingly frivolous facade, he held strong principles and an immense sense of responsibility towards the planets of the North Galaxy. This point can be illustrated by the fact that the North Kai, after witnessing the demise of Tien and Yamcha at the hands of Vegeta, imparted his combat experience to them. Now, shall we first partake in a meal before discussing the matter of training? It was only then that the North Kai remembered his meal was half prepared when he was summoned by Goku. Well, that works. Upon hearing this from the North Kai, Goku indeed felt a pang of hunger. After all, it had already been a day since he departed from Princess Snake, and throughout that day, he had not consumed a single morsel. Meanwhile, on Earth, although Gohan did not accompany Goku to the North Kai's planet for training, he had not neglected his own practice. Goku had informed him that in 6 months, 2 Saiyans far more formidable than Raditz would arrive on Earth to wreak havoc. Why that time, Goku might not be present on Earth, and the weight of protecting the planet from destruction could very well fall upon Gohan's shoulders. Hence, Gohan's training could not afford to pause for a moment. After dinner, the sunset painted the sky in hues of crimson. Gohan and Piccolo stood atop the back mountain of Baozi Mountain. Gohan, allow me to assess your strength, Piccolo declared, his hands clawed in a fighting stance, his gaze piercing as he focused intently on Gohan. After 2 days of training, Piccolo felt that his own power had not noticeably increased. He contemplated finding someone to spar with, for practical combat was the most effective means of enhancing one's strength. However, with Goku already at the North Kai's planet, he had no one to train with. Of course, even if Goku were on Earth, the disparity between them was far too great. Sparring with him would be akin to seeking punishment, yielding no real training benefits. Although Gohan's combat power far surpassed Piccolo's, his battle experience was lacking, making him an ideal sparring partner. Uncle Piccolo, please guide me. Upon seeing Piccolo assume his battle stance, Gohan shifted his right foot back, forming claw-like hands, one in front and one behind, his gaze sharp and his tone resolute as he spoke to Piccolo. You are indeed just like that fellow Goku, Piccolo mused, observing Gohan's posture and fierce gaze. Reminiscent of the scene from 5 years ago at the World Martial Arts Tournament. That gaze was unmistakably similar. With a cold smirk, Piccolo bent his legs and leapt towards Gohan. As Piccolo initiated the offensive, Gohan showed no hesitation, pushing off the ground with his right foot, his small frame shooting forward. In their first exchange, the two opted for a direct confrontation. Bang! Their fists collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that created a sonic boom, causing both of them to be thrust backward. Gohan merely took a few steps back mid-air, while Piccolo found himself embedded into the solid mountainside. This little brat possesses astounding strength. Piccolo wiped a smear of purple blood from his horn, staring in astonishment at Gohan, but he never anticipated such a vast gap in their abilities, especially given that Gohan was still under 5 years old. The potential achievements of this child in the future are surely limitless. Piccolo silently assessed. Gohan, are you all right? Seeing Piccolo hurled away by his punch, Gohan expressed concern. After all, Piccolo was not their enemy, but rather an ally. That little attack couldn't possibly harm me. Come at me again. Piccolo gritted his teeth, enduring the searing pain radiating from his back as he addressed Gohan. Shaking off the tingling sensation in his arms, he clenched his fists once more and charged at Gohan. Although Piccolo attempted to maintain his composure, Gohan could still sense that Piccolo's energy had become disordered beneath the weight of his previous punch. Thus, this time, Gohan intentionally held back his strength, ensuring that Piccolo would not sustain any injuries. How dare that little brat look down on me? Piccolo's horn twitched, seething with anger. He could certainly feel that Gohan was not engaging him with full force. Fighting against a 4-year-old child while being restrained was an indignity he found intolerable. Little brat, underestimating me will lead to consequences. Piccolo coldly warned Gohan before his arms elongated like ropes, ensnaring Gohan. Simultaneously, under immense force, they constricted violently. The excruciating pain from the intense pressure caused Gohan to cry out. "If you do not resist with all your might, I will strangle you." Piccolo's gaze was frigid, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. After his words fell, he tightened his grip once more. The overwhelming sensation of compression elicited another pained cry from Gohan. However, in the next instant, Gohan's eyes turned icy, his entire demeanor shifting dramatically as he clenched his previously open palms. "Ha!" A deep growl resonated from Gohan's throat. Suddenly, beams of white light shot forth from the gaps between the arms constricting his body. Bang! Gohan exerted a powerful struggle, shattering Piccolo's arms into segments that fell to the ground. "Uncle Piccolo, are you all right?" Gohan asked anxiously, realizing he had mismanaged his strength upon seeing Piccolo's arms broken. "You two, father and son, are truly infuriating." Piccolo sighed with a wry smile at Gohan's guilty expression, feeling completely overshadowed by the duo. Then his expression shifted, accompanied by anguished cries as Piccolo's arms regenerated. "Uncle Piccolo, I didn't mean to." Gohan lowered his head, feeling remorseful as he softly apologized, witnessing Piccolo's painful expression. Piccolo approached Gohan, placing a hand on his shoulder, and said sternly, "Gohan, if you hadn't given it your all, just now, that would have disappointed me. You did well." Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Sun Wukong raised his head, gazing at Piccolo with a look of utter bewilderment, as if he were an entirely different person from the one engaged in battle just moments ago. "All right, today's training ends here. From now on, I shall come to spar with you every day until the day I surpass both you and your father," Piccolo remarked, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He firmly believed that one day he would indeed surpass both Sun Wukong and Son Gohan. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, after dining with King Kai, Sun Wukong began to receive instruction in the Kaioken technique. Initially, King Kai provided a brief explanation of the advantages and disadvantages of employing the Kaioken. The Kaioken is not a direct attack against an opponent. Rather, it enhances one's physical power, speed, attack, and defense instantaneously by several times, or even dozens of times. However, this technique imposes significant negative effects on the body that if one exceeds their physical limits while using it, their body may collapse. Naturally, with greater physical strength, one can execute the Kaioken at higher multipliers, thereby increasing its potency. Thus, the ultimate limit of the Kaioken is contingent upon the practitioner's physical robustness. Nevertheless, under normal circumstances, one cannot use the Kaioken too frequently, as it depletes potential and can cause severe harm over time. Additionally, the Kaioken has a critical drawback. It consumes a tremendous amount of stamina and energy in life-and-death battles. If one employs the Kaioken but fails to defeat their adversary, they may find themselves in a precarious situation. Therefore, the Kaioken is best reserved for dire circumstances. According to King Kai's explanation, the essence of the Kaioken is to momentarily amplify one's inherent potential in a brief span. One can achieve power levels far beyond the norm. "Wukong, have you been paying attention to what I said?" After more than half an hour of instruction, King Kai, parched and weary, looked at Sun Wukong and inquired, "I didn't catch any of that." Sun Wukong replied, shaking his head in confusion. Although he grasped the theoretical aspects, truly comprehending the Kaioken was an entirely different matter. "Well, since you didn't remember, just practice hard. I'm going to bed now." King Kai yawned and turned to leave, glancing back at the bewildered Sun Wukong. "Hey, I said I didn't remember." Sun Wukong shouted at the retreating, slightly trembling figure of King Kai, who seemed to be stifling laughter. As time passed, 3 months flew by swiftly. Throughout this period on King Kai's planet, Sun Wukong diligently practiced the Kaioken and Genkidama without feeling bored, especially with King Kai's amusing company to alleviate his monotony. "Hey, Wukong, Let me assess the results of your 3 months of training. King Kai, alongside Baburis and Bregali, stood before Sun Wukong, brandishing a large red brick. First, I'll evaluate your control of the Genkidama. The Genkidama, you say? Sun Wukong smirked, for during these 3 months, he had not only learned the Kaioken, but had also mastered the intricacies of the Genkidama. Create a Genkidama. One must take considerable time to gather life energy, or ki, and the maximum amount of ki that can be amassed is dependent on one's physical condition. Moreover, it is essential to absorb energy from other living beings. Generally, gathering a small amount of ki from many individuals results in immense power. The collected ki is in a high-pressure form, extremely dense, and even a seemingly inconspicuous sphere can obliterate an entire planet. The Genkidama allows the wielder to control the explosive force, thus preventing harm to the Earth. This was evident when Gohan deflected the Genkidama during his battle with Vegeta in Dragon Ball. Furthermore, the Genkidama possesses the remarkable ability to completely annihilate any form of regeneration, leaving not even a single cell behind. Even the formidable Majin Buu was reduced to nothing under the might of the Genkidama. Hence, it can be considered the most powerful attack technique in Dragon Ball. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's expression grew serious as he clenched his fists, and tiny white orbs of light began to emanate from his body. At the same time, the flora on King Kai's planet and even the air around him became infused with dense white light, converging towards Sun Wukong. In no time, the multitude of white orbs coalesced into a small white energy sphere, no larger than a ping-pong ball, radiating a brilliant glow. Here we go, King Kai. Once the Genkidama was fully formed, Sun Wukong lifted his head, a faint smile gracing his lips as he addressed King Kai. Let us see if you can catch this. With a swift motion, King Kai hurled the large brick towards Sun Wukong. Accelerate, accelerate. As he pushed forward with both palms, the speed of the brick increased with each command. By the time the brick had completed a full orbit around King Kai's planet, its velocity had escalated to a point where even Sun Wukong could only perceive a fleeting shadow racing towards him. Now, a deep voice resonated from within him as Sun Wukong seized the moment and launched the Genkidama at the swiftly approaching brick. Boom! The instant the Genkidama collided with the brick, a tempest erupted, creating a massive crater on the surface of King Kai's planet. The entire planet began to tremble. This little rascal intends to destroy my planet, King Kai exclaimed, shielding his eyes as he felt the ground shake violently. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong gazed excitedly at the explosion, marveling at the sheer power unleashed. The fact that a mere fraction of ki collected from King Kai's planet could yield such formidable energy filled him with awe. He pondered the potential devastation if he were to gather ki from the entire Earth, or even the entirety of Universe 7 to form a Genkidama. The magnitude of that power would be unimaginable. However, such an immense spirit bomb necessitates a robust physique for its formation. Should one's bodily strength prove insufficient, it is conceivable that one may not even gather a sufficient amount of energy, rendering the body incapable of withstanding it. Goku, your mastery over the spirit bomb is commendable. Once the hurricane subsided, King Kai of the North approached Son Goku, praising him, albeit with a twitch at the corner of his eye. It was evident that Son Goku's transformation of the King Kai's planet left King Kai somewhat displeased. Subsequently, he addressed Son Goku. Since you have thoroughly grasped the spirit bomb, let me witness your King Kai fist next. In truth, King Kai was quite eager to see firsthand the two techniques he had created. After all, although he had devised the King Kai fist and the spirit bomb, he had yet to master either himself, let alone utilize them. He had just witnessed the extraordinary power of the spirit bomb, which nearly obliterated his own planet, yet he felt quite satisfied with its might. Thus, he was naturally eager to see how formidable Son Goku's execution of the King Kai fist would be. Gohan smirked slightly before his expression turned serious. With a slight bend of his knees, he lowered his center of gravity, his arms pressed against his waist, and a deep roar erupted from his throat. King Kai fist, Haya! Accompanied by the low growl, the veins across Goku's body bulged, and a swirl of dark red, terrifying energy surged upwards from beneath his feet. Goku became enveloped in a powerful vortex of energy. Spiraling wildly, Such an intimidating aura. King Kai of the North murmured in astonishment, acutely aware of the sudden surge in Goku's energy. The overwhelming pressure was palpable, even from 5 meters away, causing his body to ache from the fierce gust. Yet before King Kai could fully comprehend his astonishment, Goku's low growl resonated once more in his ears. King Kai fist, tenfold. As the deep voice echoed, sweat poured down Gohan's brow. His muscles expanded dramatically in an instant. The terrifying dark red vortex of energy transformed into sharp blades, sweeping outwards in all directions. Not far away, King Kai, Barbarous, and Bregally were directly swept away by the ferocious wind. I could see that moment. Goku's energy reached an extraordinarily terrifying level. The tenfold King Kai fist was a display of power so overwhelming that even Goku found it hard to believe. However, within mere moments, Goku ceased to unleash any further energy. Goku exhaled slowly, returning to his normal state. Once back to his usual form, he felt a wave of soreness throughout his body. It seemed that the tenfold King Kai fist was somewhat challenging for him to master at this stage. After all, his base power was already quite formidable, and an instantaneous tenfold increase was indeed taxing on his body. Hey Goku, do take a look at the havoc you've wreaked. Just as Goku was lost in thought, he heard King Kai's melancholic voice. Following the sound, he beheld the disheveled King Kai, alongside the ruins of his home and the wreckage of a small car, both devastated by Goku's previous overwhelming energy. The ground lay in complete disarray, a sight of utter devastation. Well, I didn't do it on purpose. You believe me, right? Goku scratched the back of his head awkwardly, continuing to explain, it's not like I wanted to destroy your house or anything. You were the one who wanted to see the results of my King Kai fist. He looked up to see King Kai's face, dark as ink, that I asked you to demonstrate your results. Not to demolish my home. King Kai's face was one of utter despair, wishing fervently for this troublesome fellow to vacate his planet. If he continued this way, his already minuscule territory would surely be laid to waste. P.S. Please save, reward, and rate. Chapter 36. Different aspirations. After over 3 months of training on King Kai's planet, Son Goku had become exceedingly proficient in both the King Kai fist and the Spirit Bomb. Thus, remaining on King Kai's planet no longer held much significance. Moreover, since he had demonstrated his King Kai fist and caused considerable destruction, that petty fellow seemed to have grown somewhat unfriendly towards him lately. It was high time for him to return to Earth. King Kai, I plan to head back to Earth shortly, Goku announced to King Kai, who was diligently repairing his small house, covered in dirt. Oh, King Kai replied dismissively, not even turning his head, his tone laden with indifference. Don't you want to send me off? Goku awkwardly scratched his head, grinning as he inquired further. It was merely a matter of dismantling his house, damaging his car, and causing a bit of chaos on his planet. That stingy fellow was still sulking. How petty for the illustrious King Kai. Get lost. Upon hearing Goku's words, King Kai could no longer contain himself. He turned and shouted a single word. Just go already. Why are you so angry? So petty. Goku muttered to himself as he walked away, hands clasped behind his head, after covering a distance of 10 meters. He leaped to land at the end of Snake Way. Watching Goku's retreating figure, King Kai sighed deeply, feeling relieved. Finally, I've rid myself of this troublesome star. If I kept him here any longer, my pitiful planet would surely be dismantled. However, no sooner had he spoken than Goku's familiar voice echoed from Snake Way. King Kai, don't miss me. I'll be back before you know it. Upon hearing Goku's voice, King Kai's expression darkened considerably. It took 2 days to reach King Kai's planet, yet the return journey took merely half a day. This directly indicated Goku's remarkable progress during his 3 months of training on King Kai's planet. When Goku arrived at the Hall of Judgment, the Kaioshin was already waiting for him. It is evident that the North King has already made arrangements with the celestial deity. Wukong, it appears that your strength has significantly increased. The celestial deity can distinctly sense that Son Wukong now resembles an unfathomable abyss, impenetrable to his observation. This clearly indicates that Son Wukong's current prowess has surpassed any realm he could previously fathom. Stunned, he could only utter a few words. Even King Enma wore an expression of astonishment. The power this young man possesses now is entirely different from that which he exhibited 3 months ago on King Kai's planet. Standing before him evoked a sense of trepidation. Indeed, these past 3 months have yielded remarkable gains. Wukong responded modestly. After all, in the presence of deities like the celestial deity and King Enma, boasting offers little gratification. Let us depart. Wukong smiled at the celestial deity, then turned to King Enma and said, "Thank you for your assistance, Lord Enma." With that, they were transported directly to the celestial palace by the celestial deity's power. Upon arrival at the celestial palace, Wukong discovered that Tien Shinhan, Krillin, and others were engaged in training there. "Wukong, you truly make us feel inadequate," Krillin and Tien Shinhan remarked, feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from Wukong. They had trained in the celestial palace for 3 months and experienced considerable growth in their own abilities. However, in comparison to Wukong, they felt somewhat diminished, although they could not ascertain the exact extent of Wukong's strength. It was evident that he was far more formidable than he had been 3 months prior. "You all have made considerable progress as well," Wukong noted, recognizing the evident improvements in Krillin and Tien Shinhan's abilities over the past 3 months. Their combat prowess now likely exceeded 7,000, perhaps even more. Such strength could rival or even surpass that of the Saiyans. "Heh," Krillin scratched his bald head, acknowledging his own progress as commendable. Though he knew it paled in comparison to Wukong and his son's extraordinary training speed. "Why are only the 3 of you here? Where is Yamcha?" Wukong scanned the surroundings, noticing only Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Jiaozi, but not Yamcha. He mentioned an important baseball game in 2 months, so he is currently preparing for it. Krillin explained, "It was indeed commendable to maintain such optimism in light of Earth's precarious situation." Wukong chuckled and nodded in agreement. Each their own," Tien Shinhan remarked, observing Wukong smile with a wry grin. They understood that Wukong was not genuinely praising Yamcha. However, since Yamcha had chosen his own path, they could not impose their views upon him. "That is true. Well then, you 3 continue your training." Wukong waved farewell to the trio and, enveloped in a swirling energy, leaped down from the celestial palace. After returning home and briefly sharing his experiences of the past 3 months with Chi-Chi and Gohan, Wukong once again entered the gravity chamber. 10 months had passed since Raditz' defeat. It seemed that Vegeta and his companions would soon arrive on Earth, and a month after their departure, Frieza and his crew would appear on Namek. Thus, Wukong needed to reach Namek before Frieza to summon Porunga. Moreover, although his combat power was formidable, estimated at 5 million, he realized that without the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, he would be at a disadvantage against Frieza's ultimate form, which boasted a staggering power level of 12 million. Therefore, breaking through to Super Saiyan was imperative. His most urgent task was to arrive on Namek before Frieza, in hopes of utilizing Porunga and the Grand Elder of Namek's potential enhancement abilities to transcend his limits and attain the Super Saiyan transformation. Fortunately, he had 3 months to prepare, and with Bulma's modifications, his spaceship could reach Namek in just 6 to 7 days. It was time to begin training. Wukong temporarily set aside these thoughts, activating the gravity to 100 times. After 3 months of training on King Kai's planet, he found the increased gravity to be far less daunting than before. With ample time at his disposal, he decided to spend this period cherishing moments with Chi-Chi and Gohan, for upon his next departure, he could not predict when he might return to Earth. With that in mind, Wukong immersed himself in focused training. In the month that followed, Wukong balanced his time between training and spending quality moments with Chi-Chi. Strolling through the streets and engaging in sparring matches with Gohan and Piccolo in the afternoons, in the evenings, he dedicated 3 hours to training in the gravity chamber. He occasionally visited Bulma's home to maintain a presence. Understanding that while pursuing romance may require subtlety, it was essential for a woman to feel valued and noticed. Thus, this month passed swiftly and fruitfully. In the course of this month, Chi-Chi has developed a renewed understanding of her husband. It turns out he is not an utterly unromantic emotional simpleton. He can indeed utter sweet nothings and, like a couple in the throes of passion, take her for leisurely strolls, dine together, and indulge in shopping. No longer the relentless training fanatic who only knew of combat. Their relationship has blossomed into a deep and inseparable bond. Moreover, Chi-Chi's character has undergone a significant transformation, subtly yet profoundly. Bulma, too, has observed the burgeoning affection between son Wukong and Chi-Chi. Although she should be delighted for them, a sense of unease lingers within her heart that on one hand, she perceives the harmonious love between son Wukong and Chi-Chi. On the other hand, her own feelings, tumultuous and uncontrollable, surge like an uncontrollable spring. Especially the feeling of son Wukong's elusive presence leaves her restless. This month has flown by for son Wukong as well. However, he must now depart for a while to strengthen himself, ensuring he can protect them and preserve this delicate harmony indefinitely. Although Chi-Chi is deeply reluctant to see son Wukong go, she understands that his departure is for a reason. Early the next morning, son Wukong prepared to embark on his journey to Namek. Bulma, Piccolo, Krillin, and others came to see him off. Wukong, please be careful on your journey. And here, I prepared some provisions for you, Chi-Chi said, handing a package to son Wukong with a reluctant tone. It is clear that this past month has completely altered Chi-Chi's perception of son Wukong, fostering a profound sense of dependence. After all, no girl is inherently strong. She merely has yet to find someone who cherishes her. Oh, don't worry, I'm just going on a little trip. It's nothing dangerous, and I will return swiftly, son Wukong said, gently caressing Chi-Chi's cheek with a tender smile. Bulma, watching the two of them so intimately, felt a twinge of discomfort, unsure of where to place her hands and eyes for comfort. Wukong, are you really going to be safe on that Namek trip? Do you truly not need us to accompany you? Krillin and Tien Shinhan asked. Not at all. You should focus on your training with the Kai. Besides, with my current strength, do you think I'll encounter any danger anywhere? Son Wukong replied, playfully, as he moved his hand from Chi-Chi's cheek and turned to Krillin. That's true, Krillin chuckled, acknowledging that with Wukong's current prowess, he would likely have no rivals even in the vast universe. After all, he had already defeated formidable Saiyans like Raditz and Nappa. Of course, this was due to his ignorance of just how vast the universe is and the extent of its powerful beings. By the way, do you need me to accompany you? If the spaceship encounters any malfunction, I could help with repairs. Bulma suddenly chimed in with a forced smile, though her expression was noticeably stiff. While others might take her words as mere jest, son Wukong sensed a deeper meaning behind them. Sure, I'd actually love that, son Wukong replied without hesitation, knowing that Bulma was just testing him and would not genuinely accompany him on a space journey. Especially out of consideration for Chi-Chi, as expected. After Wukong's words, Bulma smirked and teasingly retorted, "You shameless flirt." However, her demeanor relaxed considerably, and her smile appeared much more genuine. Be careful on your journey, Bulma said earnestly. Yes, I will, son Wukong nodded seriously before turning to Gohan, saying, Gohan, you have grown up. While I am away, please take good care of your mother and Aunt Bulma, and protect the Earth well. Understood? Yes, Dad, I understand, Gohan replied obediently. Well then, everyone, I'm off. Son Wukong waved goodbye to the group before stepping onto the spaceship. Bulma had already set the landing coordinates for Namek. If all went according to plan, the spaceship would arrive in 6 days. Once aboard, son Wukong closed the hatch and pressed the ignition button. The spaceship instantly transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from the sight of those left behind. After son Wukong departed, Krillin and Tien Shinhan returned to the Kai's temple. And Piccolo seemed to have vanished. Bulma flew home in her capsule plane, leaving only Gohan and Chi-Chi behind. Wukong, please return soon. Chi-Chi gazed longingly in the direction where son Wukong had disappeared, clutching the hem of her garment. Murmuring softly, Don't worry, Mama. Papa will definitely come back, Gohan reassured her, observing her dazed expression and the fading presence of son Wukong. Yes, let us go home. Gohan, Chi-Chi nodded heavily, taking Gohan's hand as they walked in the direction of their home. Meanwhile, son Wukong floated through space. Before departing, Bulma had already adjusted the landing location for him. Now he needed only to train diligently in the gravity chamber, rest, and snack when he wished. He merely had to endure the tedium of these 6 days until he reached Namek. How dull. What should I do to pass the time? In just half a day's time, Sun Wukong began to feel the insidious encroachment of monotony and boredom. Although he'd spent 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, at least he had the company of Son Gohan during that period. Now, however, he found himself utterly alone, with no one to converse with. Perhaps I could practice the techniques of others. A sudden spark of inspiration struck Sun Wukong. After all, with nothing else to occupy his time, it would be an excellent opportunity to hone the skills of his companions. Techniques such as Tien Shinhan's solar flare, Piccolo's special beam cannon, and Krillin's Destructo Disc. While these moves might not have exhibited their full potential in the hands of his friends, due to their relatively weaker abilities, he believed that in his capable hands, they could yield tremendous results. Particularly, Krillin's Destructo Disc, which completely disregarded defenses, could inflict massive amounts of real damage. It is worth noting that in the Dragon Ball manga, no one has ever been able to withstand Krillin's Destructo Disc with their body. Even Frieza's tail was severed by Krillin's Destructo Disc. Despite Krillin's power being a mere fraction of Frieza's, the sheer power was evident in the Dragon Ball universe. While many could execute similar slicing techniques, such as Vegeta, Amon, Sun Wukong, Frieza, Android 18, Kid Buu, and Baby, they merely formed disc-shaped energy blasts from their palms without explicitly being labeled as Destructo Discs. Moreover, their methods of formation differed from Krillin's, as most simply generated their blast directly from their palms like ordinary ki blasts. Thus, the Destructo Disc stands as a truly unique technique within the realm of Dragon Ball. As for Tien Shinhan's solar flare, although it is not a combat technique per se, it can blind an opponent momentarily, granting an excellent opportunity for a counterattack. And while Piccolo's special beam cannon did not particularly pique his interest, the concept of consolidating all of one's fighting energy into a single, focused attack was undoubtedly worth emulating. Who knows, it might even inspire the creation of new techniques. With these thoughts in mind, Sun Wukong decided not to linger any longer and promptly entered the gravity room to commence his training. Chapter 39. The Cosmic Emperor Frieza, Sun Wukong, had previously witnessed Tien Shinhan's solar flare, so he had some semblance of its execution. He should be able to grasp it within a short span. As for Krillin's Destructo Disc, according to the current storyline, he had yet to develop it. Would his own earlier creation of the Destructo Disc be considered an appropriation of Krillin's innovative efforts? However, such musings were trivial compared to the necessity of enhancing his own strength. Given this, he resolved to begin with the Destructo Disc. With his determination solidified, Sun Wukong raised his hand high. Destructo Disc. He intoned in a low voice that, as he extended his right hand, a massive white energy disc formed, swirling rapidly in his palm. He then slashed it forward. At the moment the white disc was released, Sun Wukong instantaneously darted ahead, thrusting out his right palm to catch the disc with sheer force. Crack! Crack! A series of sharp sounds echoed as the white disc became riddled with cracks, eventually disintegrating into countless specks of light. It seemed that mastering the Destructo Disc would not be an easy feat. Sun Wukong shook his head in resignation. Although his initial attempt bore semblance to the Destructo Disc, it fundamentally remained an ordinary ki blast, merely a transformation of its appearance. With a clear objective in mind, the passage of time became far less tedious. 5 days slipped by in the blink of an EY. It dawned on him that his prior understanding of the Destructo Disc had been entirely flawed. Sun Wukong mused to himself, having believed that simply gathering all his ki into his palm and shaping it into a disc constituted the Destructo Disc. However, that notion was utterly misguided. The energy he had amassed was still merely a ki blast. While its power might be considerable, its density could not compare to that of the Destructo Disc. This was precisely why the Destructo Disc could slice through anything. In truth, the Destructo Disc is a technique that concentrates all of one's formidable ki into the arm, ultimately releasing it from the palm in the form of a spinning disc. With this realization, Sun Wukong felt a profound sense of clarity, as if the mists had parted to reveal the sky. Once more, he raised his right hand high. Golden rings of light began to manifest around his arm, converging toward his palm. In an instant, Sun Wukong's Destructo Disc coalesced. The white disc was adorned with sharp golden edges, appearing exceptionally lethal, vastly different from the versions executed by Frieza and Android 18. Have I succeeded? Sun Wukong exclaimed in excitement, Fully aware of the terrifying potential of the Destructo disc, it seemed he had truly triumphed this time. At that moment, in the depths of space, a colossal spaceship, whether by design or coincidence, was navigating towards Sun Wukong's spacecraft. Within that enormous vessel, a legion of extraterrestrials clad in space battle armor could be seen. King Frieza, from 100 miles away, spotted a moving spacecraft, which exhibited signs of life within that a creature resembling a pink toad addressed a diminutive figure adorned with antelope horns seated in a spacecraft. This figure, garbed in battle armor and sporting 2 antelope horns, was none other than the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza. The pink toad-like extraterrestrial, who had just spoken, was none other than Frieza's capable lieutenant. Dodoria? Ho! Could be those wild monkeys for Vegeta? Frieza remarked in a flat tone, seemingly unperturbed by Dodoria's words that IT shouldn't be. Vegeta's battle power is 18,000, while the reading from that spacecraft indicates merely 10,000. Dodoria utilized a state-of-the-art power detector, which had already assessed the battle power of the life forms aboard the distant spaceship, 10,000 power level. Such trash, there's no need to pay it any mind. Frieza scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. A power level of 10,000 was utterly insufficient to even pose a threat to him. Why waste time dealing with such trifles? He casually mentioned that he had more pressing matters to attend to. However, judging by his trajectory, it appeared he was heading towards the Namek planet or its surrounding celestial bodies. Dodoria's words seemed to serve as both a reminder and an anticipation of a definitive answer. The Namek planet? Could it be that he was also after the Dragon Balls? Upon hearing Dodoria mention Namek, Frieza's demeanor shifted. His eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured under his breath. The 7 Dragon Balls on Namek must belong to him, and if anyone dared to covet them, their fate would be sealed with a single word: death. As for the recently appeared spaceship, regardless of whether it was indeed bound for Namek, it must be obliterated. He could not tolerate even the slightest possibility of an unforeseen event. Better to strike down an innocent than to let a potential threat slip away. Take it down, Frieza commanded sharply, his eyes glinting with the cold. Ruthless light directed at Dodoria. He could not permit any errors regarding the Dragon Balls. Understood. Dodoria nodded in response to Frieza, then turned to the ship's control officer and instructed, initiate attack, bring down the vessel ahead. The control officer, bowing respectfully, complied and pressed the attack button. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth, akin to a raging inferno, targeting the spaceship ahead. Meanwhile, within the gravity chamber of the spaceship, Son Goku remained blissfully unaware that danger was silently encroaching upon him. I'm so hungry, I should grab something to eat, he mused to himself, stretching his slightly sore body. Unbeknownst to him, the 5th day had already passed significantly. After exiting the gravity chamber, he realized that prolonged exposure to such conditions could lead to extreme fatigue and a considerable drain on his energy. Thankfully, Chi-Chi had prepared an ample supply of food. Otherwise, he would have faced hunger once more over these past few days, just as he placed a sushi roll into his mouth, savoring the moment. Goku's expression abruptly shifted, his brows furrowing in concern. What is this energy? He wondered, sensing an ominous and powerful force drawing nearer. He swiftly sprang to his feet, intending to check the window. However, before he could reach it, the entire spaceship shuddered violently, as if it had been struck with tremendous force. Damn it! What's happening? He realized, now fully aware that his ship was under attack. Approaching the window, he was taken aback to see beams of yellow energy, reminiscent of fiery serpents, hurtling towards his vessel. Panic set in as Goku realized that under normal circumstances, he could retaliate against any assault. Yet now, stranded in the vastness of space, he found himself utterly helpless. What made matters worse was his inability to discern the position of his adversaries. What should I do? At this moment, Goku felt completely at a loss, as the spaceship's entire system had been programmed by Bulma before their departure. All he needed to do was wait 6 days to reach Namek, never anticipating an attack in the void of space. Bang, bang, bang. In mere seconds, the ship sustained multiple strikes, shaking violently once more. Goku could see from the control room's display that the spaceship's trajectory had begun to deviate minutely. Calm down. I must remain composed, he urged himself, taking a deep breath to regain his focus. That he approached the window again, observing as fiery projectiles continued to rain down upon them. If a ship were to be destroyed in this moment, he was certain he would perish in the depths of space. Yet, without any knowledge of his enemy's location, he felt a sense of suffocating frustration. If I find out who did this, I swear I will flay them alive. He seethed, gritting his teeth. With no time to waste, he returned to the control room, realizing that hesitation would only leave him vulnerable to further attacks. Waiting idly would be tantamount to a death sentence. With determination, Goku resolutely began to press random buttons on the control panel. The instructions written on the screen were utterly foreign to him. He needed to escape the enemy's firing range. Once he did, he could land on any other planet and, with his strength, likely ensure his survival. Should he be shot down in space, however, there would be no hope of rescue. As he frantically manipulated the controls, he noticed an increase in the spaceship's speed. The display indicated that their course had shifted significantly from their destination, Namek. From an external perspective, one would witness the extensive damage inflicted upon Goku's vessel, with wisps of smoke billowing from various sections. Meanwhile, aboard the colossal spaceship, Frieza's command was met with Dodoria's report. Lord Frieza, the enemy ship has evaded our attack range, and its trajectory has altered. Should we pursue? No need. Since its course has deviated from Namek, there is no point in wasting time on an insignificant insect, Frieza replied, a sinister smirk playing on his lips that it would be a waste of his precious time to continue pursuing an adversary with a mere power level of 10,000. At this moment, although Goku had successfully escaped the unknown energy's assault, his spaceship was severely damaged, and the control panel had become entirely non-functional. The vessel's speed continued to increase, leaving Goku with no knowledge of where he might land. Chapter 41. The Interdependence of Fortune and Misfortune. Planet Yadalat. Thus, in a state of aimless wandering, Sun Wukong drifted through the cosmos aboard his spaceship for a full 2 days. Throughout this duration, he endeavored to calm his mind. During the first half of the first day, he would occasionally gaze out of the ship's window, but all he beheld was an expanse of boundless emptiness. Subsequently, Sun Wukong retreated into the gravity chamber to commence his training. It was not due to a lack of concern, but rather because at that moment he found himself unable to engage in any other pursuits. All he could do was to exert his efforts and await fate's decree. Suddenly, a thunderous roar pierced the air as Sun Wukong trained within the gravity chamber. The violent shockwave hurled him against the wall with tremendous force. However, at that moment, a wave of joy surged within him, for the sounds of explosions filtering in from outside signified that he had indeed departed from the void of space. Moreover, it appeared that the spaceship had ceased its forward momentum. Once he regained his composure, Sun Wukong hurriedly exited the gravity chamber and approached the window, where he confirmed that he had indeed landed. He swiftly opened the hatch and stepped outside, surveying his surroundings. Layer upon layer of undulating mountains stretched before him, stark and devoid of any signs of life. Could it be that he had arrived on a desolate planet? Sun Wukong's expression darkened as he continued to scan the area. There was not a single living creature in sight, nor even a hint of greenery. If this were indeed the case, it would pose quite a predicament. He then closed his eyes, attempting to attune himself to the environment, when suddenly he perceived a faint presence. Though exceedingly weak, it indicated that this planet had once been home to living beings. As Sun Wukong remained with his eyes closed, he was suddenly struck by the unmistakable sensation of 2 presences materializing before him. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld 2 figures that appeared somewhat familiar. Yadalat beings? Sun Wukong exclaimed with excitement, his face alight with joy. The 2 figures before him were, in fact, uncertain of their own nature, pink-skinned, adorned with frog-like spots and deep wrinkles, sporting pointed elfin ears, and clad in black and white combat attire. Their height barely reached his waist. As a devoted fan of Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong instantly recognized them as Yadalat beings. Indeed, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Originally, he had intended to journey to planet Namek after fulfilling his wish with the Dragon Balls, to learn their instant transmission and other extraordinary powers, but he never anticipated that an ambush in space would serendipitously lead him directly to planet Yadalat. This revelation lifted the heavy weight from his heart. as long as he mastered instant transmission here. Reaching planet Namek would be but a moment's endeavor. Who are you? How do you know of us? Are you one of Gula's subordinates? The two Yadalat beings questioned, their expressions wary as they scrutinized him, their voices laden with caution. Gula, Frieza's brother. Observing their apprehensive gazes, Sun Wukong deduced that Gula must have wrought havoc upon planet Yadalat, or was currently in the process of doing so, which explained their wariness towards him, as they likely sensed his overwhelming power. Do not be alarmed. I'm unfamiliar with the Gula you speak of. My spaceship was attacked in space, and I was forced to make an emergency landing here. Sun Wukong gestured towards the battered remnants of his spaceship behind him. The two exchanged glances, yet their vigilance remained unwavering. If I were indeed Gula's minion, eliminating you would be a trivial task, a fact you should be acutely aware of. Sun Wukong smiled, his tone devoid of concern as he continued. Now, lead me to your leader. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, the two beings furrowed their brows, hesitating for a moment before ultimately nodding in agreement. The stranger before them spoke truthfully. If he wished to slay them, it would indeed be an effortless endeavor. Moreover, he certainly possessed his own means to locate their leader. If he truly was not a subordinate of Gula, given his formidable strength, he might even assist planet Yadalat in overcoming its current plight. Please hold on to me. We shall take you to meet Chief Supa at once, one of the Yadalat beings said earnestly to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong promptly placed his hand upon the shoulder of the speaking Yadalat being, fully aware that many inhabitants of this planet were adept in the art of instant transmission. Therefore, he felt no surprise. After resting his hand upon the individual's shoulder, the Yadalat being pressed 2 fingers to his forehead, and the 3 of them experienced a slight tremor before vanishing from their original location. When they reappeared, they found themselves amidst the ruins, where approximately 10 figures stood. Among them, one figure stood in stark contrast to the others. His skin was a deep green, and his physique bore little resemblance to that of the typical Earthling. Compared to the other Yadalat beings, he was notably more robust, and his energy surpassed theirs significantly. His combat power estimated to be around 40 to 50,000. Sun Wukong recognized this individual as the leader of planet Yadalat. Supa. P.S. Please consider bookmarking, supporting, and providing feedback. Chapter 42. Intimidation. Who are you? Supa inquired, his demeanor haughty as he fixed his gaze upon Sun Wukong. His voice cool and detached. He sensed that the individual before him possessed limited strength, thus his words lacked courtesy. After all, in a world where power reigns supreme, one cannot expect respect without it. Moreover, he felt an instinctive aversion towards this alien who had appeared on planet Yadalat, likely stemming from the memories of past invaders. Earthling, Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong offered a faint smile, responding with a tone that was relatively courteous. Earthling, what brings you here? Supa's demeanor remained cold, his voice somewhat aggressive as he inquired. I found myself here after being attacked in space. It was not my intention to arrive, Sun Wufan replied in a rather plain manner. Landing on the planet Adalat was indeed an unforeseen outcome for him, although he felt a great delight at this result. He then continued to address Supa, saying, Rest assured, Chief Supa, I harbor no ill intentions. However, Supa seemed to scoff at Sun Wukong's words, disdainfully uttering, Indeed, you possess no malice, for you lack the qualifications for it. He could clearly sense that the unfamiliar youth before him, while somewhat powerful, was still significantly weaker compared to himself. Thus, in his view, even if the boy wished to display hostility, he was not qualified to harbor any malicious intent towards their planet Adalat. Oh, Chief Supa, as the leader of Adalat, do you not fear being underestimated while peering through the cracks of your door? Sun Wukong remarked with a teasing smile, a hint of anger flashing across his face. Supa, possessing a combat power of around 40 to 50,000, seemed remarkably short-sighted for a planetary leader. Although Sun Wukong appeared to possess merely around 10,000 in combat power, that was due to his deliberate concealment of his true strength. Even so, given Supa's prowess, he should have been able to sense the pressure emanating from Sun Wukong. This individual was either a true tiger or had ulterior motives, if one wishes to be regarded highly. One must first ensure they possess the requisite strength. Mustn't they? Su Pa's contemptuous expression slightly lifted. Clearly, he believed that Sun Wukong, with a mere 10,000 in combat power, did not warrant his attention. "Dismiss him," Su Pa commanded with a cold expression to the 4 guards beside him. What an absurdity! Sun Wukong felt a surge of anger at Su Pa's dismissive attitude. He had been trying to converse amicably. Yet this individual countered him at every turn, laced with scornful words. Not wishing to stoop to his level, did he really think of himself as a soft target? As the 4 guards approached, a glimmer of cold light erupted in Sun Wukong's eyes in a chilling tone, he remarked, "Is this the strength you speak of?" As his voice fell, Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly. "Huh." A low growl escaped his throat. And in an instant, a terrifying vortex of energy surged forth like a blade, sweeping outward in all directions. The 4 Adalat guards advancing towards him, along with the 2 who had escorted him earlier, were sent flying by the overwhelming force. The remaining 7 or 8 were similarly toppled, their faces etched with terror. Even Su Pa, the strongest among them, found himself sliding backward, his feet scraping against the ground. His expression a mirror of sheer horror. How is this possible? An expression of unparalleled shock spread across Su Pa's face as he murmured, "That fellow, with merely around 10,000 in combat power. How could he suddenly escalate to such a terrifying level?" He could distinctly feel that Sun Wukong's current battle power far surpassed his own by more than tenfold. Could it be that this seemingly unremarkable alien possessed a staggering 500,000 in combat power? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The members of Gula's strongest mech team had only around 18,000 in combat power. In this universe, aside from the Frozen Demon Clan, how could there be anyone stronger than Gula's mech team? As he observed Su Pa, who stared at him in a daze, Sun Wukong retracted his imposing aura. It would have been exceedingly simple to eliminate these individuals. However, he understood that they were tough and unyielding. If he were to kill them, acquiring abilities like instant transmission would become quite challenging. "Who exactly are you?" After a moment of stunned silence, Su Pa gazed at Sun Wukong with trembling trepidation. His words stumbling, he was well aware that with the strength Sun Wukong had just demonstrated, not only could he annihilate them, but he could also obliterate the entire planet of Adalat in an instant. "I have already stated, I am an Earthling, Sun Wukong." Sun Wukong replied coolly, observing Su Pa's face of sheer terror. "You truly are not one of Gula's subordinates." Su Pa's face remained pale with fear. If this individual were indeed a subordinate of Gula, then the planet Adalat would be in grave peril. "Is it your ears that are faulty, or have I not spoken clearly enough?" Sun Wukong offered no courtesy to Su Pa, who had foolishly sought to belittle him. There was no need for him to present a pleasant demeanor. He continued, "Gula is still unworthy." Chapter 43. The wise who sue arrogant, exceedingly arrogant, at least from Su Pa and the other Adalat inhabitants' perspective. Sun Wukong's words at this moment were remarkably brazen, so brazen that they questioned whether this individual was out of his mind. Who was Gula? He was the eldest son of the Frozen Demon Clan, the greatest evil force in the universe. Even Frieza could be referred to as the Emperor of the universe, and as Gula's brother, his strength surpassed that of Frieza. In their eyes, there were virtually no rivals to these beings in the universe. While the Earthling named Sun Wukong possessed strength far exceeding theirs, when compared to Gula, it was an entirely disparate realm, with no basis for comparison whatsoever. Just as Su Pa was about to enlighten the ignorant Sun Wukong about the formidable nature of Gula and his mech team, an elderly man, hunched and cloaked in black, entered the ruins. Upon entering, he immediately gestured for Su Pa to refrain from continuing his speech. He then approached Sun Wukong. What was the matter with this old man? With narrowed eyes, Sun Wukong gazed at the elderly figure that had suddenly appeared before him. The man's face, lined with wrinkles, bore a gentle smile, tinged with a hint of excitement. It felt as though this old man recognized him. Yet he had never laid eyes on him before, not even in his previous incarnation as Sun Wukong. "At last, you have arrived," the old man exclaimed, looking at Sun Wukong with an affable smile and a kindly tone. However, a shock coursed through Sun Wukong's heart. "At last. Could it be that he has known I would come?" This thought seemed implausible, yet not entirely impossible. "Are you the wise sage Husu. Sun Wukong's astonishment was evident. It was said that on the planet Adratlat, there existed a sage named Husu, who could foresee the future and comprehend all forms of mystical powers. Moreover, in the original Dragon Ball narrative, Sun Wukong's instant transmission was learned from him. Could it be true that this old man possessed the ability to predict the future and knew he would be here? The old man nodded slightly at Sun Wukong, clearly acknowledging his identity as Husu, the most venerable sage of the Adratlat planet. Venerable sage, who exactly is he? Supa observed Sun Wukong with confusion. Aside from possessing slightly greater strength, there seemed to be nothing particularly remarkable about him. Yet, the mere presence of this individual had triggered such a significant emotional response from the typically unflappable sage Husu. Husu turned his head towards Supa and said with a hint of disdain, "This fellow cannot even discern the strength of the man standing before him. Entrusting the fate of the Adratlat planet to him may prove to be a grave error. Someone who can resolve the crisis on the Adratlat planet." Supa was taken aback, subsequently stealing a few more glances at Sun Wukong. Almost all inhabitants of the Adratlat planet were aware that the sage Husu possessed the secret art of foresight. His words were akin to truth itself, charting the course for the future. For many years, every prophecy uttered by sage Husu had ultimately come to fruition, which led the entire population of Adratlat to place unwavering faith in his words. Yet, this time, Supa felt a sense of doubt. The individual named Sun Wukong was certainly not a match for Gula, and if he remained obstinate, he would surely meet his demise at Gula's hands. Before Supa could voice his concerns, he was abruptly silenced by Husu's sharp command. "Silence," Husu admonished, leaving Supa hesitant to speak further. Despite being the leader of the Adratlat planet, he dared not contradict the sage's words. After silencing Supa, Husu turned back to Sun Wukong with a gentle smile and said earnestly, "Wukong, I understand that your presence here is an unexpected occurrence. However, I am well aware that there exists something on the Adratlat planet that you desire." What a formidable old man, Sun Wukong thought to himself, feeling a sense of it seemed as though Husu could see right through him, as if his every thought was laid bare before the sage's keen eyes. "You are indeed correct. I possess a keen interest in certain secret arts of the Adratlat planet. However, I would like to hear you elaborate further," Sun Wukong replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. His curiosity about the instant transmission technique was piqued, and now seemed the perfect moment to express it openly. Given Husu's tone, it was clear there was more to come. Indeed, after Sun Wukong finished speaking, Sage Husu regarded him with admiration and continued, "Thus, I propose a transaction, a mutually beneficial agreement. Pray, do share," Sun Wukong inquired, already suspecting that Husu intended to impart the secret arts of the Adratlat planet to him. "Albeit with his own conditions that it shall not be a difficult task for you. I will teach you the secret arts, and in return, you shall aid us in repelling our enemies," Husu stated, his expression turning grave. It was evident that this matter was of great significance to him. "Very well, it's a deal," Sun Wukong responded decisively, without a moment as hesitation. In truth, he had felt the presence of three exceptionally malevolent auras from afar when he was first brought to this desolate ruin by two Adratlat warriors. Their combat prowess was formidable. At that moment, Husu appeared taken aback, evidently surprised by Sun Wukong's prompt agreement. Yet he quickly regained his composure. After all, the future he had glimpsed was unlikely to be erroneous. Despite the timing of Sun Wukong's arrival being somewhat off, nevertheless, the outcome was destined to remain unchanged. Such an ungrateful fool, Supa muttered under his breath, casting a complex glance at Sun Wukong. Just then, a soldier from the Adratlat planet rushed in, visibly injured and drenched in what appeared to be blood. "Chief, Sage, it's terrible. The deadline given by Frieza and his cohorts has arrived, and they have begun their massacre. Our warriors are suffering heavy casualties." The soldier's face was a portrait of panic, helplessness, and despair, his voice cracking with emotion. "Those three are as powerful as monsters. To them, we are naught but ants. With but a flick of their fingers, they can annihilate us without resistance. Has it truly only been 2 days?" Supa clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, blood trickling down. They had clearly agreed to respond within 3 days. Yet these brutes had disregarded their promise and commenced their slaughter before the second day had even concluded. More infuriating was their utter invulnerability to retaliation. Sage, perhaps we should simply acquiesce to their demands? If this continues, we shall all meet our doom. Supa raised his head, gritting his teeth as he looked at Husu. Speaking with great reluctance, to force him into submission was perhaps more agonizing than ending his life. Yet the haunting memories of the Ginyu Force's destruction of his home planet still echoed in his mind, as he could not bear to witness the same fate befall the Adratlat planet. Let us proceed to assess the situation. Although the wise Husu also wore a furrowed brow, he appeared considerably calmer than Supa after glancing at Sun Wukong. He said, "Wukong, we may require your assistance shortly." Sun Wukong nodded. Having promised Husu, he was determined to help them resolve their troubles. Moreover, he sensed that the three powerful auras that had just emerged were not particularly formidable. According to the soldiers' earlier words, they must be the three members of the Gula Mecha Squad. Xiao Weijia, Leda, and Azi. Their respective combat powers were 170, 000, 163, 000, and 180, 000. Such levels of combat prowess were utterly insignificant before the current Sun Wukong. He believed he could easily dispatch any one of them with a single punch. Fortunately, he did not detect Gula's presence here. That individual could undergo the fifth transformation, surpassing Frieza's strength, and since he had yet to transform into a Super Saiyan, encountering Gula at this moment would be exceedingly perilous. After all, even with his Kaioken X10 activated, his combat power only reached 50 million. It would be futile to contend against Gula, whose strength exceeded 100 million. With Sun Wukong's consent, Husu and Supa left the injured soldiers behind in the ruins and, accompanied by Wukong and a dozen other soldiers, encircled the city. Then, Husu pressed his fingers to his brow, and in an instant, the bodies of the dozen individuals vanished from the spot. That moment, in a bustling city, three figures hovered in midair, all clad in advanced cosmic battle armor. The individual in the center had orange hair, blue skin, and stood approximately 170 centimeters tall, possessing a remarkably handsome visage. To his right was a creature resembling a mantis, with a dark red complexion, slender build, and a towering height of 280 centimeters. To the left of the handsome man stood a remarkably robust green giant. With palms facing downward and fingers splayed, terrifying energy beams erupted from their fingertips like a machine gun. Wherever the beam struck, they detonated with thunderous explosions. The feeble inhabitants of the Adrat star faced death or injury. The air was filled with anguished screams, desperate cries, and painful moans, saturating the entire city. Oh ho ho ho. Run for your lives. If you don't, you must be utterly disinterested. The three figures suspended in the air observed the Adrat inhabitants scrambling below like ants, their chilling laughter echoing throughout the city. Suddenly, a whoosh pierced the air, and then a dozen figures inexplicably appeared above the city, standing defiantly against Xiao Weijia and his companions. Damn it, this group of devils! Supa lowered his head, surveying the ravaged city and the frail bodies sprawled on the streets. Instantaneously, his fury ignited. Xiao Weijia, did you not promise us 3 days to consider? Why unleash such brutality upon my innocent people? Supa nearly shouted. He desperately yearned to charge in and perish alongside those demons. Yet he knew he must remain composed. Such reckless action would only hasten the demise of the Adrat star. Promises? Those are the obligations of the weak. Our mission is to forge new promises. Xiao Weijia's lips curled into a sinister smile. Chapter 45. Instantaneous elimination of Xiao Weijia's. Supa was incensed by Xiao Weijia's words, his teeth grinding in frustration. Yet he found himself unable to retort. For Xiao Weijia spoke the truth. Even if they violated their promise, he had no means to retaliate. This was the humiliation brought forth by their lack of power. Now, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Either surrender the secrets of the Adrat star or meet your demise collectively. I will count to 3. Xiao Weijia gazed wickedly at Supa and Husu, his palm, slightly raised, aimed at them. 1. 2. Damn it, honorable one, what should we do? Supa watched Xiao Weijia's movements, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, seemingly seeking the honorable one's counsel. Even in death, The secrets of the Adrat star must not fall into the hands of these malevolent cosmic beings. Husu's tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. That damned old fool. He invites trouble. Husu's words were, of course, overheard by Sha Weijia, whose face immediately contorted with rage. I end this universe. It had been a long time since anyone had dared to defy them repeatedly. Had it not been for Lord Gula's keen interest in the secrets of the Adrat star, he would have long since exterminated these ungrateful ants. Then let it begin with you. Sha Weijia's gaze swept across, his fingers slightly shifting to point at Sun Wukong, and a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. A Saiyan. But were not the Saiyans eradicated along with planet Vegeta by King Frieza? However, that moment of surprise quickly dissipated. A combat power of around 10,000 could hardly pique his interest. Until he secured the secrets of the Adrat star, he could not directly kill Su Pa and Husu. After all, what Lord Gula desired must be obtained. If he were to slay the two, they could not bear the wrath of Lord Gula. But that Saiyan was different. Killing him would entail no loss and might serve as a warning to the others. Observing that Sha Weijia had deemed him the primary target, Sun Wukong chuckled softly and mockingly replied, I truly dislike it when others point their fingers at me, so you shall suffer greatly. Oh, dislike. There are many things you may not like. For instance, me killing you. Sha Weijia retorted with a cold smile, and a dark red energy beam materialized at his fingertip. In his view, this beam was sufficient to eliminate the Saiyan. With a grunt, he launched the energy beam directly at Sun Wukong. Ignorant fool. Sun Wukong observed the energy beam hurtling toward him, his voice cold as he swiftly vanished from his spot. What just happened? As Sun Wukong suddenly vanished from sight, Frieza was taken aback in sheer astonishment. That Saiyan, who had merely a battle power of 10,000, how could he possibly move with such swiftness? He couldn't even comprehend the moment. Both Red and Nez shared an expression of shock, realizing that the Saiyan had mystifyingly disappeared just moments ago. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed as Sun Wukong's figure reappeared directly before Frieza, with Frieza still caught in the motion of his previous attack. Sun Wukong seized Frieza's index finger in his grasp, fixing a cold gaze upon him. He spoke with a calm, yet menacing tone. I have warned you before. I detest when others point their fingers at me. Since you refuse to heed my warning, you shall face the consequences. After Sun Wukong finished speaking, he forcefully yanked, much to Frieza's horror. With a sickening crack, Frieza's index finger was brutally torn off, blood gushing forth in an instant. The intense pain instinctively compelled Frieza to stagger backward, his sanity slipping away as he roared in a frenzy. Damn wild monkey, I will tear you to shreds. As the captain of the Golram Mecha Warriors, he had commanded respect throughout the cosmos for years. Never had he endured such humiliation. He completely disregarded how Sun Wukong had appeared beside him in the first place, gathering energy in his left palm. He swiftly conjured an energy sphere and hurled it at Sun Wukong. Observing the incoming attack, Sun Wukong merely smiled coldly, his body flickering once more as he charged toward Frieza, effortlessly swatting the energy sphere away. He then clasped Frieza's face in his right hand, exerting pressure that produced a series of faint cracking sounds. Ah, 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 cries of agony reverberated through the sky. Captain, Red and Nez exclaimed in shock as they witnessed Sun Wukong swiftly subdue Frieza. They clenched their fists and rushed to assist. Prepare to die. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes, entirely disregarding the advancing Red and Nez. From his grasp on Frieza, brilliant white light erupted forth with a thunderous boom. Half of Frieza's body was obliterated into countless fragments, raining down below. Sun Wukong then spun around with fierce momentum, launching a punch directly at the oncoming Red. The speed was so astonishing that Red could hardly react. Beep, beep, beep. In that fleeting moment of Sun Wukong's turn, the power detectors on Nez and Red blared frantically. With a resounding thud, Sun Wukong's fist plunged into Red's chest, leaving him frozen in shock, his pupils dilated. Purple blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he gazed at Sun Wukong in utter disbelief, his mouth agape, yet unable to utter a single word. Life was swiftly ebbing away. In the instant that Sun Wukong withdrew his fist, A torrent of blood gushed forth from Red's chest. As his eyes remained wide open, a look of terror lingering even as his body slumped lifelessly to the ground. No, it can't be. The captain and Red have been killed by him. Nez, who had initially prepared to attack, found himself frozen in place, shaking his head in disbelief and murmuring to himself. The three of them had been trusted subordinates of Lord Gulra. Having faced few adversaries in their years of conquest across the cosmos, to think that today they would be instantaneously slain by a mere wild monkey. In that fleeting moment of shock, Nez regained his composure and swiftly turned to flee in the opposite direction. He had to escape this terrifying place at once, or he would undoubtedly meet the same fate as Frieza and Red, forever trapped on this wretched planet. The disparity in strength among the three of them was minimal, and if the Saiyan before him could eliminate Frieza and Red in an instant, then Nez had no doubt he could meet a similar end. It was too late to think of escape now. Sun Wukong observed Nez attempting to flee and coldly remarked, "It's futile without pursuing him." Instead, he raised his right palm high, a deep voice emanating from his throat. "Kiaijan," as the words fell, a golden circular disc materialized in Sun Wukong's palm. Spinning rapidly, he then hurled it toward Nez with confidence, believing that even if Nez was fast, he could never outpace his Kiaijan. In Sun Wukong's eyes, Nez was already as good as dead. Nez, sensing the impending doom, glanced back in terror to see the spinning disc trailing him. Instinctively, he knew that should the disc connect, his fate would be sealed. The Kiaijan drew closer, and just when Sun Wukong thought Nez was doomed, a sudden purple beam shot forth from in front of Nez, colliding with the Kiaijan. Crack, crack. The air crackled with sharp sounds as Sun Wukong watched in disbelief as his Kiaijan became riddled with fissures upon impact, before disintegrating into nothingness. What kind of energy is this? In that moment, Sun Wukong felt an overwhelming and malevolent aura that sent shivers coursing through his body. Just from that one attack, he could sense the sheer terror emanating from this being. As the circular disc behind him shattered, Nez swiftly turned around, his face alight with elation at having narrowly escaped death. Just as he pivoted, a formidable figure appeared before him. "Lord Gulra," Nez exclaimed with excitement. Painting his features, as long as Lord Gulra was present, that Saiyan, no matter how powerful, would undoubtedly be vanquished. Finally, he was saved. Indeed, it was him, Gulra. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow heavily upon seeing the sudden arrival of this formidable foe. His tone laden with weight as he spoke, I had no inkling of Gulra's presence. Not even a trace of his aura could I detect. When did he arrive on the planet Yatarat? Originally, he believed that dealing with merely 3 Gula mecha warriors would suffice, as he thought Gula would not appear for the time being. Thus, he readily agreed to Hyusu's deal. However, now, he found himself confronted by a figure bearing a complexion of intertwining white and purple, with a chilling gaze and an icy demeanor, a long tail swaying dexterously behind him. This individual, whom Sun Wukong was all too familiar with, was none other than Gula, the brother of Frieza, a member of the Frost Demon Clan endowed with a 5th transformation. He was a terrifying entity with a combat power reaching 470 million in his presence. Sun Wukong felt utterly devoid of any chance of victory, even after transforming into a Super Saiyan. With his power boosted 50-fold to 250 million, he still found himself unable to contend with Gula. It was over. This time, it was truly over, in stark contrast to Sun Wukong's heavy gaze. Supa's face had turned ashen, his expression frozen in shock as he gazed at Gula, his body involuntarily stumbling back a few steps. Had Sun Wukong not slain the Gula mecha warriors earlier, and if they had surrendered the secrets of the Adrat Star, there might have been a glimmer of hope. Now, it was too late. Gula would not spare Sun Wukong, nor would he show mercy to any of the inhabitants of Adrat Star. The other Adratians wore expressions mirroring Supa's. "Wukong, do you have any confidence in defeating him?" Hyusu inquired, his brow furrowed, the creases on his face deepening as he glanced at Gula and then back at Sun Wukong. Hyusu too could sense the terrifying, chilling aura emanating from Gula. The moment Gula appeared, a palpable wave of death washed over him. There was not a shred of doubt. Sun Wukong shook his head. responding in a low tone, "At present, I truly possess no hope of overcoming Gula, let alone defeating him. Even contemplating an escape from this place seems a formidable challenge." Chapter 47. Then let us fight. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Supa and the others were nearly stripped of all hope. Of course, from the very beginning, he had harbored little faith in Sun Wukong. Lord Gula, both the captain and Red were slain by that wild monkey. After a brief surge of excitement, Nez, head bowed and trembling with fear, spoke to Gula. He then cast a furtive glance at Gula's expression. The chilling, unyielding demeanor of Gula caused Nez's heart to sink, a wave of dread washing over him. Shavi and Red are dead. Gula directed his gaze at Nez, his voice dripping with malice as he continued. Then why don't you go die? A shudder coursed through Nez's heart. He could distinctly sense Gula's murderous intent. "Oh, Lord Gula, it is because I wish to continue serving you, to fight for you across the stars." Before Nez could finish his trembling plea, Gula interrupted him. "My subordinates do not require cowardly deserters, so you shall perish." Gula's expression suddenly turned cold, a piercing light erupting from his eyes as he struck Nez with a swift palm. It was a decisive move. Before Nez's words could escape his lips, he was consumed by the energy sphere unleashed by Gula's hand, leaving not even a remnant behind. The Frost Demon Clan indeed consisted of ruthless characters, capable of erasing even loyal subordinates who had served for decades in an instant. Witnessing Gula's impassive demeanor after slaying Nez, Sun Wukong's heart filled with astonishment. Simultaneously, his mind raced, calculating how he might withstand Gula, or even slay him. "Next it shall be your turn. Today, all shall die." After eliminating Nez, Gula's body descended slowly before Sun Wukong and the others, his tone ominous, the intent to kill palpable. "You all step back." Sun Wukong turned to Husu, Supa, and the others. Husu and Supa led the others to retreat 100 jong away. Given the current situation, a fierce battle was inevitable. Gula would not show mercy. "Then let us fight." Gula may be stronger than he, but recalling the numerous formidable opponents he had faced in Dragon Ball, all of whom were ultimately defeated by him, Sun Wukong resolved that he too could achieve victory. Let Gula serve as the first stepping stone on his path to strength. With this thought, all trepidation within Sun Wukong vanished, replaced by fervor. The desire for battle ignited within him. "How dare a mere insect attempt to defy me?" Observing Sun Wukong's sudden surge of combat spirit, Gula was initially taken aback, then spoke with a tone of disdain. "Such an insignificant creature, I could crush with but a flick of my finger. Defy you? You are mistaken. Today, I shall slay you." In that moment, Sun Wukong remained unperturbed, a slight smirk gracing his lips. "Today, I shall be the iron-headed child. You arrogant wild monkey, perish." The brazen tone of Sun Wukong appeared to irk Gula immensely. As Gula's words fell, he wasted no time, launching a fist toward Sun Wukong. As Gula's fist approached, Sun Wukong clenched his fist tightly, an overwhelming aura surging forth from his body like a deluge, forming spirals of white energy. Without hesitation, he retaliated with a punch aimed directly at Gula. Bang! The moment their fists collided, a deep resonant sound echoed through the air. The violent energy spirals stirred up clouds of dust, slicing through the surroundings like blades, causing Supa and the others to hastily evade. Should they be struck by those terrifying energy blades, they would surely meet a grim fate in the wake of their clash. Sun Wukong was forced to stagger back a dozen steps, barely managing to regain his footing. What immense strength! Sun Wukong concealed his right fist behind him, subtly flexing it. He understood that Gula had underestimated him, believing his power merely in the hundreds of thousands, and thus had not exerted his full strength, granting Sun Wukong a slight advantage. Nevertheless, the impact of the punch had left him feeling quite uncomfortable. Though Gula remained unyielding, a flicker of surprise glimmered in his eyes as he regarded Sun Wukong. That fellow had somehow elevated his combat power to several million in an instant, in the vast expanse of the universe. Apart from the Ice Demon Clan, there existed individuals possessing combat powers exceeding 1,000,000, and among them was a Saiyan. This revelation took him somewhat by surprise, and no wonder he had been so audacious. He possessed such formidable strength. However, with such a meager combat power, he could not alter the outcome. Gula shook his head and coldly addressed Son Goku. He had indeed been somewhat careless, which allowed this fellow to exploit a gap. Nevertheless, he was determined to utterly eradicate that Saiyan monkey, making him understand that even with 1,000,000 in combat power, he remained but an insignificant insect before him. With that, Gula's body swiftly darted forward, launching a powerful punch towards Son Goku. The speed was astonishing, surpassing any previous level of velocity or strength. Son Goku could distinctly sense the might of Gula's punch and dared not take it head-on. Crossing his arms defensively in front of him, bang! Gula's fist collided with Son Goku's arms without surprise. The overwhelming force surged forth like a flood breaching its dam, sending Son Goku crashing into the ruins below. Chapter 48. 20-fold Koken. Son Goku's body plummeted into the debris like a fallen meteorite. Yet Gula showed no signs of relenting. With a slight lift of his palm, he pointed towards the ruins where Son Goku had fallen, unleashing a terrifying barrage of crimson energy spheres that relentlessly bombarded the area. In an instant, the ruins were obliterated, reduced to a vast, gaping pit. However, Gula did not catch sight of Son Goku within the depths of the crater. Narrowing his gaze, he suddenly turned to observe a figure not far off, Son Goku, who appeared quite disheveled. His orange martial arts uniform was tattered, and he bore several minor wounds. How infuriating! Clenching his fists tightly, Son Goku felt waves of pain coursing through his body and furrowed his brow. If this continued, he would undoubtedly be killed by this fiend. It was time to fight back, gritting his teeth. He resolved within himself. Although Gula had treated him with some seriousness earlier, he could clearly sense that the man had not exerted his full strength, nor had he transformed IKT this moment. Gula's arrogance and carelessness might very well be the key to his defeat. With this thought, Son Goku devised a feasible plan in his mind. However, this approach was exceedingly perilous. If he failed to inflict substantial damage on Gula, he would entirely lose his combat capabilities in the ensuing moments. At that point, he would truly become a lamb awaiting slaughter. Ah, so you can still stand. If you hadn't tea, perhaps you would have suffered less torment. Gula remarked coldly, his tone laced with mockery as he gazed at the battered Son Goku. An insect, no matter how many times it stands, is destined to crawl on the ground. That's so. If I don't stand, how can I bring you down? Son Goku retorted, enduring the pain surging through him. A smirk playing on his lips as he spoke lightly that he needed to provoke Gula, inciting him to engage in close-range combat in a fit of rage. This would enable him to execute his plan. As anticipated, upon hearing Son Goku's words, a flicker of anger crossed Gula's face. Typically composed and calm, he found it hard to tolerate repeated provocation from something he viewed as little more than an oversized insect. Damn you! I shall make you realize that your sharp tongue only hastens your demise. With that declaration, Gula's body erupted forward once more. He needed to personally snap the neck of this wild monkey to quell his fury. Gula moved with astonishing speed, yet it was not beyond Son Goku's ability to perceive his trajectory. Now, as Gula closed the distance to approximately 10 paces, Son Goku spoke in a deep voice. Then, with a sudden surge, he clenched his fists tightly, Kicken, 20 times. In that moment, a fearsome dark red energy vortex enveloped Son Goku, causing his muscles to swell dramatically. Vivid crimson blood erupted from the minute wounds on his body. In this instant, his energy reached an extraordinarily terrifying level. The 20-fold Kaioken was a technique he would never employ lightly, but under these dire circumstances, he had no choice. If he miscalculated, his body could be torn apart by the violent energy. Yet, miraculously, it seemed he could endure. With a normal combat power of 5,000,000, the amplification of the 20-fold Kaioken catapulted Son Goku's strength to a staggering 100,000,000 in the absence of Gula's transformation into his ultimate form. This was an insurmountable advantage. Thus, the impending strike was of utmost importance. If he failed to significantly wound Gula, he would lose his capacity to resist. What is happening? Gula felt Son Goku's combat power surge exponentially in an instant. A sense of danger creeping into his mind. His forward momentum faltered for the briefest moment. However, that moment was enough for Son Goku, who had unleashed the 20-fold Kaioken. Whoosh! Son Goku's body transformed into a streak of dark red light. Hurtling toward Gula, his speed surpassed Gula's previous velocity. Almost before Gula could react, Son Goku's figure appeared directly before him. Prepare to meet your end, a low, guttural sound emanated from the depths of Sun Wukong's throat. A fierce punch landed squarely on Gula's chest. With a resounding thud, Gula was sent hurtling away, seemingly without any reaction, as blood arced beautifully through the air. After delivering the blow, Sun Wukong showed no signs of hesitation. He rested his hands on his right hip, forming a flower bud shape, as a terrifying blue energy coalesced between his palms. The Kamehameha wave. Before Gula's body could fully stabilize, Sun Wukong's Kamehameha wave followed suit. Chapter 49. The Wrath of Gula Boom. The powerful Kamehameha wave engulfed Gula's form. At the moment of impact with the ground, the entire planet of Odrat was seized by violent tremors. Half of a city was reduced to rubble in an instant. A massive crater appeared in the ground nearby. Yet Gula's presence had vanished entirely. With a sigh, Sun Wukong exhaled deeply, feeling as though he had deflated like a punctured balloon. The dark red aura surrounding him dissipating entirely as he slumped down. Thud. Sun Wukong landed heavily on the ground, feeling as if his strength had been utterly drained. His entire body ached. Even moving his limbs felt immensely arduous. This was truly disastrous. Sun Wukong forced a wry smile, realizing that his use of the 20-fold Kyoken had completely depleted his energy. In that moment, the side effects of the Kyoken manifested. Even more terrifying was the fact that, despite being utterly exhausted, he could still sense Gula's energy. Although it had diminished significantly, it was not entirely extinguished like his own. He was, without a doubt, a fish at the mercy of a knife. We won? Gula was defeated. Super stood in stunned silence, gazing blankly at the scene before him, incredulously muttering. The instant Supa's words fell, a deafening cheer erupted from behind him. We won. We actually won. The long-suppressed emotions of the Odrat people were unleashed in an instant. The roar echoed through the skies, a tidal wave of jubilation, yet among the crowd. Only Husu wore a grave expression, staring intently at the distant crater and gravely stating, "Gula is not dead." Impossible. Supa, who had just been caught in a whirlwind of excitement, suddenly felt his pupils constrict, shaking his head in disbelief. Gula had been struck by Sun Wukong's energy wave with such force that there was nothing left. How could he possibly still be alive? He once again questioned Husu's assertion. However, in the blink of an eye, that doubt vanished without a trace. Boom! Almost as soon as Supa's skepticism echoed, an explosion erupted behind him and Husu. More than half of the Odrat soldiers were instantly consumed by the terrifying blast. No, this can't be. Supa instinctively took a few steps back, shaking his head in disbelief. This time, it was truly the end. The Odrat people were doomed. Then, Gula's figure materialized before everyone's eyes, with a smirk marred by a trace of purple blood. Numerous wounds adorned his body, and his eyes blazed with furious flames. Damn wild monkey! I will surely tear you to shreds today. Gula seethed, utterly humiliated by being bested by a mere wild monkey. Such disgrace was unforgivable. The only solace would come from bathing in the blood of this wild monkey and the despicable creatures around him. Gula conjured an energy sphere in his right hand and hurled it directly at Sun Wukong. Boom! The energy sphere detonated against Sun Wukong's back, causing the ground to collapse beneath him, and his tattered martial arts uniform was completely incinerated, leaving his back charred and blackened. Sun Wukong grimaced in pain. Gula was not inclined to kill Sun Wukong easily. He sought to torment him slowly, relishing in his suffering to alleviate his own resentment. Husu, witnessing this scene, wore a grave expression. If Sun Wukong were to perish, the planet of Odrat would truly be doomed. Suddenly, he turned to Supa and commanded, "You must intervene and stop Gula." Nanny. Supa was taken aback by Husu's words. Did he wish for him to throw his life away? That Sun Wukong was infinitely stronger than he, and Gula was not someone he could contend with. Ogo and confront him was tantamount to seeking death. Respected one. Supa's brow furrowed, his voice heavy with uncertainty. He understood that he could not withstand even a single blow from Gula, and there was no way he could impede him. Just buy me half a minute. Hyusu's tone was grave, carrying an undeniable authority. This, Supa gritted his teeth and nodded, realizing that death was inescapable today, that he would fight back. With that thought, a glint of determination flickered in Supa's eyes as he leaped forward, propelling himself toward Gula. At that moment, as Supa vaulted into the air, Hyusu's fingers pressed against his forehead, and he instantly appeared beside Sun Wukong. With one hand resting on Sun Wukong's chest, waves of faint energy emanated from Hyusu's palm, enveloping Sun Wukong entirely. In an instant, the wounds on Sun Wukong's body began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. You possess such abilities? Gula observed with a hint of surprise as he noticed Sun Wukong's injuries mending swiftly. It seemed the Audrat people indeed had an array of special abilities. Yet he felt no concern, for he knew that even if Sun Wukong were healed, he could easily defeat him, that it would merely prolong the torment. With that thought, Gula stepped forward. As Gula prepared to advance, Supa mustered his courage and took a step forward, declaring, "Gula, your opponent is me." Though it was a reprimand, his voice betrayed a palpable lack of conviction. "You, my opponent? You truly overestimate your worth." Gula cast a disdainful glance at Supa before bellowing, "Get lost." With a mere stroke of his hand, Supa's body was propelled like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his breath instantly withering to a mere whisper. Not to mention obstructing Gula for half a minute. Should Gula desire to strike, he could extinguish Supa's life in an instant. Chapter 50. Escape. An impossible feat after sending Supa flying. Gula didn't rush to thwart Hyusu's efforts to heal Sun Wukong. Instead, he crossed his arms over his chest, observing the two with a relaxed demeanor. Half a minute later, nearly all of Sun Wukong's wounds had healed, and his injuries were almost entirely mended. "Wukong, I will help you escape shortly," Hyusu whispered urgently into Sun Wukong's ear. Escape? Sun Wukong gazed at Hyusu in astonishment, surprised that this fellow would suggest leaving at such a critical moment, revealing a commendable sense of loyalty. However, Gula was perilously close. With a mere thought, he could appear beside him in an instant. "There is no possibility of fleeing. You are not even a native of the Idolatrath planet, so you need not accompany us to our demise. Soon, I will teleport you to another planet," Hyusu insisted, his voice remaining low and his tone sincere. Upon hearing Hyusu's words, Sun Wukong furrowed his brow slightly, as if hesitating for a brief moment. Indeed, if Hyusu executed the teleportation, they could escape, and Gula would surely be unable to pursue them. Yet, such an act would undoubtedly lead to the complete destruction of the Idolatrath planet by Gula. Of course, the annihilation of Idolatrath had little bearing on him. It was absurd to claim he had formed any profound bonds with its inhabitants in such a short time. His true motivation was merely his inability to learn the secret techniques of the Idolatrath planet. Abilities like teleportation should be within the capabilities of the Super Dragon, and even if he couldn't acquire it on Idolatrath, it wouldn't make much difference. However, if he were to retreat today, failing to confront Gula and engage in battle, he would undoubtedly sow the seeds of cowardice in his heart. This would inevitably affect his mindset in future training. Besides, he had never entertained thoughts of retreat from the moment he decided to fight. This battle was a matter of life and death. "No, I will not flee," Sun Wukong declared, fixing his gaze on Hyusu. Shaking his head with determination, but he stood slowly, lifting his chin to meet Gula's gaze. Although he recognized the vast disparity in strength between himself and Gula, he perceived this as a significant challenge and a rare opportunity, an opportunity to transform into a Super Saiyan. Hyusu stared at Sun Wukong in disbelief, thinking he remained to battle the formidable Gula out of loyalty to the Idolatrath planet, nearly moved to tears. "You have no intention of fleeing," Gula observed Sun Wukong, standing once more, his expression a sardonic blend of amusement and scorn. With his keen hearing, he had clearly caught Hyusu's whispered words to Sun Wukong. If Sun Wukong truly wished to escape using teleportation, he would have the chance to obliterate both of them in that very instant. After all, they were alarmingly close. His speed could surpass their comprehension entirely. "Escape? How could I kill you if I fled?" Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes, his body slowly levitating into the air before Gula. Fixing him with a steady gaze, his voice laced with derision. This tone irked Gula significantly. He could disdain and mock any adversary at will, for his strength was unparalleled. Yet he could not abide the antics of a raucous, monkey-like fool before him. I must concede, your ability to infuriate me is remarkable. You have succeeded in provoking my ire, and thus I shall allow you to savor the taste of death, piece by piece. Gula's features twitched slightly, his fist clenching, his tone deceptively calm, yet chillingly cold. Sun Wukong, standing defiantly opposite Gula, could feel the fury radiating from him. With the refusal of Husu's offer, he had resolved to fight to the death. Having reached this juncture, he was not one to shy away from battle. If we are to fight, let us do so without further ado. Sun Wukong's icy voice echoed as he surged forward. His right fist clenched. He launched himself like an arrow released from ABOWTO. Strike first was far preferable to enduring a beating. He propelled himself forward. A tempest of white energy erupted from his being, an overwhelming aura surging forth. In that fleeting moment, he sensed an extraordinary augmentation in his strength. No, it was a remarkable increase, more than double. What was happening? Confusion mingled with exhilaration surged within Sun Wukong. Regardless of the circumstances, an increase in power equated to greater hope for victory. Ah, indeed. Each time a Saiyan neared death, their strength would experience a qualitative leap upon recovery. In no wonder he had not seen an increase in strength after using the Senza beans in the hyperbolic time chamber, when his physical energy was depleted to the utmost. It appeared one must be on the brink of death for their combat prowess to rise. Yet, time was of the essence. Sun Wukong's speed had surged, now exceeding his usual state by more than double, allowing him to appear before Gula in the blink of an eye. Bang, bang, bang. In mere moments, Sun Wukong unleashed a flurry of strikes, each faster and more cunning than the last. First, Gula managed to parry these blows with a single hand effortlessly. But as time passed, he found himself using both hands, his expression growing increasingly grim. How could this fellow's strength escalate so rapidly? Gula raised an eyebrow in astonishment. The rapid enhancement of Sun Wukong's combat prowess instilled a sense of unease within him. This individual must be eliminated. If he continues to grow at this pace, he could indeed become a formidable rival. Chapter 51. 100 million combat power. Gula had long since marked Sun Wukong as a target for annihilation. The combat talent that Sun Wukong displayed at this moment only solidified that conviction. His murderous intent intensified. The Saiyan monkey before him must perish today, with a surge of energy swirling around his fist. Sun Wukong launched a powerful strike towards Gula. Unfazed, Gula remained as gloomy as ever, swiftly extending his right palm to seize Sun Wukong's fist. Yet in that instant, Gula's body quivered slightly, a testament to the tremendous force behind Sun Wukong's blow. Despite Gula's grip on his fist, Sun Wukong remained composed, utilizing his waist to propel his knee upwards towards Gula's chin, just as his knee was a mere 5 centimeters from Gula's jaw. It was ensnared by something, unable to advance further. Looking down, he discovered Gula's tail coiled around his ankle. A tail. What a nuisance! Furrowing his brow, Sun Wukong cursed under his breath, with one hand and one foot restrained. Gula's eyes flickered with malice as he threw a punch directly at Sun Wukong's face. Observing the lightning-fast fist hurtling towards him, Sun Wukong instinctively raised his right arm to shield his head. Bang! Gula's fist landed heavily on Sun Wukong's right arm, causing him to experience intense pain and a tingling sensation. Unperturbed by the lack of significant effect from his punch, Gula pressed on, swiftly driving his right knee into Sun Wukong's chest. The speed was astonishing, leaving Sun Wukong no opportunity to counter. Bang! The knee struck forcefully against Sun Wukong's chest. In that moment, he felt as though his chest had been struck by an iron fist, leading to a brief struggle for breath. Yet propelled by that overwhelming force, Sun Wukong's fist broke free from Gula's grasp. In the instant his left fist was liberated, Sun Wukong swiftly formed a flower bud shape with both hands, channeling a terrifying blue energy that coalesced at his palms. His reactions and speed were exceptionally quick. Kamehameha! With a low roar, The energy waves surged towards Gula's head. Though arrogant and brash, Gula was not foolish. He sensed the immense power contained within Sun Wukong's strike. With a flick of his agile tail, he flung Sun Wukong away. Sun Wukong's ka grazed Gula's nose. Soaring upward, the flush of crimson appeared at the tip of Gula's nose. Damn that wretched monkey. Feeling the searing pain radiating from his nose, Gula's expression twisted in fury, his fists clenched tightly. An insignificant monkey dared to humiliate him repeatedly. This was utterly intolerable. After being thrown by Gula, Sun Wukong was about to crash into the ground when he suddenly unleashed a torrent of dark red energy. Tenfold Kaioken. A deep voice resonated as Sun Wukong halted just half a meter from the ground. Without hesitation, he shot towards Gula like a dark red arrow. After being healed by Husu, and with his combat power significantly increased, Sun Wukong felt a newfound mastery over the tenfold Kaioken. His stamina depletion was markedly slower than before. Seeing Sun Wukong charging towards him once more, Gula's expression darkened. Each time Sun Wukong rose, he felt the sting of humiliation deepen. Damn that monkey! Does he truly believe I cannot handle him? Gritting his teeth, Gula's scarlet eyes suddenly emitted two beams of red light. Destruction beam, aimed directly at Sun Wukong. A trivial attack. Observing the two beams racing towards him, Sun Wukong scoffed at Ha with a low growl. The aura surrounding him surged violently, dispersing the destruction beams upon contact. After neutralizing Gula's assault, Sun Wukong's body flickered once more, transforming into a mere afterimage. His speed astonished even Gula. In an instant, Sun Wukong appeared before Gula, delivering an uppercut aimed at Gula's chin. You think such a technique can defeat me? Don't be naive. With that, Gula threw a punch at the seemingly materialized Sun Wukong. However, his fist effortlessly passed through Sun Wukong's form. An afterimage, Gula's expression shifted dramatically as realization dawned upon him. Fool, I am right behind you. A ghostly voice echoed from behind, prompting Gula to spin around abruptly at that moment, as Sun Wukong's voice faded. He clashed his palms together and delivered a crushing blow to the top of Gula's head. Gula had completely failed to perceive when Sun Wukong had appeared behind him, struck by the devastating attack. His body shot downwards like a bullet, plummeting into the ground as a cloud of dust and smoke erupted. Having been healed by Husu, Sun Wukong's combat power had nearly doubled, and now, wielding the tenfold Kaioken, it approached an astonishing 100 million. Meanwhile, Gula, without transforming again, was nearing 100 million in combat power, but fell slightly short. Thus, without a further transformation, Gula could no longer contend with Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong held the advantage. At this moment, Supa had been healed by Husu, and witnessing Sun Wukong send Gula flying, he exclaimed excitedly, "Perhaps this time, we can truly defeat Gula." Husu also wore a smile. He could sense that Sun Wukong's momentum had surpassed that of Gula. Chapter 52. Gula's ultimate form, however, Sun Wukong could not share in the excitement of Supa and Husu, for he understood well that Gula's strength was far from merely this. And though he had indeed gained a slight advantage, that level of attack was insufficient to inflict any substantial harm on Gula. As the saying goes, just as the moment seemed to stretch. Almost in an instant after Gura's body was sent flying, Sun Wukong raised both palms high, and two energy circular slashes manifested in his palms. With a slight twist of his body, he descended upon Gura with force. Gura's body crashed into the ground, creating a massive pit. Sensing the imminent approach of the energy slashes, he bent his legs and propelled himself into the AT that moment. He was acutely aware of the terrifying lethality of those two circular blades and dared not confront them head-on. The energy slashes sliced into the pit, vanishing from sight, leaving two additional cracks in their wake. Observing Gura evade his attack, Sun Wukong felt no surprise. After all, it would have astonished him had Gura failed to dodge such an assault. This wild monkey indeed possesses remarkable prowess. After narrowly avoiding the energy slashes, a cold smirk curled at the corners of Gura's mouth as he scoffed. "You are the first in this universe to force me into such a predicament. However, the true hell is only beginning." When you arrive in the depths of despair, no matter how you wail and plead for mercy, I shall show you no leniency, until you are utterly torn to shreds. Upon hearing Gura's words, Sun Wukong's expression darkened. He understood that this signified Gura's impending transformation. Gura's battle power would soar to an astounding level of 470 million, far beyond Sun Wukong's own mere 100 million. Moreover, he could not maintain the Kaioken technique at 10 times his usual power for an extended period. I must stop him from transforming. With that thought, Sun Wukong's body flickered, darting directly toward Gura. Meanwhile, Gura wore a sinister smile, his gaze chilling to the bone as he laughed in a haunting tone. "Ah, wild monkey, you should feel honored. You should be the first and the last to witness my ultimate transformation." A low, rumbling sound emanated from Gura's throat, and in an instant, the entire planet of Adrat began to tremble violently, mountains crumbling and rivers reversing their flow. At the same time, a series of razor-like winds radiated outward from Gura, causing the ground to crack open in terrifying fissures that spread like a spider's web. Almost all buildings collapsed in an instant, transforming a thriving city into a desolate ruin. This power is overwhelming. Sun Wukong, who had intended to thwart Gura's transformation, found himself repelled by the sheer intensity of Gura's aura. Unable to move an inch, he crossed his arms before him, bracing against the terrifying onslaught of wind. He could feel that Gura's energy had reached an unimaginable level, and it continued to surge. As Gura let out a low growl, his form began to morph. His muscles expanded dramatically, and 4 fishtail-like bone spikes sprouted from his head. With a gem-like purple armor adorning his torso, his forearms elongated into blade-like shapes, emanating a piercing cold light. His pupils vanished, leaving only bloodthirsty crimson in their wake. Ah, the hellish spectacle begins. Upon successfully transforming, Gura unleashed a thunderous roar, his menacing horns curving in a sinister manner as he turned his gaze towards Sun Wukong. Under Gura's scrutiny, Sun Wukong felt as though he had been ensnared by a venomous serpent, a chill racing down his spine. Danger! Sun Wukong suddenly sensed a profound killing intent enveloping him. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped back several dozen feet. Just as he did, Gura's figure vanished from sight. Indeed, he had completely disappeared. Sun Wukong could not even catch a glimpse of Gura's trajectory. Bang! As Sun Wukong retreated, he suddenly felt a powerful impact against his back. His expression shifted dramatically. He knew precisely what had struck him. Gura had instantaneously appeared behind him, and even if he had sensed it, he was powerless to react. In that fleeting moment of contact, Sun Wukong instinctively surged forward. However, before he could fully escape, an overwhelming force akin to an ocean crashed down upon him. Puff! The violent impact caused Sun Wukong to spit out a mouthful of blood as his body slammed into the ground. Boom! The ground fractured instantly, spreading like a spider's web, while Sun Wukong lay at the center of the web, his body trembling slightly. Chapter 53. Super Saiyan? Bah! Sun Wukong spat out a mixture of blood and saliva, pushing himself up from the ground. What a monster! Raising his head, he gazed upon the ultimate form of Gura. Resembling an ancient ferocious beast, his eyes glowing with a fierce red light, Gura's lips curled disdainfully as he regarded Sun Wukong. I could see that moment. The aftermath of Gura's earlier blow left Sun Wukong feeling as though his internal organs had been displaced. An unbearable discomfort enveloping him, he realized that he was no longer a match for Gura in this ultimate form. How could this be? That fiend had grown even stronger. Supa and Husu looked on in horror at Gura, their fists clenched tightly before gradually relaxing. In this battle, they had been utterly powerless. They had just begun to hope that Sun Wukong might overcome Gura, only for the tides to turn once more in an instant. The sensation was akin to plummeting from the heights of a roller coaster into the abyss below. Humph. Ants remain ants. No matter how they struggle, they cannot stir the waves. Gura looked down upon Sun Wukong with contempt. And as his cold voice echoed, he surged forward once again, directly targeting Sun Wukong. Watching Gura vanish in an instant once more, Sun Wukong clenched his fists and activated the Kaioken technique again. He left his position, anxiously scanning his surroundings, Yet he could see no trace of Gura. Where has he gone? Beads of sweat, as large as mung beans, trickled down, and a cautious gaze scanned the surroundings. Finding not a trace of Gula, nor even a whisper of his presence, suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from Gula, causing Sun Wukong to furrow his brow sharply. Before he could react, Gula's fist had already struck forcefully against his abdomen. With a gut-wrenching pain, Sun Wukong's pupils constricted abruptly, and his body was propelled backward like a cannonball. Gula, relentless, shadowed him, appearing above Sun Wukong in an instant, his foot crashing heavily onto the latter's chest. The overwhelming force embedded Sun Wukong into the ground. With a thud, Gula's massive form descended, his foot pressing down on Sun Wukong's chest, nearly covering a third of it with his palm-sized foot. This left Sun Wukong utterly powerless to resist. How infuriating! Why could he not transform into a Super Saiyan? Why? His fists pounded the ground with frustration, and crimson cracks appeared around his eyes, his teeth grinding audibly. If he did not break through the limits of Super Saiyan soon, he feared he might truly perish in this forsaken place. What? A Super Saiyan? Huh? Are you trying to make me laugh? A Super Saiyan is merely a legend. Moreover, even if you were to become a Super Saiyan, what could you possibly do to me? Hearing Sun Wukong's murmurs, Gula's tone dripped with disdain as he looked down upon the Saiyan beneath his foot, arrogantly declaring that with his current combat prowess, even if there truly existed some legendary Super Saiyan, he could easily crush it beneath his heel like an ant. Having said that, he lifted his foot and brought it crashing down once more on his Sun Wukong's chest. With a splatter, blood erupted from Sun Wukong's mouth, the dark red aura surrounding him dissipating entirely, his breath faltering significantly in that moment. Was this truly the end? Was he really going to be killed by such a wretched creature? Sun Wukong's hands nearly sank into the hard stone beneath him, his expression twisted to the extreme. He absolutely could not die at the hands of such filth. Absolutely not, in that fleeting moment. The once bloodshot pupils of Sun Wukong turned pale and hollow. Meanwhile, Gula remained oblivious to Sun Wukong's transformation. After wounding him with a kick, Gula leapt into the air, surveying the scene below like a king. What a dull battle. A wild monkey is forever a wild monkey. Now, I shall reduce you and this worthless planet to mere dust in the universe. No one in this world can defeat me. I, Gula, am the strongest in the cosmos. Gula raised his hands, and the very ground of the Adrat planet fractured and caved in, spreading in all directions. The air filled with screams of terror and cries of despair once more. It was over, truly over. Husu, with a hunched physique, stumbled back uncontrollably, landing on the ground, shaking his head in disbelief. Even his precognitive abilities had failed him. It seemed that even the deities could not save their planet. I will absolutely kill you. At an unknown moment, Sun Wukong stood once again, his head bowed, muttering to himself. Around him, tiny golden star-like lights began to appear, growing increasingly dense. Ultimately, these golden specks clung to Sun Wukong's form, enveloping him in a golden halo. What was happening? Suddenly, Gula felt an intense wave of unease wash over him, his gaze snapping to Sun Wukong. There he saw him, head bowed, surrounded by a layer of golden light. That guy, a Super Saiyan? Gula's body froze momentarily, his pupils constricting. No, that is not a Super Saiyan. Gula shook his head in denial. Although Sun Wukong was enveloped in a golden aura, according to their ancestors' descriptions, a Super Saiyan's hair stood upright and turned golden. Yet Sun Wukong's hair remained distinctly black. Fooling around, prepare to die, the growing sense of unease gnawed at Gula, compelling him to swiftly eliminate this Saiyan monkey. Chapter 54, Gula, your time has come. Accompanied by a low growl, Gula raised his right palm, conjuring an orange energy sphere that quickly expanded to the size of half a football field. Wild monkey. This time, you shall perish completely, Gula roared, the overwhelming sense of anxiety forcing him to act without delay. Despite his arrogance and pride, he had no desire to falter in the filth of this worthless planet. Moreover, that Saiyan had compelled him to transform into his ultimate form. Who knew if he might truly become the legendary Super Saiyan, posing a threat to him? With a swift motion, he hurled the massive energy sphere downward towards Sun Wukong. Yet Sun Wukong remained at his previous stance, fists clenched tightly, head bowed, his eyes vacant. Boom! As the colossal energy sphere struck the ground, the entire Udrat planet began to tremble violently. The very spot where Sun Wukong stood was completely engulfed by the orange energy sphere. The ground cracked and caved in, over and over. Sun Wukong's figure was swallowed entirely by the energy sphere as the ground collapsed beneath him. Supa and all the Udrat people watched in horror as the last flicker of hope in their hearts shattered completely. Ha ha! It seems I've been overly concerned. How could a mere wild monkey dare to contend with me? Gula chuckled, gazing at Sun Wukong, who had not even attempted to evade the onslaught and was instantly consumed by his own energy sphere. Perhaps he had truly overthought it, naively believing that a Saiyan monkey could pose any threat to him. How laughable indeed! Beneath, the orange energy sphere gradually sank into the ground, revealing a pitch-black chasm the size of a football field. As the dense energy dissipated, what remained was an unfathomable black hole. The silhouette of Sun Wukong had vanished entirely. Such an effortless demise truly seemed a bargain for that wild monkey. Gula gazed at the inscrutable abyss, the corners of his mouth curling slightly as he coldly remarked, "Then let this bothersome planet face its annihilation." With that, a terrifying energy sphere reemerged in Gula's palm. Though he held a keen interest in the arcane arts of the planet Adalat, he deemed it non-essential. After all, with his own might, he could traverse the cosmos without restraint. The absence of any extraordinary abilities mattered little. These despicable creatures had repeatedly defied him, an offense that was utterly unforgivable. Insects perish. Sinister laughter erupted from Gula, exuding an eerie exhilaration. It seemed that for him, the act of killing was a source of profound enjoyment. Yet, just as the energy sphere was about to be unleashed, a sudden voice reverberated, causing Gula's body to shudder. "Gula, it is not over yet." A thunderous roar resounded like distant thunder, echoing through the skies. The source of that voice emerged from the depths of the immense black hole. "Wukong, it's Wukong. He is not dead." The moment Su heard the voice, his stooped figure trembled violently, the frown on his face transforming into uncontainable joy. The flame of hope seemed to rekindle. Truly, it was a monkey with a tenacious spirit. Gula clenched his fist, a twitch at the corner of his mouth revealing his surprise that he had not anticipated that after enduring such a terrifying blow, Wukong would still be alive, a revelation that astonished him that very instant. Nearly all eyes turned toward the source of the voice. From the depths of the pitch-black void, a flicker of orange suddenly emerged. Subsequently, to the astonishment of the onlookers, the energy sphere that Gula had cast forth slowly ascended. The figure of Sun Wukong reappeared before them, his body marred with wounds, yet enveloped in a radiant golden aura. Remarkably, he held a massive orange energy sphere aloft with a single hand. The only distinction was that Wukong's eyes, once pure white, had returned to their normal state. "This belongs to you," gently descending to the ground. Wukong's icy gaze fixated on Gula. He then released his grip on the energy sphere and, with a sweeping kick, sent it hurtling toward Gula. Everyone's astonishment. The enormous energy sphere was propelled at Gula with remarkable speed. Faced with the incoming sphere, Gula dared not confront it directly, fully aware of the terrifying power of the energy he had unleashed. With a swift movement, he evaded the projectile with ease. Meanwhile, Wukong, having kicked the energy sphere away, emitted a fierce glare, his legs bending as he lowered his center of gravity. "Gula, your demise is imminent." As his thunderous declaration resonated, Wukong's arms trembled, the veins standing out like serpents. Ha! A deep, wrathful roar erupted forth, causing Wukong's hair to stand on end. The golden aura enveloping him transformed into a blazing golden flame, swirling wildly around him. The sound of the flames crackling was piercingly loud. In the next moment, Wukong's hair suddenly turned a brilliant gold. The Super Saiyan had been born. Chapter 55. Now, you are unfit to endure a blow. The golden flame swirled like a raging inferno, seemingly boundless. His hair stood erect without the slightest breeze. His elongated, light green eyes radiating unwavering determination and coldness. The fiery vortex around him sent chills down Gula's spine. The astonishing power of the Super Saiyan was truly exhilarating. Clenching his fist lightly, he felt an overwhelming force surge through his body, akin to a torrent breaching its dam. Wukong pressed his lips together, joy illuminating his eyes. The battle prowess of a Super Saiyan was indeed beyond that of any mere Saiyan. At that moment, he felt an incessant flow of power coursing through him, as if he possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of energy. He had finally taken the most challenging step towards becoming a cosmic powerhouse, and the path ahead seemed significantly easier. That gaze, that form, it is precisely as I envisioned. Su exclaimed, pointing at the transformed Wukong, his words a jumble of excitement. The shock on his face had swiftly morphed into uncontrollable joy. Indeed, the Wukong before him was identical to the vision he had glimpsed. The image that had once been hazy now crystallized vividly in his mind. Respected one, what do you mean? Su Pa inquired. Observing the ecstatic Su, his own face alight with surprise. From Su's expression, it was clear that the transformed Wukong bore a striking resemblance to what he had foreseen. Moreover, he could distinctly feel the overwhelming change emanating from Wukong. Our planet Adalat is saved. This time, we are truly saved. Su's gaze remained fixated on Wukong, his body trembling uncontrollably, his voice brimming with fervent excitement. He was acutely aware that his premonitions would undoubtedly prove accurate. A Super Saiyan, indeed, this group of wild monkeys could truly undergo transformation. At this moment, Gula's countenance darkened to such an extent that it seemed he could squeeze ink from it, for he now sensed a palpable aura of danger emanating from Son Goku. An intensity that was almost overwhelming. The ant, which he could crush with a mere finger, inexplicably instilled in him a sense of dread. After a fleeting moment of shock and fury, Gula narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing within them. Yet, what of this transformation? I, Gula, am the strongest in the universe. No one in this cosmos can rival me. Super Saiyans, meet your demise. With a furious roar, Gula's body transformed into a streak of light. Striking towards Son Goku with the ferocity of an eagle soaring through the skies, as Gula charged toward him, Son Goku remained unflinching, his expression unchanged, eyes glimmering with cold resolve. In an instant, Gula's remarkable speed allowed him to appear before Son Goku, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. What? Impossible! Gula was taken aback, for his fist, upon colliding with Son Goku's midsection, bore no fruit. It felt as if he had struck a piece of red-hot iron. A wave of searing heat radiating from his knuckles. Meanwhile, Son Goku stood utterly unmoved, not even taking a single step back. Is this all the strength you possess? How disappointing! As Son Goku's icy voice fell, he seized Gula's wrist with his left hand, effortlessly twisting it outward, eliciting a pained expression from Gula. No, this cannot be. Gula's face paled in shock. Son Goku's strength far surpassed his expectations. Surprised? To be honest, even I can scarcely believe this power. A smirk played upon Son Goku's lips, exuding a hint of mischief. Indeed, although he understood that transforming into a Super Saiyan would amplify his combat prowess 50-fold. Experiencing that strength firsthand left him somewhat incredulous. Suddenly, his gaze turned steely, and with the swiftness of lightning, his right fist struck Gula's chest with tremendous force. Gula's massive form was sent skidding across the ground for several dozen meters, leaving behind 2 alarming chasms in the earth. After enduring a moment of agony, Gula could no longer contain himself and spat forth a mouthful of purple blood, cradling his abdomen with both hands. His face contorted in pain. Step by step, Son Goku approached Gula, each crisp footfall resonating like a heavy hammer striking at Gula's heart. When he finally stood before Gula, a mocking smile curved his lips as he disdainfully remarked, "The eldest son of the Ice Demon clan, Gula, proves to be so easily vanquished." With that, he pressed his palm against Gula's mouth. With a roar, a beam of golden light erupted, propelling Gula's body away. How dare this wretched monkey look down upon me? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Gula glared furiously at Son Goku. For hundreds of years, since his birth, he had never faced such humiliation. No matter the cost, he could not swallow this affront. With a growl, Gula raised his hand and unleashed a powerful strike towards Son Goku. A terrifying orange energy beam surged forth, aiming to engulf Son Goku. However, as the brilliance faded, Son Goku emerged unscathed before Gula. That Gula's earlier attack had achieved nothing. Do you still not grasp the situation? You are no longer qualified to be my opponent. Son Goku regarded Gula with an air of arrogance, his tone dripping with disdain. The lowly wild monkey, do not revel in your triumph. Gula seethed, his expression contorted with rage at Son Goku's haughty demeanor. How could he, Gula, have ever been so belittled, especially by a mere monkey? With a low growl, Gula summoned a layer of violet flames that enveloped him, a fearsome aura radiating outwards. Clearly, Gula was now unleashing his full power. After transforming into his ultimate form, Gula's combat strength soared to a staggering 470 million. Yet, Son Goku, having transformed into a Super Saiyan, had already surpassed 500 million, and even higher. In any case, Gula stood no chance against Son Goku. With all his might, Gula extended both hands, fingers splayed, unleashing 10 beams of energy that raced towards Son Goku. A tedious tactic. Son Goku scoffed, raising a hand as a blue energy wave surged forth to collide with the oncoming beams. The moment the energy wave met the beams, countless brilliant sparks erupted in the air. Son Goku then leaped high into the sky. Attempting to flee? Not so easily. Observing Son Goku ascend, Gula followed suit, charging after him. You foolish creature! Just as he had hoped, Son Goku grinned mischievously. This was precisely the outcome he desired. He had diligently practiced the solar fist aboard his spaceship for several days, and now was the perfect moment to test its might. With that thought, Son Goku positioned his hands, fingers splayed, pointing towards his forehead, his voice resonating with a low intensity as he addressed the rapidly approaching Gula. Solar Fist. The moment the name escaped his lips, a blinding white light erupted from his forehead, enveloping the entire city. Instantly, the entire city was shrouded in a pallid hue. What is this? As the formidable Gula surged forward with ferocity, he abruptly halted, blinded by the intense white radiance that rendered him unable to open his eyes. Startled, he instinctively raised his hands to shield his face. Su Pa and Husu mirrored his reaction, too fearful to glance at the dazzling light. Clearly, the element of surprise from the Solar Fist was proving to be remarkably effective. Observing Gula with his arms raised in defense, Sun Wukong chuckled and remarked, in an instant, he propelled himself upward like a bolt of lightning, appearing directly above Gula, his fists interlocked, crashing down upon Gula's head with tremendous force. A resounding thud echoed as Gula's cranium caved under the impact. His body plummeted to the ground like a fallen star, creating a massive crater upon landing. That moment, Sun Wukong had lost interest in battling Gula. For Gula had already facilitated his breakthrough beyond the Super Saiyan threshold. Continuing the skirmish would merely be a waste of time. With that thought, Sun Wukong wasted no time, directing his palms towards the deep pit created by Gula's fall, unleashing a torrent of terrifying energy spheres that bombarded the ground one after another. The ground trembled violently as the explosive energy surged forth, enveloping the area in thick fog and flames that soared skyward. Before the chaos from the explosive energy dissipated, Sun Wukong unleashed a series of energy blasts from his hands, each one following the last into the heart of the explosion. After a full half-minute, the swirling mist and rising dust finally began to clear. Gula's figure re-emerged into Sun Wukong's sight. At the bottom of the crater, Gula appeared utterly disheveled, his body riddled with numerous wounds, dark purple blood staining his form. A significant portion of his tail had vanished, and 2 of the 4 bony spikes atop his head were broken and lost to the ether. Gula's current state was nothing short of tragic. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Gula's eyes blazed with a fierce anger, his voice booming like thunder. How could a mere wild monkey reduce him to such a pitiful state? He was the strongest in the universe. This was a profound humiliation, an insult that could not be overlooked. Consumed by rage, Gula charged at Sun Wukong. utterly devoid of reason, perhaps even unaware that his strength had significantly waned. His speed was no longer comparable to what it had been. With a swift motion, Gula launched a punch at Sun Wukong, lacking any semblance of strategy. Even at his peak, he was no match for Sun Wukong, let alone in his current diminished state. Sun Wukong casually intercepted Gula's strike with a single hand. Smirking as he calmly declared, "You can die now." With that, he unleashed a powerful blow directly to Gula's jaw. The speed of his attack was so rapid that Gula had no chance to evade. As Gula's body was sent reeling backward, Sun Wukong flicked his right palm. Summoning a golden energy blade that manifested along his arm, he leaped high into the air, bringing the blade down upon Gula with fierce intent. A faint sound, almost imperceptible, accompanied the strike. Gula, who had been shielding himself, suddenly felt his pupils constrict in horror and disbelief. A drop of blood oozed forth from his forehead. In an instant, Gula's right forearm detached cleanly, as if sliced by a razor-sharp edge. Then, to the astonishment of all present, Gula's body was cleaved in two, plummeting downward. Chapter 57. Vegeta and Nappa. As Gula's body fell apart, Sun Wukong cast a cold glance at the severed remnants of Gula before unleashing a powerful strike. The golden energy consumed Gula's split form, reducing it to a wisp of azure smoke that vanished into the heavens. The once mighty Gula, who had once dominated the universe, had met his end. He is truly dead. Su-Pa exclaimed, exhilarated, as he seized Usu by the arm and spun in circles, his joy overwhelming. In that moment, he forgot all notions of dignity. Gula's demise meant that Planet Adrat would no longer face destruction. Their lives would finally return to the tranquility they yearned for. Indeed, Gula is truly dead. Usu, equally ecstatic, trembled uncontrollably, unable to contain his elation. Under normal circumstances, Su-Pa would never dare to act so disrespectfully. But in their current state, neither of them cared about such considerations. After a brief pause, a thunderous cheer erupted from below, a cacophony of triumphant roars that echoed into the clouds, reverberating for ages. We won. Countless Adrat warriors in that moment discarded their weapons and embraced one another tightly, tears of joy streaming down their faces. An unparalleled excitement radiated from each individual. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, having utterly vanquished Gula, descended slowly, the golden aura surrounding him gradually dissipating, his hair reverting to its natural black state. Upon returning to his normal form, Sun Wukong felt as though the power within him had been entirely drained, barely managing to remain upright. As he touched down, Usu and Su-Pa, their elation subsiding, approached Sun Wukong, their expressions suddenly turning serious. They knelt before him, one knee on the ground. "Benefactor, we thank you for your immense kindness towards our planet Adrat." Su-Pa's demeanor had undergone a complete transformation, exuding humility and reverence. Their home planet had been ravaged by these vile cosmic beings, and he had been rescued from certain doom by his parents and kin, who had valiantly shielded him as they fled to planet Adrat. Before the emergence of Sun Wukong, he had anticipated that he would once again helplessly witness the destruction of the planet Adaltrat, akin to his homeworld. Yet, it was this alien, whom he had previously held in contempt, who salvaged countless lives on Adaltrat. Thus, he was deserving of their reverence. Subsequently, all the warriors of Adaltrat, suppressing their ecstatic expressions, stood in orderly ranks, humbly prostrating themselves on the ground, with hands raised high, expressing their profound gratitude for Sun Wukong's life-saving intervention in the most revered manner of their planet. "Rise. You are aware that my salvation comes with my own intentions," Sun Wukong stated with a calm demeanor, gazing at the humble Supa. Indeed, had it not been for the opportunity to transcend the limits of Super Saiyan and to learn their secret techniques, he would not have risked his life to confront a formidable adversary like Gula. Fortunately, he had triumphed in his gamble and successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. Nonetheless, Supa and the others showed no sign of alteration in their expressions. Regardless of Wukong's motives, the undeniable fact remained that he had rescued their planet, deserving of their worship. "Wukong, allow me to tend to your wounds first." Usu stepped forward, observing the slightly trembling Sun Wukong. Although Wukong had vanquished Gula in a display of martial prowess, he had sustained considerable injuries in the process, and they could sense his weakened aura. Very well. Wukong nodded in acquiescence, not refusing that he recognized that he had indeed suffered significant injuries during the recent battle, and his stamina was nearly depleted. With Wukong's consent, Husu approached, grasping Wukong's hand with one hand, causing Wukong to feel a gentle energy flowing steadily into his being. Time flew by, and a month had swiftly passed since Sun Wukong had resided on a Daltrat. During this month, the planet underwent reconstruction, and the cities ravaged in the battle against Gula were gradually restored. However, it pained Wukong that, after a full month, he had yet to master the special ability of instant transmission. This impediment hindered his plans that it had been a whole year since he had defeated Raditz, which meant that Vegeta and Nappa should have arrived on Earth by now, seated atop a mountain. Sun Wukong murmured to himself, gazing into the distance. At least Gohan and Piccolo have significantly enhanced their powers after consuming the Spirit Tree's fruits, which should suffice to confront Vegeta and Nappa. I shall diligently train here for a while longer, and once I have mastered instant transmission, I will head directly to Namek. Above all, I must identify and eliminate the scoundrel who attacked my spacecraft. Meanwhile, in the depths of space, two small spacecraft sped through the cosmos, akin to twin streaks of crimson light. "Hey, Nappa, it's time to wake up." Vegeta, staring at the tip of the tower, suddenly opened his eyes, speaking in a cold tone. Upon hearing Vegeta's voice, Nappa and the other spacecraft awakened and inquired, "Have we reached Earth? Prepare yourselves. We shall arrive in 1 day." One day vanished in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Gohan was engaged in an intense sparring session with Piccolo, having trained tirelessly day after day over the past month. Meanwhile, Krillin, Tin, and Kairatsu, who were training in the Sacred Land, had not faltered in their efforts either. Just then, while sparring with Piccolo, Gohan suddenly halted, looking up into the sky with a furrowed brow. "They're coming." Even before Sun Wukong departed Earth, he had warned them that Saiyans would arrive in a month. Subsequently, Piccolo sensed two malevolent auras descending upon Earth at alarming speed. Simultaneously, Krillin and the others in the Sacred Land also detected these two powerful presences. "Krillin, let us go meet up with Gohan." Tin glanced towards the direction from which the two auras emanated and then turned to Krillin. Understood. Krillin could clearly feel the strength of those two auras. One was comparable to his own, while the other was incredibly formidable. With Wukong absent from Earth, it seemed that only Gohan could contend with such an opponent. After bidding farewell to the Supreme Kai, the trio leaped down from the Sacred Land. At that moment, in the bustling city center of West Capital, two shadows suddenly descended from the sky at an astonishing speed. "What is that?" Someone looked up, spotting the meteor-like spheres plummeting from above. Asking in bewilderment, "Don't just stand there, run." Soon, panic ensued as everyone scattered in fear. Boom! The two spheres crashed into the street, creating enormous craters in the solid pavement. Onlookers hid behind buildings, peeking out of curiosity to see what had just fallen. As the dust settled, two white spheres emerged at the bottom of the craters. Creak! Suddenly, a door appeared on one of the spheres, and two oddly dressed figures stepped out. They floated gently in midair. One was short, clad in a cosmic battle suit, with a pointed head and proud horns, while the other was a towering figure with a shining bald head and a prominent mustache, exuding an imposing presence. Both wore a furry belt around their waists and combat power scouters at their ears. These two were none other than Vegeta and Nappa. Did someone actually emerge from there? Are those two guys aliens? The crowd whispered in fear, exchanging anxious glances. "So, this is Earth. It's quite a remarkable planet." Vegeta crossed his arms, a smirk playing on his lips as he surveyed his surroundings. "Shall we greet these startled humans?" Nappa turned to observe the terrified Earthlings, a bloodthirsty grin curling his lips as he spoke coldly. "Humph, just don't go too overboard. If Earth is devastated too severely, it won't be worth anything." Vegeta chuckled icily, tacitly agreeing with Nappa's suggestion. Hearing Vegeta's consent, Nappa's grin widened, relishing the thought of destruction and chaos. Subsequently, his right fist clenched tightly. Strands of dark red energy began to coalesce gradually in his palm. "Ah!" that Nappa bellowed, intending to unleash the energy sphere that had formed in his hand. Suddenly, a chilling child's voice resonated from behind him. "But if you wish to die, go ahead and unleash it." Nanny, upon hearing that icy voice. Both Vegeta and Nappa's bodies froze momentarily, swiftly turning to face the source. They beheld 5 figures materializing before them. How did they appear behind us? The proud demeanor that Nappa had worn moments ago vanished, and he gazed at the 5 individuals with heavy eyes. "I have no idea." Vegeta narrowed his eyes. Even he had not sensed their arrival. "What is that?" Vegeta's gaze swept over the 5 figures and halted abruptly upon seeing Son Gohan, his body shuddering violently, his pupils constricted in disbelief. A tale. That little brat is Kakarot's son. A year prior, he had learned through Raditz Scouter that on Earth, aside from Kakarot, there was indeed another Saiyan, Kakarot's son. It was undeniable. He was a Saiyan. Nappa fixed his eyes on the swaying tail behind Son Gohan, nodding in acknowledgement. After the initial shock, Vegeta's expression returned to normal. He pressed on the scouter at his ear. Beep, beep, beep. A crisp voice resonated. Battle power 5,000. That little brat possesses a battle power of 5,000. Upon witnessing Son Gohan's battle power, astonishment once again washed over Vegeta's face that a year ago, he recalled the boy's furious strike had reached a battle power of 1301. He could scarcely believe that in just a year, it had grown to 5,000. The boy's talent was indeed terrifying. He could not be allowed to live. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, a murderous intent brewing towards Son Gohan. Simultaneously, Nappa activated his scouter. Beep, beep, B.6,000.4500.4300.3000. No, this is impossible. How could these lowly beings possess such power? Nappa's face was a mask of disbelief. Just a year ago, the mightiest among them, Kakarot, had barely reached a battle power of 418. Chapter 59. You are truly weak. A horde of insignificant insects could amass such formidable battle power in a mere year. Though he did not know what methods they had employed, it was certainly worthy of their attention. Vegeta's gaze turned icy as he surveyed the 5 before him, his tone frigid as he spoke. Indeed, while it is astonishing, this level of battle power hardly stirs the waters. After a brief moment of surprise, Nappa's expression hardened, revealing his murderous intent. The rapid growth of the individuals before them posed a potential threat, and thus, they must be eradicated completely today. These are the 2 fearsome Saiyans that Goku spoke of? They don't seem particularly formidable, Piccolo remarked disdainfully, casting a haughty glance at Vegeta and Nappa. Indeed, that small, sharp-headed individual felt somewhat dangerous, yet the larger one was entirely negligible in Piccolo's eyes. Perhaps our own power has increased too rapidly. Son Gohan nodded solemnly. Voicing his thoughts, he sensed no threat from the 2 before him, not a trace of danger. Krillin and Tin looked on in disbelief at Piccolo and Son Gohan. Indeed, comparing them makes one feel utterly insignificant. The 2 Saiyans loomed large over the trio, particularly the small one, who exuded an air of unfathomable depth. Yet, hearing Gohan and Piccolo's dismissive tone, they deemed the 2 Saiyans as inconsequential dough, so they're nothing to be concerned about. Are they? Truly ignorant fools. Upon hearing Piccolo and Gohan's words, Vegeta surprisingly did not react with anger, but instead chuckled disdainfully. Perhaps this is what they call ignorance breeds fearlessness. His battle power had reached an astonishing 18,000. Yet he was belittled by 2 mere insects with powers of only 5 to 6,000. It was laughably absurd. Perhaps they had been rendered foolish with fear. Nappa sneered coldly, regarding Son Gohan and the others with contempt. Prince Vegeta, may I take the liberty of punishing these foolish beings? Nappa turned to Son Gohan and the others with a sinister smile, then faced Vegeta to seek permission. Go ahead, but exercise restraint. Do not kill them. I still require information regarding Kakarot and the Dragon Balls. Vegeta maintained an air of arrogance, nodding in agreement. In his view, Nappa should manage these individuals without significant difficulty. Controlling my strength? That could prove somewhat troublesome. Nappa's lips curled into a sinister smile as he directed a bloodthirsty grin at Son Gohan and the others. Then, in the blink of an eye, he surged forward, launching a swift punch towards Son Gohan. Trash! Piccolo cast a cold glance at Naba, whose speed, in his eyes, was little more than a marginal improvement over that of a snail. Goku, similarly, stood with his arms crossed, exuding an air of haughty pride. His demeanor mirrored that of Vegeta almost perfectly. Observing Naba rush toward him, Gohan clenched his fists and instantly vanished from sight. His speed was so astonishing that even Vegeta merely caught a fleeting shadow. Naba, in a more unfortunate turn of events, did not even catch a glimpse of Gohan's figure before he seemingly vanished in a thin air. What? Both Vegeta and Naba exclaimed in unison. You are truly pathetic. A haunting voice suddenly resonated from behind. Naba's body froze momentarily, cold sweat trickling down his back. When had that little brat appear behind him? Before he could turn around, he felt a tremendous force strike down upon his neck. And like a cannonball, he was sent crashing into a nearby building. Naba, how could that little brat possibly do this? Vegeta's mind was instantly engulfed in tumultuous waves of shock as he glanced at the trajectory of Naba's flight, then turned his gaze to Gohan, a grave expression dawning in his eyes. The speed that Brat had just displayed was utterly incredible, so much so that Vegeta felt a sense of inadequacy. He hastily activated his power level detector at his ear. Beep, beep, beep. A clear sound rang out. 5000 still read as 5000. Impossible. At the moment that Brat sent Naba flying, his power level had clearly surged significantly. Surely above 10,000. Why had it now dropped back to 5000? Vegeta's brow furrowed deeply, perplexed. Could it be that these individuals had the ability to freely control their power levels? Yes, it had to be so. There was no other explanation. But what, then, was the true power level of that little brat? Gohan, take them to another location to fight, Piccolo said to Goku and Vegeta with a casual tone. Hearing Piccolo's words, Gohan glanced at the building that had been wrecked by Naba's body, his brow furrowing slightly. Indeed, while he could effortlessly defeat the two Saiyans before him, a scuffle would inevitably wreak havoc on the city, something he wished to avoid. Furthermore, his father had warned him of the terrifying capabilities of these two Saiyans, suggesting they likely had hidden strengths and tricks up their sleeves. He then turned to Vegeta and stated, "This place is unsuitable for battle. Follow me." Chapter 60. The fool who knows not his own mortality. With that, Gohan swiftly turned and soared toward a barren hill not far away. If you're not afraid of death, then follow. Piccolo shot a provocative glare at Vegeta before turning to follow Gohan. Shortly thereafter, Krillin, Tin, and Katsu also trailed behind, unwilling to face these formidable foes alone. I apologize, Prince Vegeta. I was too careless just now. After Gohan and the others had flown away, Naba emerged from the wreckage of the building, landing beside Vegeta, looking utterly disheveled and filled with humiliation. Yet beneath that shame, a profound fury simmered. That little brat would surely pay for this. He would tear him to shreds. With that thought, Naba's expression twisted into a fearsome snarl. Naba, that little brat is not someone you can contend with. Vegeta shot Naba a scornful glance, his disdain unmasked. He could clearly sense that the brat's power level had utterly overwhelmed Naba at the moment of impact. Thus, regardless of Naba's caution, he could never hope to be a match for that little devil. Hearing Vegeta's words, Naba gritted his teeth, clenching his fists in frustration. However, he dared not contradict Vegeta. Let us go. We must see what tricks they are up to, and perhaps coax them into revealing Kakarot's whereabouts. Vegeta gazed toward the direction Gohan and the others had vanished, his initial shock dissipating, a slight smirk curling his lips. He then unleashed a surge of energy and darted toward where Gohan had disappeared. In his estimation, if that little brat could defeat Naba, then his power level must be around 10,000 at most. It could not exceed 15,000. After all, if it were any higher, that previous strike could have easily claimed Naba's life. Hence, he had been astounded, considering that the child looked to be no older than 5 or 6. Yet, with a power level of 15,000, he was still far from matching Vegeta's own prowess. As Vegeta took off, the furious Naba followed closely behind, his heart ablaze with rage, vowing to crush those insufferable insects one by one to alleviate his pent-up fury. After flying for about 4 or 5 minutes, Gohan arrived at a deserted ravine. as he descended. He surveyed the landscape, characterized by layers of ochre rock, an environment scarcely suitable for life, ideal for battle. Soon after, Piccolo, Krillin, Ten, and Katsu landed beside Gohan. Before long, Vegeta and Nappa arrived as well. Alighting upon a rocky outcrop, Vegeta crossed his arms defiantly, looking down with arrogant disdain at Gohan and the others. What an insufferable fellow! Watching the haughty Vegeta, Piccolo clenched his fists, yearning to confront him immediately. "Uncle Piccolo," Gohan said coolly, glancing sideways. Upon seeing Gohan's piercing gaze, Piccolo gradually relaxed his grip. Once Piccolo had unclenched his fists, Gohan lifted his head, his eyes steely as he addressed Vegeta and Nappa. "You two have yet to pose a threat to Earth, so I shall grant you an opportunity. Leave this planet at once, and I shall overlook your transgressions." Gohan's tone was commanding, unyielding, devoid of any hint of negotiation, entirely incongruous with the innocent demeanor of a 6- or 7-year-old child. Krillin and Tan, initially poised to speak, found themselves silenced by Gohan's resolute gaze. Internally lamenting, Gohan is indeed becoming more like Goku every day. Upon hearing the words of Sun Wukong, both Vegeta and Nappa were momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, a fierce rage enveloped Vegeta's countenance as he glared at Sun Wukong, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, "You insufferable wretch! Do you truly believe that defeating Nappa grants you the right to speak to me, Prince Vegeta, in such a manner? I, the illustrious prince of the Saiyans, a genius among warriors, and being belittled by the offspring of a lowly fighter. This is utterly, utterly unforgivable. Today, I shall ensure the demise of that traitorous Saiyan, Kakarot, and this audacious little brat. You claim there's no threat to Earth? Then how about this?" Vegeta's fury morphed into a sinister smirk as he pointed a single hand towards a city they had recently returned to, unleashing a devastating energy wave. Foolish and oblivious. Sun Wukong, witnessing Vegeta's actions, felt a sudden chill in his gaze, and in an instant his body vanished from sight. By the time the others reacted, Sun Wukong had already positioned himself in front of the energy wave unleashed by Vegeta. With a swift motion, he deflected the energy wave back, sending it hurtling towards Vegeta and Nappa at a speed that far exceeded that of Vegeta's initial attack. How infuriating! A flicker of panic flashed in Vegeta's eyes as he hastily evaded the oncoming blast. An enormous explosion erupted, obliterating the rocky peak where they had just stood. That little brat's speed surpasses even that of his previous attack on Nappa. Vegeta seethed, gazing at Sun Wukong in disbelief. His mind racing. The speed at which Sun Wukong had vanished was so astonishing that he had not even caught a glimpse of a residual image. Chapter 61. The arrogant Piccolo, I have given you a chance. Since you refuse to depart, then remain here forever. Vegeta's actions ignited a flame of anger within Sun Wukong. It appears that the seeds of evil have become deeply entrenched within these Saiyans. It is not a mere exchange of words that can lead them to abandon their wicked ways. Wukong, why waste words on such individuals? Allow me to handle them. Piccolo stepped forward, his eyes ablaze with determination. During the past 6 months, his continuous training alongside Sun Wukong had significantly enhanced his strength. He had not engaged in actual combat for quite some time, and the memory of being ruthlessly defeated by Raditz still lingered in his mind. Today presented the perfect opportunity to test his skills against these two blind fools and gauge his progress. Observing Piccolo's fervor, Sun Wukong made no objections, but instead spoke with a calm demeanor. During our time in the hyperbolic time chamber, my father imparted to me the importance of possessing a merciful heart. However, one must never allow mercy to lead to regretful and irreparable consequences. I believe my father's words hold great truth, and I have always kept them close to my heart. With those words, Sun Wukong slowly lifted his gaze towards Vegeta and Nappa, his voice cold and resolute. Uncle Piccolo, eliminate them. As Sun Wukong uttered these words, Krillin and Tien Shinhan felt an overwhelming aura of murderous intent radiating from him. Wukong seems to have truly changed. They exchanged glances, both recognizing the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. A year ago, when they first encountered Wukong at Master Roshi's, he was but a timid child who hid behind Sun Wukong, never uttering a word. Now, merely 1 year later, although in reality, it had been 3 years due to the 2 years spent training in the hyperbolic time chamber. He had transformed from a whimpering coward into a decisive young man. This transformation was undoubtedly intertwined with his time spent training alongside Goku, who himself had also undergone significant changes. Fortunately, Goku and Wukong were unlike these Saiyans. Upon hearing Son Wukong's command, a sinister grin spread across Piccolo's face. Revealing his sharp fangs, in a flash, he charged towards Vegeta. "You, Namekian, insignificant creature, dare to battle with me." Prince Vegeta, unimpressed by Piccolo's advance, scoffed dismissively. With a swift push off the ground, he propelled himself forward, the ground erupting beneath him. With a resounding clash, Vegeta's and Piccolo's fists collided with tremendous force, sending shockwaves that shattered the surrounding rocks. The moment their fists made contact, they both recoiled, each retreating several paces. Vegeta, with his fist inadvertently behind him, flexed it, feeling a peculiar tingling sensation throughout his arm. No, it cannot be. That Namekian has concealed his true power. Vegeta's heart raced with astonishment, nearly erupting in a roar, although he had not exerted his full strength. The fact that the Namekian could withstand his blow indicated that his combat prowess was far beyond the mere 6,000 units he had anticipated. As Piccolo engaged Vegeta, Tien Shinhan clenched his fists. A slight frown crossing his brow, he leaped into action, positioning himself beside Piccolo. "Leave the other one to me," he declared, glancing at Piccolo. Although he suspected his strength might not match that of the bald Saiyan, he saw this as an opportunity to surpass his limits. "What a bothersome individual. I can handle this waste on my own." Piccolo shot Tien Shinhan a disdainful look, his tone brimming with arrogance, though he did not outright refuse. "With a combat power of merely 4,000, do you truly believe you are worthy of battling me?" Nappa sneered at Tien Shinhan, his lips curling in contempt. He had previously scanned Tien Shinhan's power level with a scouter, finding it to be a mere 4,000 units. Killing such a weakling would be a trivial task. "Nappa, remove your scouter. These individuals can elevate their power levels during combat. Do not be deceived by mere numbers," Vegeta declared, discarding his scouter to the side. "You speak the truth. That fool Raditz was too reliant on the scouter, which ultimately led to his demise." The malevolent smile of Babidi was accompanied by the casual dismissal of the battle power detector, which he tossed aside. Vegeta bellowed, charging forth with fervor. Clenching his fist, he landed a precise blow squarely upon Piccolo's visage. To Vegeta's astonishment, Piccolo merely stepped back with his right foot and tilted his head slightly, effortlessly absorbing the force of Vegeta's formidable punch. "What?" Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. Instinctively retreating a few steps, he gazed at Piccolo in incredulity. His recent strike had employed 70% of his strength, yet that wretched creature had only taken half a step back. Was this truly the legendary might of the Saiyan race? Such a revelation was profoundly disappointing. Piccolo tilted his head back, shaking his neck, and regarded Vegeta with a mocking sneer, his laughter dripping with disdain. "How dare you look down upon me? I am the mightiest Saiyan warrior. I shall never be bested by scum like you." The humiliation he felt from Piccolo's derision caused Vegeta's tail to bristle with indignation. With a sudden drop in his center of gravity, his arms pressed against his waist, he let out a guttural roar. A wave of crimson energy radiated from Vegeta's form, spreading outward in all directions. At that moment, the ground began to tremble slightly, winds howled, and small pebbles floated in the air. The Vegeta's eyes transformed, his pupils vanishing to reveal a stark whiteness. After a full 30 seconds, the overwhelming energy and howling winds finally subsided. However, everyone present could feel that Vegeta's power had intensified significantly. "This time, I shall obliterate you completely." With a furious roar, Vegeta's body shot forward at incredible speed, delivering a punch to Piccolo's chest. Puff! Piccolo's pupils contracted as he spat out a mouthful of bile, his face a mask of shock, and his body was propelled backward. In an instant, Vegeta transformed into a streak of light, reappearing directly before Piccolo. His hands clasped together and raised above his head, crashing down upon Piccolo's brow. Boom! Piccolo's form was forcefully driven into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Seizing the moment, Vegeta relentlessly unleashed his energy blasts. Akin to laser beams targeting the spot where Piccolo had fallen, in an instant, the entire area was engulfed in dust. Gohan, Krillin, and Din floated in the air, watching the swirling debris below. Piccolo, Krillin called out, concern etched on his face as he gazed at the billowing dust. While Gohan remained stoic, his expression unwavering. After a relentless barrage lasting a full minute, Vegeta finally ceased his assault. Leaning on his knees as he gasped for breath, the consecutive energy blasts had severely drained his stamina. "Ha! I thought you were formidable, but it appears you are quite fragile." Once his energy had somewhat recovered, Vegeta straightened his posture, gazing at the thick smoke below, and erupted into wild laughter. Yet before his mirth could last a second longer, it abruptly halted. "Is this truly your full strength, Saiyan? Now it is my turn." A chillingly sarcastic voice emerged from the dense smoke that Vegeta's smile froze, vanishing entirely, replaced by an expression of profound weight. He had just exerted nearly all of his power, yet he still could not defeat that detestable Namekian. Suddenly, a faint sound pierced the air, and Piccolo's figure emerged from the swirling dust, trailing smoke as he swiftly appeared before Vegeta. Without hesitation, he launched an uppercut that struck Vegeta's jaw. Vegeta's body was sent hurtling into the air, a trail of blood gracing his lips. Piccolo looked up at Vegeta, bent his legs, and propelled himself upward like a released arrow, swiftly surpassing Vegeta before driving his right knee into Vegeta's abdomen. The tremendous impact created a massive crater in the ground. Piccolo landed gracefully nearby, his gaze filled with mockery as he regarded Vegeta, clearly having no intention of finishing him off so easily. Puff! Vegeta coughed up blood, the intense pain contorting his features in anguish. Yet, more than the physical agony, the shattering of his pride and arrogance was unbearable. He was the proud prince of the Saiyans, the universe's mightiest warrior. Yet he had sustained such grievous injuries on this wretched planet. No, it is impossible. A lowly Namekian cannot possibly surpass me. Vegeta clutched his abdomen tightly, his face a mask of fury as he roared. "I cannot be defeated. I'm the strongest warrior in this world, the mightiest Saiyan. Unforgivable. I shall annihilate you and this planet together." Vegeta's furious roar filled the air, his eyes rapidly filling with crimson cracks. Resembling a being devoid of reason at this juncture, appearances held no significance. He resolved to transform into a great ape and crush these ants beneath his feet. After a frenzied outburst, Vegeta seemed to regain a semblance of rationality. Murmuring to himself, he then glanced around. "Where is the moon? Alas, although this will diminish my combat prowess, I have no other options." Gritting his teeth, Vegeta steeled his resolve. "Today, I shall not rest until I have vanquished these despicable wretches and obliterated this planet that has subjected him to such humiliation." As a prodigious warrior of the Saiyan race, Vegeta possesses the ability to create an artificial moon. With his right hand splayed open, a brilliant sphere of energy coalesced in the palm of his hand. "Ha! You vile scoundrels, your demise is imminent." Chapter 63. Vegeta transforms into a gorilla. Although he detests the appearance of his gorilla form, at this moment, Vegeta clearly finds himself with no other recourse. He is currently unable to defeat even a single Namekian, not to mention the lurking half-Saiyan child whose strength remains a mystery. Subsequently, he gently tossed the dazzling sphere of energy into the air, where it hung suspended. What on earth is that fellow plotting? Piccolo gazed at the energy sphere that Vegeta had conjured, which was not aimed at him, but rather propelled into the sky. And even with his intellect, he was unable to decipher Vegeta's intentions. Utterly baffled, "You scoundrels, prepare to face the judgment of death," Vegeta bellowed in a frenzy, then lifted his gaze towards the artificial moon. At that moment, as he beheld the radiant orb, his eyes momentarily froze. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of his heartbeat resonated loudly, clear enough for Gohan and the others to hear distinctly. Meanwhile, Vegeta's body quivered in tandem with the intense rhythm of his heartbeat. This scene feels eerily familiar. Krillin observed Vegeta from a distance, feeling as though he had encountered this scenario before. Suddenly, he shivered violently. A tale, identical to that of Goku's, reminiscent of Goku's childhood, glancing back at the suspended energy sphere. Krillin's body trembled uncontrollably, anxiety coursing through him as he exclaimed, "Could it be that fellow intends to transform into a gorilla? Gohan!" Krillin suddenly recalled that Gohan also possesses a tail. He spun around to find Gohan fixated on the white energy sphere, his eyes wide with alarm. Witnessing Gohan's reaction, reminiscent of Goku's transformation into a gorilla during their childhood, Krillin wasted no time. He concentrated a terrifying sphere of energy in his palm and hurled it directly at the artificial moon created by Vegeta. Boom! With a dull thud, the two energy spheres collided, exploding in the sky like a blossoming firework. The artificial moon was shattered by Krillin's assault, and the crimson hue that had just begun to envelop Gohan's pupils gradually faded, returning to normalcy. What a stroke of luck! Krillin sighed in relief as he wiped the perspiration from his brow. Gohan had not transformed into a gorilla, which was indeed fortunate. Otherwise, the entire Earth would likely have been annihilated. However, just as the artificial moon crafted by Vegeta was destroyed, a primal roar erupted from his direction. In that instant, Vegeta's body underwent a tremendous transformation. His eyes became a fierce crimson, his form expanding multiple times in size, akin to that of a small mountain, with two massive fangs protruding from his mouth, rendering his visage exceptionally ferocious. He leaped forward, landing directly before Piccolo, causing the ground to crater beneath him, fissures spreading like a spider's web. "You wretched fools, I shall trample you into meat paste." The transformed Vegeta howled in madness, raising his fist to deliver a crushing blow to Piccolo. Piccolo tilted his head back, effortlessly evading Vegeta's attack as he retreated gracefully. Boom! The colossal fist struck the ground, creating a deep pit and sending debris flying. "Humph, foolish creature, in your pursuit of power, you have forsaken speed." Piccolo gazed at Vegeta with disdain, his voice dripping with condescension. Though this Saiyan's strength had multiplied exponentially upon transformation, his speed had diminished even further. Such sluggishness renders it impossible for him to touch me. "Piccolo, do not underestimate him," Krillin cautioned, observing Piccolo's air of arrogance. He felt an unsettling sense that the Saiyan was up to something. Moreover, when Goku transformed into a gorilla, he not only gained immense destructive power, but also a significant increase in speed. "Uncle Piccolo, that fellow indeed seems rather suspicious." Gohan voiced his concerns, an unsettling feeling lingering in his chest. "Humph, this time, I shall eradicate him once and for all." Piccolo appeared to disregard their warnings entirely, gazing at the towering Vegeta with a look of condescension that in his view, victory in this battle was already assured. The moment his voice fell, he vanished in a flash. With astonishing speed, he appeared atop the shoulders of the gorilla-like Vegeta and unleashed a powerful kick aimed at him. Bang! The kick landed heavily on the side of Vegeta's face, causing his massive form to stagger and crash against the rocks. "I expected that after transforming, you would pose a challenge. Yet, you remain as pathetic as ever. You may as well perish." Piccolo hovered in the air, looking down upon the gorilla Vegeta with an air of superiority, his tone dripping with disdain. His body surged forth once more, bolstered by his prior victory. Piccolo's confidence soared. Without a hint of caution, he launched another attack aimed squarely at Vegeta's chest. Upon seeing Piccolo charge at him again, Vegeta's crimson eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of cunning flashing within them. Then, with lightning speed, his right hand shot out. Vegeta's speed was astonishingly swift, incomparable to his previous self. Piccolo was taken aback, utterly unprepared to react, and was effortlessly seized by Vegeta. Indeed, this was a consequence of underestimating the speed of the great ape. Vegeta, leaving no room for retreat. Piccolo, observing the rapidly shifting situation before him, saw Gohan and Krillin furrow their brows in alarm. Weren't we just having a grand time? Now it's my turn." The beastly, maniacal laughter echoed throughout the valley. With a firm grip, Vegeta squeezed, causing Piccolo to emit a heart-wrenching scream. Chapter 64. Piccolo is dead. That guy was feigning weakness. He retains his intelligence even in his great ape form. Krillin exclaimed in shock as he watched Vegeta. When Goku transformed into a great ape, he completely lost rationality, Disregarding all familial ties, the fact that this individual still possessed his wits was truly astonishing. Hey, let go of Uncle Piccolo, and I will permit your departure from Earth. Gohan said coldly, his brow knitted in concern. Ha! What a naive child. It seems you have yet to grasp the current situation, Vegeta said with a smirk. Transformed into a great ape, his battle power had surged tenfold. Even after some prior exertion, he still boasted a power level of 150,000. He did not believe that the child could surpass that threshold. It was simply impossible. What must I do for you to release Uncle Piccolo? Gohan, though mentally resolute beyond his years, found himself at a loss to rescue Piccolo from the grip of the great ape. If you want me to spare him, then simply remain still, Vegeta replied with a sinister grin. The initiative was firmly back in his grasp, a familiar sensation that brought him delight. Gritting his teeth, Gohan clenched his fists, the veins on his arms bulging. Even though the Saiyan had transformed into a great ape, he still felt confident that he could defeat or even kill him. However, he could not guarantee that he could do so while Piccolo remained alive. If Piccolo perished, the Supreme Kai would follow suit, and the Dragon Balls would vanish forever. Thus, he dared not take such a risk. With this thought, Gohan gradually relaxed his clenched fists. Gohan, don't worry about me. You must kill him, Piccolo shouted, witnessing Gohan's reluctant release of his fists. A warrior with Saiyan blood has chosen to abandon the fight for a mere insect. You and Kakarot are a disgrace to the Saiyan race. Vegeta coldly berated Gohan, who had ceased to resist. Then, from his massive palm, he conjured a terrifying energy sphere, directing it towards Gohan, while ominously stating, "If you dare to evade, I will promptly twist off his head." How despicable! Gohan, do not fall for his tricks. Even if you do not resist, he will not spare Piccolo. Krillin, filled with anxiety, cautioned Gohan. That moment, all hope for Earth rested upon Gohan's shoulders. If he fell, the planet would be in dire peril. Yet Gohan, with an expression of cold indifference, seemingly ignoring Krillin's warning, addressed Vegeta. I agree, but listen closely. If you dare harm Uncle Piccolo, I will ensure your demise is most painful. After uttering these words, Gohan relinquished all pretense of resistance. Humph, little brat, prepare to die. The great ape Vegeta initially smirked coldly before unleashing a thunderous roar. The menacing energy sphere in his palm hurtled towards Gohan. Boom! The energy sphere detonated upon contact with Gohan, sending his diminutive body flying violently to the ground, his upper garments obliterated. He lay motionless, sprawled on the earth. Gohan! Gohan! Krillin and Tien simultaneously turned their gazes towards Gohan. That moment, Babidi seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful punch to Tien's chest, propelling him across the ground, carving a long, deep trench. Tien, Krillin exclaimed, witnessing Tien's fall, momentarily unsure of what to do. Such an easily defeated child, since I have promised you. I shall now release him, Vegeta said with a bloodthirsty smile, his tone chillingly sinister. With a swift motion, Vegeta gripped Piccolo's head and decisively twisted it. Crack! The sharp sound of bone fracturing echoed painfully in the stillness of the valley. Piccolo's head drooped limply, his eyes clouded with gray. Piccolo! Krillin trembled, his body uncontrollably retreating. Piccolo is dead. The Supreme Kai and the Dragon Balls will vanish, meaning if Earth is destroyed, all those who have perished cannot be resurrected. How dare you kill Uncle Piccolo? Yet at that moment, the seemingly lifeless Gohan unexpectedly stood up, his voice low and menacing, absolutely unforgivable. A furious roar erupted from Gohan's throat. Instantly, a terrifying whirlwind erupted, centered around Gohan. Sweeping across the earth, the planet quaked violently, the surrounding rocks shattering into debris, suspended in mid-air. Heavens, is this Gohan's energy? The entire earth trembled violently as an unimaginable force surged forth. Krillin and Tenshinhan could hardly believe that such boundless energy erupted from the diminutive form of a 5- or 6-year-old son Gohan. Chapter 65. The Wrathful Son Gohan. What in the world is happening with that little brat? The mighty ape Vegeta shielded his eyes with both hands, bracing against the oncoming tempest. A chilling sensation coursed down his spine. and he suddenly felt an ominous threat. No, it is impossible. How could that little brat possess a power exceeding mine? It must be an illusion. Vegeta shook his large head vigorously, having transformed into a great ape. His power level soaring to a staggering 180,000. Even though he had previously expended considerable energy, he was certain that he still retained a battle power of at least 150,000. Yet, faced with that little brat, he felt an inexplicable sense of danger. Among pure-blooded Saiyan prodigies, it was rare for one as young as 5 or 6 to achieve a power level of 10,000. This hybrid of Saiyan and Earthling was capable of such terrifying potential. He simply could not comprehend it. Meanwhile, Nappa found himself in an even more precarious situation, as he was relentlessly pushed back by the frenzied winds. That little brat a monster. Confronted with such overwhelming pressure, Nappa felt his fighting spirit wane almost entirely. Although he lacked a power level detector, the palpable weight of the aura before him extinguished any desire to fight. You shall not be forgiven. The flames of fury blazed in Son Gohan's eyes. His low voice trembled as it escaped his lips. With a fierce push off the ground, the earth shattered beneath him, and Son Gohan transformed into a streak of white light, hurtling towards the great ape Vegeta. The speed was so astounding that Vegeta had no time to react. Boom! Son Gohan's fist landed heavily against Vegeta's face, although it appeared comically like an ant striking an elephant. The impact sent Vegeta's mountainous form flying, crashing into a nearby hill and reducing it to rubble. Father once told me to abandon my naivety and refrain from showing mercy. Son Gohan advanced step by step towards Vegeta, tears brimming in his eyes as he murmured, I could have resolved this from the very beginning, but my innocence and carelessness led to Uncle Piccolo's demise. After smashing into the hill, Vegeta rose, the pain radiating from his cheek rendering his expression even more grotesque. You insufferable brat. Do you truly believe I, Vegeta, cannot handle you? Prepare to perish, Vegeta bellowed in a frenzy. Watching Son Gohan approach, he swung his fist down like a colossal hammer aimed at a mere cockroach. A sight both absurd and humorous. As that enormous fist descended, Son Gohan stood his ground, withdrawing his right foot and countering with a punch of his own. Boom! The two fists collided, producing a cataclysmic shockwave that rippled outward, collapsing the ground beneath them. Layer upon layer crumbled. Hiss, hiss, hiss! How could this little brat possess such terrifying power? Vegeta gritted his teeth in astonishment. Even after transforming into a great ape, his strength had reached unprecedented heights. Yet he was taken aback to find that this child could withstand his might, and despite exerting every ounce of his strength, he could not push his fist down even a fraction low. Furious roar escaped him as the ground beneath them quaked. Vegeta sensed a terrifying force, akin to a vast ocean, surging through his arm, forcing his massive body to stagger backward. Meanwhile, Son Gohan leapt into the air, transforming once more into a white blade, aimed directly at Vegeta's chest. Swoosh! The sound was nearly imperceptible. The white light struck Vegeta's chest with devastating force. The overwhelming power hammered into him, causing Vegeta's eyes to twitch uncontrollably, his fingers shaking violently. Blood mixed with saliva poured from his mouth, trickling down his chin as he stumbled backward uncontrollably. Son Gohan's right leg had nearly embedded itself into Vegeta's torso. Boom! In the next moment, the great ape Vegeta collapsed to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. His body convulsed repeatedly, clearly rendered incapable of further combat by Son Gohan's lethal attack. Gohan, sever his tail, after a prolonged moment of shock. Krillin finally regained his senses and spoke to Son Gohan. Gohan turned to glance at Krillin and nodded. He then gathered with a swift motion. Nappa's body darted across the sky, heading towards the bustling city where he had just landed. Son Gohan coldly averted his gaze, observing the fleeing Nappa, and gradually raised his palm as a terrifying energy sphere began to coalesce once more. Let him go, he uttered, before launching the energy toward Nappa. Chapter 66. Bulma's Sister Boom. Within mere breaths, the energy sphere caught up with Nappa. The instant it collided with him, it erupted in a violent explosion. Nappa did not emit even a single cry of anguish. He was obliterated into mere fragments. The dazzling remnants of the explosion scattered downwards at that moment. Vegeta had reverted to his humanoid form, helplessly witnessing Naba being reduced to smithereens, that a glance at Son Gohan's resolute and merciless gaze enveloped him with an overwhelming sense of dread. This impudent child, daring enough to slay Naba, would surely not hesitate to turn against him as well. Cursed be his current state, he found himself utterly incapable of resistance, a mere lamb led to the slaughter. Swish! Krillin and Ten landed beside Son Gohan. Krillin placed a reassuring hand on Gohan's shoulder, saying, "Gohan, do not be too hard on yourself. This is not your fault." Piccolo was indeed overly confident. Krillin's words held merit. Piccolo had grossly underestimated Vegeta's might in his transformed state and had been too self-assured during the second assault, which led to his downfall. If only I had heeded my father's advice. Such a tragedy would not have transpired. Gohan's face was etched with deep remorse. After half a year of training alongside Piccolo, they had forged a profound bond. Witnessing Piccolo perish before his eyes was undeniably unbearable. Moreover, the dire consequence of Piccolo's demise meant that the Dragon Balls would vanish, leaving no means to resurrect the fallen should Earth face peril once more. "Gohan, do not despair," Finn interjected, attempting to console him, then gestured toward the motionless Vegeta on the ground, saying, "What should we do with this guy?" Upon hearing Ten's words, Gohan clenched his fists tightly, casting a glance at Piccolo, who lay lifeless, devoid of any vitality. A chilling voice escaped his clenched teeth. "Kill him!" The moment those icy words left his lips, Gohan abruptly turned to face Vegeta, showing no hesitation as he summoned a terrifying energy sphere aimed directly at Vegeta's form. "To think that I, Prince Vegeta, the mightiest warrior in this world, would meet my end on such a wretched planet, at the hands of this mere child." Vegeta struggled to clench his fists, yet he possessed not an ounce of strength. Even that simple act eluded him, leaving fear to magnify infinitely within his heart. "Go accompany Uncle Piccolo." Gohan's voice erupted with cold fury. The energy sphere in his palm was ready to be unleashed. In that fleeting moment, Gohan sensed a faint energy signature. He quickly raised his head to see a beam of energy descending directly towards him. Gohan relinquished his intent to eliminate Vegeta, redirecting the energy sphere towards the incoming beam. Boom! The two energy attacks collided in midair, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Subsequently, a small spacecraft descended rapidly towards Gohan's position. However, Gohan's expression remained unchanged. He could sense that the energy emanating from the spacecraft was exceedingly weak, comparable to that of an ordinary Earthling. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the small spacecraft crashed to the ground at Gohan's feet, creating a deep crater. The immense shockwave propelled Vegeta's body a considerable distance before he finally came to a halt. Gohan and Krillin were also forced to retreat 5 meters, barely maintaining their footing. Creak! The hatch of the spacecraft swung open, revealing a young girl clad in denim overalls. She sported shoulder-length golden hair, adorned with a black cap and sunglasses. Her striking features, coupled with her large, sparkling eyes, were undeniably captivating. "She looks so familiar," Krillin exclaimed, gazing in astonishment at the beautiful girl emerging from the spacecraft. She resembles Aunt Bulma quite a bit," Gohan replied, nodding in agreement, recognizing the resemblance. Aside from her black pupils and golden hair, she bore a striking resemblance to Bulma. "Who are you?" Gohan inquired warily, despite the familiarity he felt, given the girl's apparent arrival from space. Caution was warranted. Just as Gohan's voice faded, a sudden buzzing noise resonated above them. A mini helicopter hovered overhead. As they looked up, they were greeted by the sight of Chi-Chi and Bulma within the helicopter. "Mom, Aunt Bulma, what brings you here?" Gohan asked as the helicopter descended. "Gohan, are you hurt?" Upon disembarking, Chi-Chi rushed towards him, inspecting him thoroughly before finally relaxing upon confirming he was unscathed. Meanwhile, Bulma approached the girl who had emerged from the spacecraft. She walked directly up to her, hesitating momentarily before speaking. "Sister? Sister?" The sound of Bulma's voice drew the attention of everyone present, their faces painted with astonishment. Unbelievable. The girl who had arrived from space in the spacecraft was indeed Bulma's sister. Bulma, it has been so many years. How have you been? Are mom and dad well? The girl beamed at Bulma, her smile radiant. I, along with my father and mother, are all doing quite well. Bulma, in a fit of excitement, seized the hand of the young girl and approached Sun Wukong and Krillin, introducing her. Allow me to present to you my sister, Taisai. She then pointed out Sun Wukong and the others, saying to Taisai, they are my friends, Chi-Chi, Krillin, Wu-Fan, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi. Taisai. Bulma, I had no idea you had such a beautiful sister, Krillin exclaimed, his gaze fixed intently on Taisai's lovely face, a hint of excitement in his voice. However, Tianjin Fan furrowed his brow. The sudden appearance of this Taisai, who had just intervened to stop Sun Wukong from killing Vegeta, suggested a deep connection between them. He pondered her true intentions for coming to Earth. Turning to Sun Wukong, who also wore a frown, Tianjin Fan asked, Aunt Taisai, your sudden arrival here, coupled with your inexplicable attack on me earlier, surely cannot be an attempt to prevent me from slaying this Saiyan. Chapter 67. Making a deal. Sun Wukong's inquiry was straightforward and unambiguous, as he believed it unnecessary to beat around the bush with someone he barely knew. Moreover, the Saiyan before them must die today. Not even the King of the Heavens could alter his resolve. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Krillin and Tianjin Fan straightened in demeanor, their alertness heightened. This sister of Bulma, whom they had not seen in over a decade, appeared at such a critical moment. It was hard to believe her presence had nothing to do with the Saiyan in front of them, that Bulma's brows knitted slightly as she regarded Taisai with utmost seriousness. Asking, by the way, sister, what brings you back so suddenly? Were you missing us? Faced with Bulma's earnest expression, Taisai bit her lip and shook her head slightly, directly stating, no, Bulma, Wu-Fan is correct, and my purpose for coming today is to save him. Taisai glanced at Sun Wukong, then pointed at Vegeta, speaking with great gravity. Is that truly the case? Upon hearing Taisai's words, the expressions of Sun Wukong, Bulma, Krillin, and Tianjin Fan shifted simultaneously. That Saiyan had come to Earth with the intent to annihilate all its inhabitants. Even Piccolo had been slain by him. This alone was reason enough for Sun Wukong to ensure Vegeta would not escape his vengeance. Aunt Taisai, since you were so forthright, let me be clear, this creature must die. Not even you, nor the King of the Heavens, could save him today. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Taisai, his tone icy and resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Even if Bulma pleaded with him not to kill the Saiyan, there would be no discussion, especially not for a stranger he had never met before. Bulma, please persuade your friend. I guarantee Vegeta will no longer trouble Earth. Observing the unwavering determination in Sun Wukong and Krillin's eyes, Taisai realized she could not forcibly save Vegeta from their hands. She could only hope that Bulma might convince her friends. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing Taisai's words, Bulma's expression changed dramatically. Her gaze fixed intently on Taisai as she scrutinized her for a full 10 seconds. Cut it out, she retorted, shaking her head coldly and glaring at Taisai, unable to restrain her anger. Taisai, have you lost your mind? Earth is the place that nurtured you. Your parents and younger sister live here. Just moments ago, they were nearly killed by this scoundrel, and now you come here to plead for him? I truly suggest you visit a psychiatrist to check your sanity. Moreover, anyone who wishes harm upon Earth and Sun Wukong is my enemy, including you. Bulma's tone was exceptionally frigid, leaving Taisai utterly bewildered. Her expression one of disbelief as she stared at Bulma. The reactions of Sun Wukong and the others were no better. Krillin had known Bulma for years, but he had never witnessed her so furious. It was evident that she completely disregarded their sisterly bond. Bulma, Taisai was clearly taken aback by Bulma's fierce demeanor, having never expected to see such a formidable side of her sister after more than a decade apart. At a loss for words, she found herself speechless. Hey, that foolish woman! Who told you to plead for those ants? I, the mighty Prince Vegeta, the strongest warrior of the Saiyans, will never bow to these lowly creatures. Even in death, my pride, my dignity. Vegeta, overhearing the conversation between Taisai and Bulma, spoke with palpable fury, his voice trembling with rage. True to his nature, even in the face of death, he demanded to maintain his dignity. Taisai, already irked by Bulma's earlier remarks, was further inflamed by Vegeta's words. Here she was, trying to save him, yet he was making her feel as if she were the villain, with her hands on her hips. She marched up to Vegeta and delivered a sharp kick to his side, exclaiming, "Shut your mouth. You look like a pig after a beating, so what pride and dignity are you talking about?" Her fierce demeanor left Sun Wukong and the others in utter shock. Could this be the so-called law of nature? Bulma's sister exhibited a temperament strikingly similar to Bulma's. What a vulgar woman. Vegeta seethed, gritting his teeth, the pain from Taisai's kick radiating through his side, making him wince. He had intended to add, "Once I recover, I will personally see to your demise." But considering the current situation, he feared he might not live to see that day. "Aunt Taisai, step aside." Sun Wukong, unwilling to delay any further, resolved to personally end the life of the Saiyan before him as vengeance for Uncle Piccolo. He directed a piercing gaze at Taisai and Vegeta, coldly stating his intent. Raising his palm, he aimed it at the two of them. "Little one, I am also a citizen of Earth. Do you intend to kill me as well?" Taisai showed no signs of fear. Instead, a charming smile graced her face as she looked at Sun Wukong. "Taisai, in your quest to protect a murderer, you disregard us all. Have you lost your mind?" Bulma gazed at Taisai's actions and scolded loudly. "He is the protagonist of my novel. Thus he must survive until my story concludes." Tais looked at Bulma, shaking her head as she replied, "You simply wouldn't understand." "Indeed, I do not comprehend, nor do I desire to," Bulma retorted coldly, turning her gaze elsewhere, dismissing Tais entirely. Observing Tais's resolute demeanor, Son Gohan was equally disinclined to engage her in further dialogue. The existence of Vegeta would bring misfortune to more individuals and countless innocent planets. Therefore, he resolved to show no mercy. A terrifying energy sphere began to slowly coalesce from his palm, aimed at Tais and Vegeta. Son Gohan spoke icily. "I hope you are not jesting with your life." Feeling the searing heat emanating from the energy sphere, Tais and Son Gohan locked eyes for 5 seconds. She could distinctly sense Son Gohan's murderous intent, extraordinarily unwavering. Suddenly, she capitulated, stating, "All right, you win. Now, I wish to propose a trade with you." Tais suddenly smiled and said to Son Gohan and Krillin, Chapter 68, Mastering Instant Transmission. "What trade?" Son Gohan was intrigued to hear what Tais's proposition entailed. "That I possess a method to save your friend. I wish to exchange this for Vegeta's life. Akati should be quite a bargain for you." Tais gestured towards the lifeless Piccolo, stating, "What? Uncle Piccolo can be saved?" Upon hearing Tais's words, Son Gohan, Krillin, and Tian Shinhan expressed their astonishment, disbelief evident in their voices. Piccolo was unmistakably beyond salvation, and the Dragon Balls had vanished with his demise. How could there possibly be a way to save Piccolo? If such a method existed, not only would they trade Vegeta's life, but they would gladly offer 10 lives in exchange. If what you say is true, I can assure you I will spare his life, without a moment's hesitation. Son Gohan stated earnestly. The prospect of trading a Saiyant's life for a method to resurrect Piccolo was indeed a favorable exchange. Observing Son Gohan's serious demeanor, Tais replied earnestly, "On Namek, there exist Dragon Balls akin to those on Earth. If you can locate them, you may resurrect your friend." However, Tais's tone shifted, her brow slightly furrowed as she added, "There is also an evil individual who fancies himself the ruler of the universe, possessing immense strength, so formidable that you cannot even begin to imagine. If all goes as expected, he has already set off for Namek, and his objective is also the Dragon Balls. Isn't Namek the place Dad mentioned wanting to visit?" Son Gohan and the others froze momentarily, suddenly recalling that Goku's landing point in the spaceship was indeed a place called Namek. And who is this self-proclaimed Cosmic Emperor? Krillin stepped forward, whispering his inquiry. "It seems Dad must have known about the Dragon Balls on Namek long before, which is why he went there. Thus, her words should hold truth." Son Gohan pondered for a moment before nodding and responding. "Yet even so, are you truly willing to let that Saiyan go just like that? What if he recovers and returns?" Clearly, Krillin and Tian Shinhan harbored deep apprehension regarding Vegeta. if Goku and Gohan were absent from Earth. This fellow's appearance would spell trouble. Fear not. Should he dare to return, I will ensure he does not leave Earth again, Son Gohan stated dismissively. Such a creature was utterly insignificant before him, and before his father. He was even less than that. You may take him away. Son Gohan strode confidently towards Tais, then turned his head, gazing down at Vegeta as he declared, if you dare to set foot on Earth again, I will personally snap your neck. Hearing Son Gohan's words, Vegeta gritted his teeth in anger, yet dared not retort. It was indeed a humiliating situation for the proud Saiyan prince to be threatened by a mere child. Even more infuriating was the fact that this child was the offspring of the traitor Kakarot. How despicable! I, Vegeta, must rely on a woman's plea for mercy to survive. One day, I shall ensure that each of you meets your demise at my hands. Vegeta seethed inwardly, his eyes blazing with fury. Tais was quite astute. She understood that although the youngest among Bulma's group was but a child, he wielded undeniable authority. Moreover, that child possessed a composure and calmness far beyond his years. Thus, upon seeing Son Gohan nod, she approached Bulma. Bulma, I know you are very angry with me. My actions were indeed selfish, yet everyone has their own way of pursuing the life they desire. Tais took a deep breath and continued. I will not visit my parents for now, but please send my regards to them, that I shall visit them in due course. After speaking, without a glance back, she elegantly strode towards her spacecraft, retrieving an object resembling a remote control. With a few presses of the buttons, the previously stationary spaceship amidst the bustling city suddenly soared towards them, landing gracefully before Vegeta. After tossing Vegeta into the spacecraft, Tai Si returned to her own vessel. In an instant, they transformed into two streaks of light, vanishing at the edge of the Earth. 5 days later, Son Wukong, Krillin, and Bulma were fully prepared to embark on their journey to Namek. Fortunately, the spacecraft left behind by the slain Dales half a year ago proved invaluable at this moment. During the 5 days, Bulma and Dr. Brief had thoroughly deciphered Dale's spacecraft and set their destination to Namek. Originally, Son Wukong and Krillin intended to venture to Namek alone, as they had learned from Tai Si's description that there was another nefarious individual who fancied himself a cosmic emperor seeking the Dragon Balls. Given Tai Si's assessment, this character must indeed be formidable. However, Bulma, for reasons known only to herself, insisted on accompanying Son Wukong and Krillin, arguing that the spacecraft would be challenging to operate and that her presence would be beneficial in case of any malfunctions. Unable to resist Bulma's persistent pleas, they ultimately set off together. The spacecraft screen indicated that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would arrive at Namek in 4 days on the planet Yardrat. Wukong, follow me. Son Wukong stood on a sheer cliff alongside Husu, who glanced at him before pressing his fingers to his brow and vanishing in an instant. Son Wukong smirked slightly, mirroring Husu's gesture with his own fingers, and with a subtle shift, he too disappeared from sight. In mere moments, their forms reappeared miles away. Wukong, your instant transmission has become remarkably proficient, Husu remarked, nodding in appreciation. On Yardrat, many spent their entire lives without mastering instant transmission. That a significant reason for this was their insufficient strength, which limited their ability to perceive energy. Even Husu had taken 3 years to learn it. Wukong's mastery of the technique in just over a month genuinely impressed him. Chapter 69. Journey to Namek. Let me see your binding technique once more, Husu inquired, noting Wukong's adeptness with instant transmission. All right, Wukong replied with enthusiasm, focusing intently as he spread his fingers, palms directed at Husu, and solemnly declared, "Bind," as his voice resonated. Husu's body became immobile as if ensnared by a binding spell. Once Wukong released his grip, Husu took a deep breath, shaking his head with a wry smile. Truly, one is left in awe. Your comprehension is astonishing. In response to Husu's praise, Wukong merely smiled, refraining from modesty, for he knew Husu had taken 2 years to master the binding technique. To be overly humble would only belittle the elder's efforts. This unique ability, akin to the solar flare, possessed no offensive nature, yet could yield unforeseen advantages in battle. Against an evenly matched foe, deploying the binding technique even for a mere fraction of a second could drastically alter the outcome. However, this capability was of little use against those stronger than oneself. Originally, Wukong had wished to explore other special abilities, but with time running short, he needed to hasten his journey to Namek, should Frieza summon the dragon before him. It would indeed pose a significant dilemma. "O wise one, I plan to depart tomorrow," Sun Wukong declared, gazing into the distance. "I wonder how things are on Earth. Have Wufan and the others defeated Vegeta and Nappa? Have they encountered any mishaps? In the past month and a half, Sun Wukong had attempted more than once to sense Wufan and Piccolo's energy, yet the distance rendered him unable to feel anything. After several attempts, he eventually gave up. "Yes, your spacecraft has been repaired." Husu appeared to have anticipated Wukong's departure, showing no surprise. After all, a golden-scale creature could hardly be contained in a mere pond. "Thank you immensely, Wise One, for your unreserved guidance over the past month. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I shall certainly pay another visit." Sun Wukong expressed heartfelt gratitude to Husu, who had selflessly shared his knowledge and experiences, enabling Wukong to master instant transmission and the binding technique in just over a month. He had even dabbled in healing techniques to some extent. "It is all due to your own merits," Husu replied with a smile, firmly believing in the adage that good deeds yield good karma. Dawn the following day. Bidding farewell to Supa and Husu, Sun Wukong boarded his spacecraft, resuming his journey towards Namek. According to the technicians from Yardrat, he was expected to arrive in about 5 days. Over a month ago, he had faced a terrifying ambush in space, nearly losing his life. However, now, Sun Wukong felt no apprehension. Having learned instant transmission, he could reach any location where life existed, provided he could sense their energy. With his current strength, training in a gravity chamber set to 100 times Earth gravity had become increasingly ineffective. Thus, he decided to utilize the 5 days to recuperate, alleviating the exhaustion that had accumulated from relentless training over the past month. Regardless, that fellow Frieza should no longer pose a threat to me. In the vastness of space, a colossal spacecraft sped through the cosmos at an astonishing pace. Its design bore an uncanny resemblance to the ship that had attacked Sun Wukong a month prior. Within the spacecraft, the familiar figures of Frieza, Dodoria, and Zarbin were present. "Congratulations, Lord Frieza, on conquering 5 more planets," Dodoria remarked, a sinister grin spreading across his durian-like face as he lavished praise upon Frieza. "This effortless acquisition of the 5 planets is largely due to the contributions of Mr. Dodoria and Mr. Zarbin." Sitting in the vessel, Frieza's crimson lips curled into a long, elegant arc as he addressed Dodoria and Zarbin. Upon hearing Frieza's commendation, neither Dodoria nor Zarbin offered any objections. After all, the truth was undeniable. They had rarely witnessed Frieza in action, except for that one occasion when he obliterated planet Vegeta. The majority of the over 100 planets under Frieza's command had been seized by the 2 of them and the 5 members of the Ginyu Force. "Lord Frieza, what is our next target?" Zarbin inquired, lifting his gaze to meet Frieza's. "It is time to venture to Namek and behold the Dragon Balls that can resurrect the dead and grant extended life to the living." Frieza clenched his fist, his confidence and excitement evident in the curve of his horns. "The Dragon Balls shall be mine. I have heard that the Ginyu Force has also successfully completed their mission and wishes to see the Dragon Balls of Namek." "What say you?" Dodoria asked. In truth, he harbored a disdain for that arrogant group, as they often looked down upon others due to their formidable strength. "Let them come," Frieza replied with a faint smile. While there would likely be no unexpected occurrences on Namek, the presence of the Ginyu Force, equipped with their latest combat detection devices, would expedite the search for the Dragon Balls, yielding greater efficiency. Meanwhile, on another planet known as Planet Walk, 6 days prior, the injured Vegeta was recuperating in a healing chamber, his wounds now vanished. Tais stood beside the healing pool. "Lord Vegeta, your injuries have healed. You may open your eyes now." An alien with a bird-like head pressed a button before a control panel nearby and addressed Vegeta. As the healing liquid dissipated, Vegeta slowly opened his eyes. Stepping out of the chamber, he clenched his fist. A look of delight gracing his features, he sensed a significant increase in his power following this recovery from severe injury. Chapter 70. Slaying K. "I sincerely apologize," Lord Vegeta, but we were unable to regenerate your tail. Two aliens said nervously as they beheld Vegeta emerging from the healing pool, clearly intimidated by him. It matters not. It will grow back in due time, Vegeta replied dismissively. Turning to the Tude, Lord Frieza here? No, Lord Frieza left over a month ago with Lord Dodoria and Lord Zarbon. The bird-headed alien thought for a moment before continuing. Also, Lord Kuei said to meet him in the training room once you have completed your recovery. He is waiting for you there. Kuei, Vegeta coldly raised his horns, a glint of malice flashing his eyes as he dressed. I will see him shortly. That moment, Tais interjected. Vegeta, Gabe informed me that Frieza is aware of the Dragon Balls on Namek. Could he have already sent someone there? Upon hearing Tais' words, Vegeta's body tensed, and his brow furrowed. That IT is certain. That scoundrel Frieza. He then stormed out in a fit of rage, having already lost the Dragon Balls of Earth. He was determined to seize the Dragon Balls of Namek this time. He would wish for eternal life, and when the time came, he would personally eliminate Kakarot and Frieza, becoming the sole emperor of this universe. Even if he could not defeat them, he would wear them down until they succumbed. Tais hurriedly followed in his wake. Halfway through his furious march, Vegeta's path was obstructed by a figure with dark purple skin. Resembling a catfish. Vegeta! I heard you recently suffered a defeat. With both Raditz and Nappa slain, I am most curious to know what formidable being could bring the invincible Saiyan to his knees. The catfish-like alien taunted, clearly mocking Vegeta. This individual, who dared to ridicule Vegeta, was none other than Kuei, a formidable warrior in Frieza's ranks, boasting a battle power of 18,000, an impressive feat that few in Frieza's army could hope to attain. Get lost, Kuei. I have no time for you. Unperturbed by Kuei's scorn, Vegeta was singularly focused on reaching Namek as swiftly as possible to gather the Dragon Balls before Frieza could. Once he attained everlasting life, he intended to return to Earth and eliminate those detestable Earthlings once and for all. These insignificant characters were not worth his time. Vegeta attempted to bypass Kuei, unwilling to squander time on such filth. Hey! Kuei seized Vegeta's shoulder from behind, his voice cool and mocking. Vegeta, your unauthorized actions have displeased Lord Frieza immensely. Vegeta felt a wave of revulsion at Kuei's touch as he shot a glare at him. Remove your filthy hands, Kuei, or you shall regret it. He warned coldly to O. Are you angry? Kuei responded, his tone laced with amusement. Both he and Vegeta possessed identical battle powers of 18,000. Thus he had no fear of Vegeta's wrath. Moreover, with Frieza absent from the planet, he felt emboldened to act as he pleased. Damn trash. Vegeta's gaze turned icy, a murderous intent suddenly rising within him. In the instant his voice fell, he seized Chiu Yi's hand that was resting on his shoulder with his left hand. With a swift pull forward, his right elbow crashed heavily against Chiu Yi's left ribcage. Crack! A sharp sound echoed, and Chiu Yi's face was filled with shock. The excruciating pain compelled him to instinctively clutch his left ribs with both hands. Vegeta turned his head, his horn curving coldly, and placed his palm directly against Chiu Yi's forehead. Vegeta, wait a moment. Let me explain. Chiu Yi, staring at the hand on his forehead, exclaimed in horror. But he was abruptly interrupted by Vegeta. I already told you to get lost. It is you who sought death, so you have no one to blame but yourself. With that, a terrifying energy surged from his palm, engulfing Chiu Yi in a sphere of energy. The act was decisive and merciless. Chiu Yi let out one final, dreadful scream before completely vanishing into nothingness. Moments after dispatching Chiu Yi, Vegeta surveyed his hands with satisfaction. He felt that after healing from this severe injury, his strength had significantly increased. Although he had not used a battle power detector, he sensed that his combat prowess now undoubtedly surpassed 30,000 of. Once I acquire the Dragon Balls from Namek, I shall return to Earth and eliminate those scoundrels who have brought me shame, including that traitor, Kakarot. As he murmured these words, Vegeta shouted back at the woman behind him, Hurry up! With that, he resumed his frenzied sprint toward the landing site of their spaceship. Before long, Vegeta and Tais set off for Namek. At this very moment, nearly everyone was en route to Namek simultaneously. Son Goku, the Frieza Force, and Vegeta. Meanwhile, Aboard the spaceship with Sun Wukong, Bulma, and Krillin, after spending a full 3 days within the confines of the vessel. Bulma could hardly endure the monotony any longer. How boring. If it weren't for Sun Quan being here, I wouldn't bother coming to this dreadful place at all, she grumbled, munching on snacks. Wufan, do you think Goku will still be on Namek? Krillin inquired, looking at Sun Wufan. If Goku were indeed on Namek, then they should be safe from danger. I'm not sure, Sun Wufan shook his head, if it were just a matter of gathering the Dragon Balls. It shouldn't take this long. Something must have delayed them, he sighed. I hope we don't run into that cosmic emperor Tai's mentioned. Krillin silently prayed, having been revived by the Dragon Balls once. He knew that if he died again, there would be no chance for resurrection. Sun Wufan clenched his fists tightly, determined to gather all 7 Dragon Balls to revive Uncle Piccolo. Otherwise, his father would surely be disappointed upon returning to Earth. Chapter 71. The Perilous Namek. It wasn't until the 4th day at noon that the display screen aboard the spaceship showed they had reached their destination. We've arrived, Sun Wufan exclaimed, glancing at the arrow on the screen before joining Bulma and Krillin at the window. Looking down, they beheld a verdant green planet. That Namek. It looks so beautiful, Bulma exclaimed excitedly. After 4 days in the spaceship, she felt as if she were going moldy and could hardly wait to step outside for a breath of fresh air. As the spaceship slowly descended and the hatch opened, the trio stepped out. The feeling of solid ground is wonderful. Bulma stretched languidly, showcasing her alluring figure, savoring the fresh air with a relaxed tone. However, as soon as Sun Wufan and Krillin touched down, they furrowed their brows tightly. For the moment they landed, they sensed several formidable and malevolent auras around them. Point 1, in particular, was overwhelmingly powerful, weighing heavily on Sun Wufan's heart. That self-proclaimed cosmic emperor, Sun Wufan muttered, his eyes narrowing slightly. What an immense energy! Krillin trembled slightly. He could distinctly feel 3 energies that were even more menacing than that Saiyan named Vegeta, one of which was so strong it was beyond his comprehension. Hey, what is wrong with you two? Bulma approached, noticing the grave expressions on Sun Wufan and Krillin's faces. Someone arrived before us. Aunt Bulma, please take out the dragon radar. I need to check, Sun Wufan said in a low voice. If they had gathered all the Dragon Balls, it would be quite troublesome. Bulma was momentarily startled, but quickly nodded, retrieving the dragon radar. Sun Wufan examined the display, which indicated there were 4 Dragon Balls in total. 4 of them were clustered together, while the other 3 were scattered in different directions. Upon realizing not all the Dragon Balls had been collected, Sun Wufan breathed a sigh of relief. This meant they still had a chance. Thank goodness those guys Haven T gathered all the Dragon Balls. Wufan, is Goku here? Bulma hesitated for a moment before asking, her voice trembling. Perhaps Dad has already left. I don't sense his energy. Sun Wufan replied, shaking his head. He had begun searching for energies on Namek even before the spaceship landed, but to his disappointment, aside from the sinister auras, he could not detect any other presence, especially not Goku's energy. Could it be that Goku is simply hiding his energy, and that's why we can't sense him? Krillin gazed at Sun Wukong, expressing the hope that resided within his heart. He wished that Sun Wukong was still on this planet, for in that case, their safety would be significantly assured. Perhaps. Sun Wukong gently nodded in agreement, offering a non-committal response, and continued, Uncle Krillin, let us also conceal our energy that if we are discovered, it could spell disaster. Given that their adversaries were extraterrestrials, it was conceivable that they might possess the same type of combat power detectors as Raditz. If they did not mask their energy, they risked being detected. Moreover, he could sense that the formidable malevolent energy was far superior to his own. If they were found, it would lead to considerable trouble. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Krillin, startled like a frightened deer, swiftly scanned the surroundings and hurriedly concealed his energy. Once both Sun Wukong and Krillin had masked their presence, Sun Wukong suddenly sensed a familiar energy. He spoke in a low tone. Is that the Saiyan Vegeta? He also seeks the Dragon Balls. As Sun Wukong's voice faded, the 3 of them simultaneously raised their heads toward the sky, witnessing 2 familiar small spaceships soaring across the horizon and crashing heavily onto Namek. That guy, having sustained such severe injuries, has fully recovered in less than 10 days. Krillin exclaimed, astonished. Sun Wukong fixed his gaze on the spot where Vegeta's spaceship had vanished, his voice taking on a grave tone. It is not merely a matter of recovery. That guy's power has significantly increased, that I can feel that Vegeta's energy is much stronger than it was 10 days ago on Earth. Why is this place so terrifying? Shouldn't we head back? Bulma, observing the serious expressions on their faces, felt an increasing sense of dread regarding this beautiful, verdant planet. Initially, she had insisted on accompanying the two, believing that Sun Wukong would be here. However, now that Sun Wukong was nowhere to be found, formidable villains were gathering one after another. Noticing Bulma trembling in fear, Sun Wukong turned to Krillin and suggested, "Uncle Krillin, why don't you take Aunt Bulma back first? As for the search for the Dragon Balls, I'll handle it." Wukong. Krillin's expression momentarily froze as he hesitated for several seconds. Did he want to leave this place? The answer was undoubtedly affirmative, and he felt a pressing urge to depart. Initially, he believed accompanying Wukong to seek the Dragon Balls would merely be a cross-planet excursion devoid of danger. However, now that so many terrifying foes had emerged, he was naturally filled with dread. Having already faced death once, he feared that if he were to die again, even the Dragon Balls would be of no use for revival. Then, I shall escort Bulma back. After all, with my strength, I cannot contribute much here. Once we locate Wukong, we will bring him to fetch you back. After a fierce internal struggle, Krillin scratched his bald head, feeling somewhat awkward. Indeed, Sun Wukong nodded, acknowledging that, as Krillin had stated, even if he remained, he would not be of much assistance. Perhaps he could even become a burden. Sending them back would allow him to focus without the distraction of caring for them. Chapter 72. Sun Wukong's plan, however. Just as Sun Wukong nodded, he suddenly sensed two faint energies approaching them. "Uncle Krillin, quickly conceal your energy," Sun Wukong urged Krillin, although he discerned that the two energies approaching them were very weak. In this unfamiliar place, he dared not be careless. The unknown was the most terrifying aspect. It was possible that their adversaries could also conceal their energies, just as they did. Krillin promptly masked his energy. Bulma, pale with fright, trembled as she hid behind the spaceship. After about a minute, two imposing figures appeared in Sun Wukong and Krillin's line of sight. Dressed in Saiyan-like space battle gear, they wore power-level detectors and wielded laser weapons on their arms. "Are those Namekians?" Krillin squinted at the two approaching figures, his brow furrowed in concern. Sun Wukong shook his head. He had no knowledge of the Namekians either. Yet, he could sense that although the energies of these two individuals were weak, they exuded an aura of malevolence. As Sun Wukong and Krillin observed the two extraterrestrials, the aliens halted their advance, scrutinizing Sun Wukong and the others. Did you see that? Two little ones with almost zero combat power. Our entertainment has arrived." A purple-skinned alien laughed sharply as he looked at Sun Wukong and Krillin, his gaze predatory, and spoke to the burly blonde beside him. "Hey, if they escape, we'll have no fun. I'll destroy their spaceship first." The blonde man grinned darkly, raising his arm as a beam of energy shot from his laser weapon toward the spaceship. "They're not formidable at all," Sun Wukong coldly remarked as he observed the blonde man's attack. In an instant, he vanished, appearing directly in front of the spaceship, effortlessly deflecting the energy beam. Then he vanished again, materializing like a phantom before the two extraterrestrials. With a single punch and kick, he sent the two aliens flying, embedding them heavily into the rocks, evidently lifeless. Having swiftly dispatched the two extraterrestrials, Sun Wukong concealed his energy once more and returned to Krillin and Bulma, stating, "Uncle Krillin, Aunt Bulma, I have inadvertently revealed our presence. We must temporarily vacate this place." The two individuals could only nod in agreement and follow closely behind Sun Wukong. It appeared that the plan to return to Earth would have to be temporarily shelved. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of Namek, Frieza sat calmly in his spacecraft, a faint, sinister smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, Sabin, cradling two orange Dragon Balls in his arms, grew serious and addressed Frieza. "Lord Frieza, Vegeta has already arrived on Namek." It seems Vegeta has also come for the Dragon Balls, but But those orders are not meant for just anyone to handle. Frieza's expression remained unchanged, yet a chilling and intense murderous intent flickered deep within his pupils. I have received news that Kairatsu has been killed by Vegeta. Sabin trembled as he observed Frieza's reaction. Fortunately, Frieza's demeanor remained as inscrutable as ever, devoid of any visible emotion. The Saiyans are inherently rebellious. That rascal Vegeta has never shown me any respect, and his betrayal was within my expectations. However, for him to openly oppose me at this moment is truly unwise. As for Kairatsu, he was merely a useless waste. His death means little to me. Frieza spoke in a flat tone, utterly indifferent to both Vegeta's betrayal and Kairatsu's demise. Lord Frieza, just now a powerful energy suddenly appeared, eliminating our reconnaissance personnel before vanishing without a trace. Dodoria, standing beside Sabin, pressed his power detector by his ear and furrowed his brow as he reported to Frieza, "Oh, a concealed power level. How intriguing. Could it be Vegeta's doing?" A flicker of surprise crossed Frieza's otherwise impassive face as he inquired. "It is not Vegeta. The battle power readings are distinctly different. That energy just now was only around 8,000. Dodoria clarified to Frieza. 8,000 battle power. It can be disregarded, but their attitude does not sit well with me. We shall eliminate them the next time we meet." Frieza remarked dismissively. 8,000 battle power was, in his eyes, akin to the existence of mere ants, easily obliterated at his whim. "Very well, we shall not concern ourselves with Vegeta and his companions for now. Our immediate priority is to locate the remaining 3 Dragon Balls, and later we can deal with those bothersome individuals." Frieza instructed the two, emphasizing the urgency of finding the other 3 Dragon Balls. As for Vegeta, he was merely a slippery eel, incapable of stirring up significant trouble. "Understood, Lord Frieza." The two nodded and flew off with Frieza in search of their next targets. That moment, Sun Wukong and Krillin had found a secluded cave to hide in. "Wukong, what should we do next?" Krillin asked anxiously. "We can neither advance nor retreat. We can't just remain hidden in this cave indefinitely." Sun Wukong gazed at the Dragon Radar, noting that the 4 Dragon Balls were converging rapidly towards another Dragon Ball. "If those individuals head in that direction, then we shall go this way and secure that Dragon Ball first." He pointed to the location indicated on the radar, which was in the opposite direction for where the 4 Dragon Balls were. In doing so, they should remain undetected. Even if they were spotted, it was unlikely they could pursue them. That's a brilliant plan, Wukong. As long as we obtain this Dragon Ball, even if they gather the other 6, they won't be able to summon Shenron. At that point, we can seize their Dragon Balls, Krillin exclaimed with excitement. "Exactly, that's precisely my thought." Sun Wukong nodded, knowing that possessing even 1 Dragon Ball would afford them leverage against their adversaries. Chapter 73. Acquiring the 4-star ball after half a day's time. Sun Wukong and Krillin, utilizing the Dragon Radar, finally located the 4-star ball that was being guarded by an elderly Namekian, accompanied by 2 young Namekians and 2 children. "Wukong, why do these beings resemble Piccolo so much?" Krillin asked in astonishment, gazing at the 6 green-skinned Namekians before him. They appear to be molded from the same template, especially the 2 young Namekians, who were strikingly similar to Piccolo. I remember now, back on Earth, those 2 Saiyans mentioned that Uncle Piccolo was a Namekian. Sun Wukong recalled how Piccolo had referred to himself during his battle with Vegeta. He had previously paid little attention to it, but upon seeing these Namekians, the memory resurfaced. "Hey, you two, what brings you here?" The 2 young Namekians stepped forward, taking a defensive stance and eyeing Sun Wukong and Krillin warily. Dragon Balls, they were both combat-type Namekians, primarily tasked with protecting the elderly and the children of their planet. "Please do not be alarmed. We mean no harm." Sun Wukong raised his hands in a gesture of peace and continued. "I only wish to borrow your esteemed planet's Dragon Balls to save my friend." "Dragon Balls?" Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, the elderly Namekian and the 2 young ones exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. The 2 young Namekians then turned back to glare at Sun Wukong and Krillin, their voices filled with anger as they declared, "So it is you 2 villains who seek to steal the Dragon Balls and slay our kin." Without allowing Sun Wukong and Krillin any chance to explain or refute, the 2 figures dashed forward, launching an assault against them. Sun Wukong and Krillin furrowed their brows slightly, realizing they had been mistaken for the villains responsible for the theft of the Dragon Balls and the murder of their people. However, the combat power of these two was not particularly high. Only around 3,000, they would be easily dealt with. Boom! As the two's fists came crashing down, Sun Wukong and Krillin effortlessly caught them, gripping their punches with ease. The two Namekians were taken aback, astonished that their full-force attacks could be so easily thwarted by these mere children. After exerting considerable effort several times, he was still unable to break free. Sun Wukong addressed the elder of Namek and the two young Namekians with a calm demeanor. I believe there's been a misunderstanding. We have only just arrived on Namek, and have not been here for even half an hour. We have neither taken the Dragon Balls, nor harmed your companions. Even if you two are not the culprits, your presence here at this moment certainly aligns you with those malevolent individuals. The young Namekian who was seized by Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, clearly in pain, and retorted, if we were allies with those villains, we could easily eliminate you and seize the Dragon Balls without needing to engage in such a lengthy discourse. You must understand this, Sun Wukong replied, still unfazed. Furthermore, if you wish to prevent more of your comrades from perishing, I implore you to lend me the Dragon Balls swiftly, should those fiends gather all 7. The ensuing complications will far exceed your imagination. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, the elder began to waver. Although the tone of this young lad was less than cordial, his reasoning was undeniably sound. With their strength, it would have been trivial to eliminate them and take the Dragon Balls, yet they refrained. Moreover, he sensed no malevolence emanating from them. The true perpetrators were likely not these two. Very well, the elder of Namek sighed deeply and spoke. Here you. Please retrieve the Dragon Balls. With the elder's acquiescence, Sun Wukong and Krillin finally released the two young Namekians. The young man named Hiria nodded and proceeded towards an unusual structure. Shortly thereafter, he emerged, cradling a green orb embedded with 4 red stars. The 4-star ball is astonishingly large. Sun Wukong and Krillin both gasped in astonishment, for the 4-star ball was the size of a volleyball, several times larger than the Dragon Balls on Earth. As Sun Wukong accepted the Dragon Ball, he bowed to the elder and the two young Namekians, apologetically stating, I sincerely apologize for my earlier actions. It was out of necessity. Please do not take offense. As long as you refrain from using the Dragon Balls for nefarious purposes, all will be well. The elder's expression softened as he replied, we merely wish to save a friend, who also happens to be a Namekian. Sun Wukong pondered for a moment before responding. Furthermore, I can sense that those wicked individuals are immensely powerful. When they come seeking this Dragon Ball, you will not be able to withstand them. It would be wise to take precautions. Thank you for the warning, the elder nodded, then continued earnestly, if possible, please help us rescue our other companions. That he recognized that many of their comrades had been slain, indicating that those villains posed a threat beyond their capacity to confront. The two before him appeared to possess formidable strength and might be able to assist them. Indeed, we will, Sun Wukong affirmed with a nod, acknowledging that if such a situation arose, he would undoubtedly intervene without needing to be prompted. After exchanging simple farewells, Sun Wukong and Krillin returned to their cave with the 4-star ball tea that moment. Bulma had already utilized a capsule to conjure a house within the cave, furnished with every amenity, showcasing her penchant for comfort. After entrusting the Dragon Ball to Bulma for safekeeping, Sun Wukong resolved to venture out once more, intending to scout the movements of those malevolent beings and perhaps seize the opportunity to gather all the Dragon Balls. Wukong, I will accompany you. Knowing the risks his friend faced, Krillin clenched his teeth and declared, very well, Sun Wukong nodded. His primary aim for this outing was to observe the enemy's actions. As long as he concealed his energy signature, they would be unable to detect him, which should mitigate any danger. Thus, bringing Uncle Krillin along posed no issue. Chapter 74. A timely rescue in a village located in the western region of Namek. A cluster of approximately 10 Namekians stood huddled together. 5, or 6 young Namekians had encircled an elder and 3 small children, all of whom wore expressions of deep concern, beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. The 3 diminutive Namekians trembled with fear. Facing them were Frieza and his entourage, with Zarbon and Dodoria each clutching 2 Dragon Balls. their lips curling into sinister smiles as they surveyed the frightened Namekians. "Speak obediently." "Where are the Dragon Balls?" Dodoria stepped forward, addressing the elder at the center with a mocking tone. "I have no idea what you're talking about." The elder, glancing at the Dragon Balls held by Dodoria, turned his head away, his horn trembling slightly. "An idea. It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Your stubbornness mirrors that of the old fools we've already disposed of," Dodoria coldly remarked, seemingly unfazed by the elder's defiance. After all, having found 4 Dragon Balls, he had heard such denials on 4 separate occasions. Raising his palm, he aimed it at the young Namekian standing in front of the elder, his ominous voice resonating. "From this moment on, think carefully before you respond. Where are the Dragon Balls?" Observing Dodoria's movements, the elder understood all too well the intention behind this threat. It was clear that Dodoria sought to coerce him into revealing the location of the Dragon Balls. However, the Dragon Balls must not fall into the hands of such wicked beings. Otherwise, it would pose a lethal threat not only to Namek but to the entire universe as well. Their nature was one of peace, and they could not allow such a calamity to transpire. Clenching his fists tightly, the elder's wrinkles deepened as he gritted his teeth and declared, "Even if you kill us all, my answer remains the same. I do not know." After a prolonged moment of hesitation, the elder's expression became grave, and he spoke with unwavering resolve. That's so. I wonder how long you can persist in your obstinacy." The mocking smile of Dodoria gradually faded as he suddenly conjured a sphere of energy in his palm, unhesitatingly directing it towards the young Namekian before him. With a resounding thud, a violent explosion reverberated, sending all the Namekians sprawling to the ground. The Namekian targeted by Dodoria was launched through the air, crashing headfirst into the wall of the house, his body charred and twitching for a moment before falling lifelessly still. It was evident that he had succumbed to death. "You devils, you wretched devils." The elder watched helplessly as the youth perished before his eyes, his gaze ablaze with fury. Yet he was powerless to intervene, forced to witness the tragic loss of a young life from his kin. "Long Elder, we are terrified." 3 diminutive green figures huddled beside the elder, trembling slightly. Clearly, this scene was far too horrifying for them, for Namek had long been a land of peace, untouched by such acts of aggression for many years. "Grind your teeth." The remaining 5 or 6 young Namekians glared at Dodoria, their expressions twisted with rage, itching to pounce and rend him into pieces. "Humph, old fool, can you speak now?" Dodoria, after mercilessly dispatching one Namekian, approached the elder once more, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips as he coldly inquired. He raised his palm again, targeting another young Namekian on his right. Based on previous experiences, Dodoria surmised that if he eliminated a few more of their kin, this stubborn old man would surely divulge the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. "Beast, you have slain Barrow. I shall fight you." An enraged shout erupted as a figure leaped into the air, diving towards Dodoria with a powerful punch. "TSK, there are still those eager for death. How amusing." Dodoria raised his horned head, regarding the descending Namekian with disdain. With a resounding impact, the young Namekian's fist struck Dodoria's forehead, but had no effect whatsoever. Dodoria's body remained unmoved. The wicked grin revealed a row of pristine white teeth, emanating an aura of menace. Before the young Namekian could process the shock, Dodoria retaliated with a single punch to his head, instantly obliterating it like a watermelon. Dodoria then unleashed another punch, the terrifying wave of energy consuming the headless corpse and reducing it to mere fragments. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable, so vast that the opponent's blow could not even be withstood. The remaining young Namekians were stricken with terror. Their powers were relatively equal, and if that pink fiend could dispatch his comrade in an instant, he could easily slaughter them as well. Regardless of their resistance, the outcome would remain unchanged. "What? Still silent? Must I truly kill each one of you?" Dodoria licked his lips with a bloodthirsty gleam, seemingly relishing the moment. At that juncture, Frieza behind him appeared to grow impatient. Addressing Dodoria with a casual tone, "Dodoria, do not squander time on these beings. Eliminate them all." Upon hearing Frieza's words, Dodoria turned, perplexed as he inquired, "Lord Frieza, if we kill them all, how shall we ascertain the whereabouts of the 5th Dragon Ball?" Jeez and his crew have already arrived on Namek and will soon rendezvous with us. They are equipped with the most advanced combat power detectors, which will assist us in locating the remaining 3 Dragon Balls. Therefore, these individuals have no need to remain alive, Frieza remarked, his impatience palpable as he regarded Dodoria and the remaining Namekians. Now I understand. Lord Frieza, Dodoria nodded, then turned to the Namekian elders with a sinister grin, declaring, "You did not cherish the opportunity one offered you earlier, so now, prepare to meet your demise." In that instant, a terrifying sphere of energy coalesced in Dodoria's palm. The overwhelming pressure caused the faces of all the Namekians to drain of color. With no intention of holding back, he hurled it towards them. "It's over." All eyes were filled with despair as they beheld the energy sphere enlarging rapidly in their vision, nearly surrendering to the call of death. Just as the sphere was about to descend upon them, a sudden whoosh pierced the air, and a figure materialized before the Namekians, slapping the incoming energy sphere away with a swift motion. "Gohan, that fool!" Krillin, hidden on a nearby hill, muttered under his breath. How could Gohan be so impulsive as to rush out now? "Who dares?" Dodoria exclaimed, startled to see his energy sphere deflected. How could there be someone on this wretched planet capable of withstanding his attack? The Namekians were equally astonished, soon to be filled with joy as the relief of survival washed over them, tears of gratitude welling in their eyes. "We are not dead. Is this boy a divine envoy sent to save us?" The elder gazed at the diminutive figure before him, on the verge of tears. "Step back." Gohan solemnly instructed the Namekian elders a fierce battle was inevitable, and with the Namekians' low combat power, being too close could put them at risk. He was acutely aware that he could very well be killed by these vile beings, having anticipated such an outcome before he even prepared to act. Just a child," Dodoria sneered upon recognizing the newcomer. Beeping sounds emanated from a scouter as he discovered the child's combat power registered a mere 5,000. Such a puny figure could easily be crushed under his finger. He could hardly believe the child had the audacity to seek death. "That little brat is the one who previously eliminated our reconnaissance team," Sabo interjected suddenly, pointing at Gohan. "Roar, this little brat possesses a combat power of 5,000. How surprising." Frieza gazed at the young son Gohan before him, taken aback for a brief moment, before speaking in a measured tone. It is worth noting that Dodoria and Zarbin, having lived for decades, possessed a battle power of merely 22,000, while this child, appearing to be no more than 10 years old, exhibited remarkable talent. "Are you the one who boasts of being the Emperor of the Universe?" Son Gohan coldly fixed his gaze on Frieza, though this individual seemed diminutive in stature and unremarkable in appearance. Gohan could distinctly sense a terrifying energy within him, seemingly restrained with intent. Nevertheless, even so, the very aura he emitted surpassed his own. Ho. Even a mere child from a trashy planet knows of my title as the Emperor of the Universe. It appears my notoriety is rather extensive. Frieza let out a sharp laugh, and since he harbored intentions of enticing Son Gohan, he extended an olive branch. "What do you say? I see potential in you. Would you consider becoming one of my subordinates under the cosmic reign?" Both Zarbin and Dodoria were taken aback. It was rare to witness Frieza being so cordial in his invitation for someone to join his forces, especially toward a mere child. "Apologies, but my father has taught me that aiding the wicked is not an option." Son Gohan shook his head, instantly discerning that these individuals were no good. How could he possibly ally himself with such nefarious beings? "Is that so? Your father's words are quite foolish." Frieza's smile slowly faded, his gaze turning icy as he addressed Dodoria. "Eliminate him." The chilling tone sent shivers down the spine. "Kill? That is my favorite pastime." Upon receiving Frieza's command, Dodoria grinned widely, cracking his knuckles as he approached Son Gohan, his expression malevolent. "Fear not, little one. I strike swiftly. You shall not suffer for long." Observing Dodoria's sinister demeanor, Gohan replied coolly, "I may be faster than you." The instant Gohan's words fell, his expression turned serious, his eyes gleaming with a fierce coldness. With a swift push from his toes against the ground, he leapt into the air, launching an unexpected punch toward Dodoria's chest. Quick, exceedingly quick, Dodoria and Zarbin could barely comprehend Gohan's movements, A white aura enveloped his fist. Beep, beep, beep. The detectors warned by Dodoria and Zarbin suddenly blared in alarm. Then, with a resounding explosion, they shattered. Watch out! A flicker of shock crossed Frieza's otherwise impassive face, his brows furrowing. Clearly, his warning had come too late. At the moment Frieza's voice echoed, Gohan's fist had already struck Dodoria's chest. Thud, a muted sound resonated as Gohan's fist penetrated Dodoria's torso. In an instant, dozens of white beams erupted from Dodoria's chest. Boom! The next moment, Dodoria's chest exploded, sending his massive form hurtling backward, a gaping hole the size of a barrel appeared in his chest, with the edges shrouded in darkness, blood pouring forth incessantly. Fear, profound fear, radiated from the constricted pupils of Dodoria. Frieza-sama, save me. Before he could finish his plea, his pupils dulled into a lifeless gray. Unmistakably dead, the entire sequence of events leading to Dodoria's demise transpired in less than half a minute. Impossible. That child has killed Dodoria. Who exactly is he? Zarbin instinctively took a step back, his voice laced with palpable fear as he regarded Son Gohan. He silently thanked his stars that he had not been the one to confront that Namekian. Otherwise, it would have been him lying cold on the ground, given that he and Dodoria had similar battle powers. Both around 22,000, it was clear that this suddenly appearing child could effortlessly eliminate him as well. Son Gohan leaped once more, retrieving 2 Dragon Balls before turning to hand them to the Namekian. His gaze firmly fixed on Frieza, that he was acutely aware that while he could instantaneously dispatch the creature resembling a durian, his true adversary resided in the diminutive figure seated within the spacecraft. Mr. Zarbin, Dodoria has perished. The next move rests with you. Frieza's gaze darkened as he fixed his eyes on Son Gohan, his voice coolly addressing Zarbin. Frieza-sama, that child is far too powerful. I fear I may not be his match. Hearing Frieza's indifferent tone, Zarbin cast a terrified glance back at him, speaking tremulously to Do. Is that so? In that case, Frieza's lips curled into a sinister arc, his voice icy as he declared, I do not entertain useless individuals. You shall perish. With that, he extended his finger, a crimson energy sphere manifesting at its tip, and shot it towards Zarbin with lightning speed. With a sharp, resounding rip, a crimson energy beam from Frieza pierced directly through Sabo's chest, leaving a small crater in the ground below. Blood gushed forth from the wound, and Sabo's face was a tapestry of shock, disbelief, and regret. Disappointment clouded Sabo's gaze as he looked at Frieza, life ebbing away from him. He could hardly fathom that after decades of unwavering loyalty and countless conquests across the cosmos, he would meet such a grim fate. In his final moments, he found himself enviously contemplating Vegeta. With a thunderous crash, Sabo collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open in disbelief, as 2 Dragon Balls rolled to a stop before Frieza. What a ruthless fiend to treat his own subordinate with such lethal intent. Gohan furrowed his brow, gazing at the fallen Sabo, murmuring softly, Ho ho ho, little one, I shall grant you one last chance. Otherwise, this will be your fate. Frieza's tone was laced with a sinister charm in the first half of his statement, yet turned chillingly cold in the latter half, that a tempest of darkness swirled in his eyes, instilling an overwhelming pressure in Gohan. I shall never stoop to your level. Gohan clenched his teeth, fists tightly balled, positioning himself for battle, his stance resolute as he addressed Frieza. He was acutely aware of the perilous situation he found himself in. Very well. You are the first to reject me twice. Frieza's expression darkened ominously. With a pointed finger aimed at Gohan, a terrifying red energy beam began to coalesce. The IT surged forth directly towards Gohan. Gazing at the approaching beam, Gohan dared not underestimate it. Kamehameha! He placed his hands at his waist, forming a flower-like shape, as an overwhelming energy surged forth, propelling towards Frieza's menacing beam. Upon their collision, a colossal explosion erupted, creating a vast crater in the ground between them, the force of a shockwave causing Gohan to stagger back 2 steps, while the Namekian behind him was violently hurled away by the residual blast. Oh! A flicker of surprise crossed Frieza's eyes. Though he had not exerted his full strength, he was certain he could have obliterated Sabo and Dodoria. Yet this young boy had managed to withstand It seemed this little one possessed far more combat power than the mere 5,000 he had initially presumed. Perhaps he had surpassed even Sabo and Dodoria. Such immense potential could not be allowed to remain unexploited. If he could not be harnessed, then he must be eradicated entirely. Frieza's dominance over the universe could not be threatened by anyone. As Gohan observed Frieza's increasingly sinister demeanor, he could palpably sense the murderous intent emanating from him. It appeared that Frieza was poised to strike earnestly. Suddenly, Gohan felt 5 formidable presences approaching at a rapid pace. What is happening? How many more of these vile creatures are there? He furrowed his brow, distinctly sensing the malevolence of the 5 approaching energies. At that moment, a trembling alien stepped forward, addressing Frieza with trepidation. Lord Frieza, Captain Ginyu is approaching, clearly fearful of sharing Sabo's dire fate. At last they have arrived. It seems I will not need to intervene, Frieza remarked coldly, a smirk playing on his lips. The arrival of the Ginyu Force was fortuitous. They would swiftly locate the remaining 2 Dragon Balls, bringing him ever closer to his immortality. What should I do? Should I flee? Gohan's mind raced with strategies as he sensed the 5 energies nearing. He feared he might not even have a chance to escape. Yet, if he did flee, the Namekians would surely be slaughtered by these villains. Moreover, the planet was not vast. They would inevitably track him down. Ultimately, his goal was to acquire the Dragon Balls and summon Shenron to resurrect Uncle Piccolo, that if he continued to evade, he might never achieve this. Just as Gohan wavered in his decision, 5 streaks of light cut through the sky, rapidly entering his line of sight. Time was of the essence. Gohan's heart sank as he beheld the approaching figures. No way. How could Aunt Bulma be here? His eyes widened in shock as he recognized Bulma, being held captive by a red-faced, white-haired man, while another towering figure with purple skin and horns cradled 2 Dragon Balls, one of which was the 4-star ball that he and Krillin had discovered. They had captured Aunt Bulma. This was dire indeed. Gohan's expression grew ever more troubled. Before his father departed, he had promised to look after his mother and Aunt Bulma. Not only had Bulma followed them to Namek, but now she was in the clutches of these wicked beings. If they used her as leverage, he would be powerless to in an instant. The 5 figures materialized before Frieza. Lord Frieza. 5 individuals respectfully greeted Frieza, momentarily disregarding Bulma. I never anticipated your swift arrival. And you have even procured 2 additional Dragon Balls. Truly commendable, Frieza remarked, his gaze glimmering at the 2 Dragon Balls cradled in Jinyu's arms. With all 7 Dragon Balls now present, he was one step closer to his goal of immortality. Meanwhile, in the vastness of space, Goku's spaceship hurtled forward at breakneck speed. Only half a day left. Hurry, hurry, Goku fretted, anxiously tapping his foot as he observed the remaining time displayed on the screen, that a sense of unease lingered in his heart. Chapter 77. Gohan vs. Ginyu. The 5 members of the Ginyu Force gently placed the Dragon Balls upon the ground, their expressions solemn as they formed an orderly line before Frieza. Your Majesty Frieza, allow us to reintroduce ourselves in a more profound manner, Ginyu declared, turning his back to Frieza. Frieza, perplexed, wondered why they felt the need for a formal introduction when he was already familiar with them. Accompanied by Frieza's bemusement, the burly man with pineapple-shaped hair executed a series of indescribable movements, bellowing, I am Raikum. Following suit, the others chimed in, I am Berta. I am Jeez. I am Guldo. Each performed their own flamboyant and graceful display, akin to a group of simpletons. Once their antics concluded, Ginyu, still facing away from Frieza, executed a challenging maneuver, positioning himself upside down and declaring, I am Captain Ginyu. Frieza, taken aback by the fluidity of their movements, broke into a cold sweat, doubting whether he had unwittingly raised a troop of imbeciles. Altogether, at Jinyu's command, the 5 combined their efforts, synchronizing into an even more perplexing series of motions that we are the Ginyu Force. They sported confident, albeit foolish, grins, momentarily believing themselves to be the embodiment of stardom. What a disgraceful display! Even the universe's emperor, Frieza, felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment as he stared blankly at the quintet. A refreshing breeze swept through, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Such a lowly performance. Yet why did it invoke a strange desire to emulate? Gohan, equally bewildered, gazed at the Ginyu Force, murmuring, "I've been waiting for you for quite some time." Frieza, exasperated by the Five's antics, shattered the awkward silence. The quintet, satisfied, returned to their original stances. Just then, Bulma caught sight of Gohan across the way and screamed in terror. "Gohan, hurry and save me." The sight of those wicked faces filled Bulma with dread. She had merely intended to enjoy her afternoon tea in the cave, only to find herself captured by these intruders who had seized the Dragon Balls and brought her here. Be Bulma Andy. "Just hold on." Gohan clenched his fists tightly, casting a grave glance at Frieza and his crew. The mere thought of facing Frieza was daunting, and now there were 5 more adversaries to contend with. Moreover, that fellow named Ginyu appeared to possess formidable strength. Could that little brat truly be our opponent? Ginyu turned, his gaze scrutinizing Gohan with a mocking tone. He then pressed a button on his battle power scouter. 5,000 battle power, merely an insignificant insect. After assessing Gohan's battle power, Ginyu scoffed dismissively. That little brat is concealing his true strength, which may manifest in battle. Captain Ginyu, do not underestimate him. Frieza cautioned, recalling how Dodoria had met his end due to overconfidence in the scouter's readings. "Oh, is that so? I am curious to see just how much power a little brat can possess." Raikum, the towering man with a red pineapple head, stepped forward, his muscles rippling. Cracking his knuckles, he approached Gohan, disdain evident in his eyes. "With a single punch, I could crush at least 80 out of 100. Observing Raikum's brutish demeanor, Frieza felt a flicker of displeasure, but quickly dissipated. Raikum's battle power reached 50,000. While it seemed trivial to Frieza, it would surely suffice to deal with the young boy. However, Gohan paid Raikum little heed, his thoughts solely focused on how to rescue Bulma from these villains. Raikum, previously brimming with excitement, felt his anger flare as Gohan disregarded him entirely, refusing even to glance in his direction. "How dare that little brat look down on me?" With a furious expression, Raikum lunged forward, throwing a punch at Gohan without a moment's hesitation. Sensing the oncoming gale, Gohan finally turned his attention to Raikum. In all honesty, this opponent posed no threat whatsoever in his eyes, observing the fist the size of a jar mouth. Sun Wukong did not shy away. Instead, he met it head-on with a punch. Bang! The fist collided, producing a dull thud, and a terrifying shockwave surged forth. Sun Wukong's feet instantaneously sank into the ground. However, the massive body of Raikum was also forced to retreat repeatedly. Watching Raikum stumble backward, Sun Wukong propelled himself forward, delivering a powerful sweeping kick to Raikum's cheek. That robust form was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, leaving behind a profound trench, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with 2 teeth. Raikum exclaimed in disbelief. How is this possible? That little brat's combat power just reached 100,000. At that moment, even Jinyu's face registered astonishment. The ability to instantly defeat Raikum confirmed that the data displayed by the scouter was undoubtedly accurate. It must be noted that Raikum's combat power had already reached 50,000. Thus, to instantly knock him away proved that the little brat's 100,000 combat power was indeed genuine. But how could such a young child possess a combat power of 100,000? How could such a freak exist in this universe? Frieza was equally taken aback, but soon a knowing smile spread across his face as he excitedly remarked, "I find it difficult to kill this fellow. Ginyu, capture him for me. But remember, I want him alive." Frieza turned to Ginyu, speaking ominously. "Yes, Lord Frieza," Ginyu replied with a slight bow before shifting his gaze toward Sun Wukong, smirking malevolently. Although he was truly astonished by the little brat's combat power, it was merely astonishment. His own power had already reached 120,000, making it an uncomplicated task to deal with someone possessing a combat power of 100,000. Chapter 78. The threat of Frieza, simultaneously. Vegeta and Tais, who had nearly arrived at Namek with Sun Wukong and the others, had been unable to locate the Dragon Balls due to the absence of a Dragon Ball radar. Furthermore, to evade Frieza and his entourage, they had to conceal themselves at this moment. The 2 of them were hidden atop a secluded hill, with Vegeta suppressing his energy and observing the battle between Frieza's group and Sun Wukong from a distance. Ha ha, let them fight. Ideally, they will both suffer grave injuries, and then my opportunity will arise. Vegeta murmured with excitement as he watched the distant conflict in the village. Although his combat power had surged significantly after his recovery, he was acutely aware that he was still no match for either the little brat or Frieza. Now was the perfect time for them to exhaust each other's strength in a fierce battle. Ideally, they would both perish, allowing him to reap the benefits and claim the Dragon Balls for himself. In truth, from the moment he arrived on Namek, he had been tracking Frieza and his crew using a scouter, waiting for the right moment to seize the Dragon Balls. However, it appeared that the little brat's appearance had inadvertently aided him significantly. Vegeta, my sister has fallen into the hands of those people. You must think of a way to rescue her, Taiz exclaimed gravely, her expression reflecting the urgency of the situation as she gazed at the unfolding events below. Bulma had been captured by Jinyu's subordinates, and it was evident that the boy named Sun Wukong was not a match for Frieza's group. Thus, Bulma's situation was perilously dire. I'm not like those emotional fools from Earth who would risk this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a woman, Vegeta retorted coldly, refusing to even glance at Taiz. Frieza had long known of his betrayal, and given his current strength, if he were discovered by Frieza and his men, he would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. To sacrifice himself for a woman was nothing short of ludicrous. If you don't go, do you believe I want to immediately shout and attract their attention? Taiz threatened, her tone equally unfriendly upon hearing Vegeta's chilling demeanor. Teach, foolish woman, Vegeta's lips twitched. He was well aware of her character. If she claimed she would act, she certainly would. Fine, I will assist you when the opportunity arises, Vegeta replied dismissively before turning his gaze back to the scene below. At this moment, Jinyu had approached Sun Wukong, grinning widely, an expression of absolute confidence adorning his face. Hey, little brat, surrender quietly. Otherwise, you will suffer greatly. Jinyu sneered contemptuously at Sun Wukong. You hardly have the qualifications, Sun Wukong retorted, his gaze icy and his tone dripping with disdain. The purple-skinned creature with horns certainly possessed some strength. He was probably the strongest opponent he had faced other than his father. Nevertheless, even with that power, he was still insufficient to challenge Sun Wukong. That it seems defeating Raikum has inflated your confidence a bit too much, Jinyu replied, his amusement evident as he coldly chuckled. He couldn't be bothered to engage with such an arrogant brat lacking in strength. Once he subdued him with his power, the little brat would finally comprehend how ignorant his earlier words had been. With that thought, Jinyu's arms trembled, and he transformed into a darting blade, charging towards Sun Wukong. Upon seeing this, Sun Wukong did not dare to be negligent. He clenched his fist, unleashing a swirling white energy that erupted from his body. With a swift push off the ground, he leaped high into the air. Colliding with Jinyu, bang, their fists met, and the resulting shockwave sent both combatants reeling back several dozen steps. Jinyu's expression immediately soured, his arms throbbing with pain. That little brat's combat power has increased again. Jinyu's cold, piercing gaze was fixed intently on Sun Wukong. He could distinctly sense that, in their recent clash, both combatants were evenly matched. Perhaps, that little brat was even superior to him. The boy's expression remained unchanged, and his breathing was remarkably steady. How could I, the illustrious captain of the Jinyu force, be bested by such a child? Jinyu once again lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of erratic attacks upon Sun Wukong. Fists, feet, elbows, and knees all became instruments of sharp offense. However, Jinyu's seemingly relentless assault was met with Sun Wukong's unhurried defenses, leaving Jinyu to exhaust himself, gasping for breath. Damn it, how could this little brat possess such formidable combat prowess? After a powerful strike separated them, Jinyu pondered in shock. He had exerted nearly all his strength, yet that child remained unfazed. Or could he, the captain of the Jinyu force, save face? The other members of the Jinyu force were equally astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief that in this universe, aside from the Frieza clan, there existed someone capable of matching Jinyu so closely, and infuriatingly, that someone was merely a child. Brat, this time, Jinyu began, intending to threaten before attacking again, but was interrupted by Frieza's call. Enough, Captain Jinyu. You are not his match. Frieza stated bluntly. He could discern that after the recent battle, Jinyu's combat ability and stamina had diminished. Yet that little brat remained calm and composed. Just give me one more minute. I can surely defeat this child. Lord Frieza. Jinyu insisted, clearly flustered. If he failed to vanquish Sun Wukong today, his standing within the Jinyu force, and even the Frieza army, would suffer greatly. Frieza smiled faintly, the meaning clear. Even if given another year, Jinyu would still not prevail. However, he did not voice this, instead shifting his gaze to Bulma nearby. Let us employ a simpler method. Why must we rely on brute force to achieve victory? Frieza chuckled sinisterly, lightly pointing his fingertip at Sun Wukong, a crimson energy sphere materializing at his fingertip. This woman must be your friend, correct? How despicable, Frieza! If you have the guts, come at me. Sun Wukong's brow furrowed tightly. Realizing his worst fear had come to pass, that if they threatened Bulma, he would be utterly powerless to act. He could never bear to watch Bulma perish. Don't worry. I intended to come after you all along. Frieza replied with a chilling smile, glancing at Bulma, before coldly stating, if you dare to evade this energy, the next moment it will be directed at her. Hearing Frieza's words, Bulma turned pale with fright. Yet she trembled as she urged Sun Wukong, Wukong, you must escape. Don't worry about me. Find Goku and have him use the Dragon Balls to bring me back. Silence, Frieza exclaimed, and with that his energy sphere detonated beneath Bulma's feet, sending her flying violently to the ground. Oops, I missed, but this time I won. He prepared another energy sphere at his fingertip. Stop it, Frieza! Sun Wukong shouted vehemently that I told you, if you have any business. Come at me. Sun Wukong glared at Frieza, roaring in defiance. He understood that if he resisted further, this heartless fiend would strike at Aunt Bulma without hesitation. In such a case, Bulma would surely perish. He absolutely could not allow such a scenario to unfold. Huh. So, this is the so-called humanity you speak of? I find this tedious sentiment quite amusing. Frieza smiled faintly, then his eyes widened as he unleashed a beam of energy directly at Sun Wukong. The energy beam struck Sun Wukong, resulting in a tremendous explosion, hurling him away and crashing him violently to the ground. His clothing was tattered to shreds, and his body bore numerous wounds, blood seeping from his injuries. His energy rapidly waning. Wukong, nearby, perched on a mountaintop, Krillin lay flat against the ground, his features twisted in anguish. He desperately wished to assist Sun Wukong, but with his current strength, any one of those foes could easily dispatch him. Even if he went down, he could offer no help. Damn it. Where are you, Goku? Krillin pounded the ground in frustration, lamenting that if Goku were present, they would not find themselves in such dire straits. Coughing violently, Sun Wukong spat out a mouthful of blood, propping himself up on his severely injured body. Gasping for air, drawing upon his indomitable will, he stood once more. Huh, he can still rise. Truly a resilient fellow. Frieza remarked with a hint of surprise, coldly laughing. His death beam could have easily obliterated Jinyu, yet this little brat had endured the full force of it and still managed to stand. It genuinely astonished him. Simultaneously, the murderous intent within him intensified. This little brat was indeed terrifying. If granted sufficient time for growth, he would undoubtedly pose a threat to his dominion over the universe. Today he must perish. Release Aunt Bulma at once. Trembling, Sun Wukong rose unsteadily to his feet, advancing step by step towards Frieza, intermittently roaring, "Release her." "I'm afraid you'll have to wait a while longer," came the cold voice as Frieza conjured another crimson energy sphere at his fingertips. "If you can withstand this, not only will I release her, but I shall also spare you." To Frieza's gaze bore into Sun Wukong with amusement, continuing, "However, should you fail to endure, not only will you meet your demise, but she too shall perish in my hands." "You bastard!" Sun Wukong shouted vehemently. This fiend had no intention of letting Aunt Bulma go. Given his current state, it was impossible for him to withstand another of Frieza's assaults. "I am so sorry, Aunt Bulma. I cannot save you." He cast a glance at Bulma, tears welling in his eyes. Even if he were uninjured, he could not hope to contend with Frieza. How much more so now? When he was gravely wounded, he had clung to a glimmer of hope, willing to sacrifice himself for Bulma. But now it seemed he had been overly Navi. Wukong, you must flee. Hurry. Bulma, still dazed from the recent explosion, regained her senses only to see son Wukong in such a disheveled state. She then strained her voice to bark. Silence. Nearby, Jis, irritated by Bulma's noise, kicked her shoulder, sending her flying 2 meters away. Yet Jis had moderated his strength. Without Frieza's command, he dared not strike with lethal force. How dare you treat Aunt Bulma this way? Son Wukong glared at Jis, fury blazing in his eyes. Father, I'm sorry, I can't ensure Aunt Bulma's safety any longer. In his current condition, he stood no chance against any of them. Father, if you can hear me, please return quickly. Tears streamed down son Wukong's face as he clenched his fists tightly. The wounds on his arms burst open, blood cascading down his clenched fists. Come back. Father! Son Wukong threw his head back, his thunderous voice roaring forth. An overwhelming aura erupted from his body, causing the ground beneath him to crack and collapse. Everyone present, including Frieza, was deeply shaken by the ferocious energy emanating from son Wukong. Beep, beep, beep. The power detectors of the Jinyu Force blared frantically. 450,000 battle power. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The members of the Jinyu Force gaped in terror. Disbelief etched on their faces. This little brat's battle power had reached 450,000. If he had unleashed his full strength earlier, then at this thought, a chill ran down Jinyu's spine. Meanwhile, from a distance, Vegeta observed with furrowed brows, his features contorted. That little brat had become so formidable. It was infuriating. How could I, the esteemed Prince Vegeta, have been so easily outpaced? In space, son Wukong's brow furrowed sharply. Is that Wukong's energy? He sensed Wukong's aura spike to its zenith, only to fade rapidly thereafter. Come back. Father! In that fleeting moment, a haunting cry echoed in son Wukong's mind. Suddenly, an unsettling premonition spread through his heart. Wukong and the others are in peril. Without hesitation, son Wukong's fingers pressed against his forehead, and his form vanished from the spaceship. Chapter 80. I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused you. In an instant, son Wukong unleashed all his energy like a flood breaking through a dam. After the explosion, his body slumped weakly, gasping for breath. Father, please come back. Hurry back. His pupils constricted, his vision blurred, and his fingers trembled uncontrollably. He sensed his vitality ebbing away slowly. Calling for your grandfather is futile, let alone your father. Little brat, prepare to die. At the moment Frieza's icy voice fell, a crimson beam shot towards son Wukong. Wukong! Nearby, Krillin turned in horror, not wishing to witness the impending cruelty. However, just as the red energy beam surged forward, a faint sound of air being sliced through resonated. A figure appeared before Frieza and his minions. Clad in a white shirt, a black vest, and dressed in the attire of an Arlean. Boom! Frieza's beam exploded just a meter from him, as if halted by an invisible barrier. The explosion had no effect on him whatsoever. Who is this person? An Arlean. The members of the Jinyu Force stared in shock at the sudden appearance of the man. Their detectors had not registered his presence at all. He had simply materialized from thin air. Furthermore, he had effortlessly blocked Frieza's attack without lifting a finger, something no Arlean could achieve. Who is this guy? Where have I seen him before? As Frieza laid eyes upon that familiar face, his entire body shuddered involuntarily. The Saiyan in question caused Frieza's expression to shift dramatically. Wasn't that Saiyan killed by him over a decade ago? How could he possibly appear on Namek? The person who had suddenly materialized was none other than Son Goku. Following the energy surge from earlier, Son Goku had instantaneously transported himself to Son Gohan's side. Gohan, I'm late, Son Goku said softly as he crouched down, his gaze fixating on Son Gohan, whose body was drenched in blood. In an instant, his eyes turned crimson with rage that a palpable aura of vengeance emanated from him. You filthy scoundrels, how dare you treat Gohan this way? Son Goku's fists clenched, the knuckles cracking ominously as the veins on his forehead bulged. His face had turned a shade of deep indigo. Anger, boundless, uncontainable anger. Dad, you finally came. Am I dreaming? Son Gohan felt himself lifted, a single crystalline tear escaping the corners of his dull eyes, despite his grievous state. He managed to muster a faint smile, one brimming with childlike innocence. Upon witnessing that innocent smile, Son Goku felt as though he were being pricked by needles. Seizing Son Gohan's hand, an unceasing flow of energy coursing from his palm into his son's body. Gohan, this isn't a dream. Dad has returned. I truly have. Tears welled up in Son Goku's eyes as well. To think that they could inflict such harm upon Gohan. This was utterly unforgivable. Hey, who are you? How dare you meddle in Lord Frieza's affairs? Burta stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Son Goku, his voice sharp. Although this fellow had made an entrance that was rather peculiar, judging by his combat prowess. He seemed to possess only a few thousand in power. It was time to showcase his worth before Lord Frieza and make his presence known. The relentless energy flowing in his son Gohan's body made Son Goku realize that Gohan's life force was returning to normal. Gradually, he stood up. You imbecile. Burta is asking you a question. Burta shouted again, his voice filled with fury. This detestable individual had completely disregarded him, causing him immeasurable humiliation, truly inexcusable. After standing, Son Goku did not look back. A murderous intent surged wildly in his eyes. He stretched out his right hand and clenched it fiercely. Boom! Burta's body inexplicably exploded into a shower of crimson fragments, scattering across the ground. Burta, Jinyu, and the others gasped in horror at the sight of Burta's sudden demise. What had just transpired? How could a mere clinch lead to Burta being obliterated? This had to be an illusion. Jinyu and the others rubbed their eyes vigorously, but upon reopening them, the ground remained littered with remnants. What a scoundrel! Frieza regarded Son Goku's silhouette, feeling an inexplicable terror akin to staring into an abyss. His fists clenched tightly. He too could have annihilated Burta in an instant, yet he could never achieve such effortless destruction as that man. After lifting Son Gohan, Son Goku proceeded toward the nearby Namekian crowd, who were aghast with fear. Heal him. Son Goku commanded the Namekian elder, his tone icy and imbued with an irresistible pressure. The elder nodded numbly. Accepting Son Gohan, he then turned to glance at Bulma, who lay on the ground, fury boiling within him once more. With a single step, he appeared beside Bulma in an instant, so swift that even Frieza could not comprehend how he had done it. He cradled Bulma in his arms, infusing her body with gentle energy. Bulma slowly opened her eyes. Son, Goku, she exclaimed, staring at the face she knew so well, her voice filled with disbelief. Was she dreaming, or had she already perished? I'm sorry for putting you through this. Son Goku gazed tenderly at Bulma, his tone soft and gentle. Upon hearing his words, Bulma's expression froze, tears shimmering in her eyes. Is it really you? Bulma reached out, her palm brushing against Son Goku's face, feeling the warmth, the undeniable reality of his presence. It's real. I have returned. Taking in the sight of the pitiful figure before him, he pulled Bulma close. Whispering tenderly in her in that moment, Bulma could no longer contain her emotions, collapsing in his son Goku's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably as if releasing all her fears, grievances, and longing. It's all right. It's all right. Everything is behind us now. He comforted her softly, stroking her hair. Meanwhile, the remaining members of the Jinyu force watched in stunned silence. Having witnessed Burta's fate, they dared not step forward, fearful that they too might be reduced to mere fragments upon the ground. Chapter 81. I will surely kill you. Bulma wept for a full 3 minutes before finally calming down. Son Goku wrapped his arm around her slender waist, stepping forward to join Son Gohan in the Namekian crowd. At this moment, Son Gohan had been healed by the Namekian child, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he looked at Son Goku. Dad, I knew you would come to save us, Son Gohan exclaimed, eagerly grasping Son Goku's hand. Transforming from the resilient young man he had been into a boy full of affection. Gohan, it was truly thanks to that sudden surge of energy you unleashed. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it in time. Son Goku ruffled Son Gohan's hair and replied that I knew you would come for us. Enveloped in the warm embrace of Son Wukong, Bulma shyly spoke up. The heat radiating from his robust physique sent her heart racing like a startled deer. Aunt Bulma, do you perhaps have feelings for my father? Gohan mischievously inquired with a sly grin to this unexpected question. Bulma hastily extricated herself from Wukong's grasp, her fair complexion blushing a deeper shade of red. However, she did not outright deny Gohan's query. Meanwhile, perched atop a nearby mountain, Vegeta trembled violently, his eyes wide with disbelief. Damn it, Kakarot, that mere low-class warrior. How has he become so formidable? Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, striking the ground in frustration. Veins bulged on his forehead, his features contorted in rage, just a year ago when he had slain Raditz. The power level reading indicated a mere 3,000, at most reaching 5,000. Yet in the span of a single year, Kakarot had ascended to such terrifying heights. Gazing at his retreating figure felt akin to peering into an unfathomable abyss. The formidable Berta of the Ginyu Force had been crushed effortlessly, as if he were but an insect. It was crucial to note that Berta's battle power approached a staggering 50,000, even at his current strength. Vegeta doubted his ability to defeat Berta. The fact that a mere lowly Saiyan warrior had surpassed him by such a margin was an affront to his pride as the rightful prince of the Saiyan lineage. A profound sense of humiliation festered within Vegeta's heart. Nearby, Tais, witnessing the unfamiliar figure rescuing Bulma, let out a deep sigh of relief. At that moment, Krillin descended from another mountain peak, landing beside Goku and the others. "Goku," he called out,